Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the beginning of a new playthrough, that being Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty. In case you missed it, I went through and played the first game in the series, but now Donald is going to take this one for us.
The main three presidents are here along with Ben and Jordan from the Daily Wire.
I will admit I am not familiar with the series, so I won't be of much strategic help, but this should be fun to see what happens anyway.
Typically for these kinds of games, we tend to stay more quiet during most scenes rather than having our conversations the whole time.
I vaguely recognize a few of the names and characters based on what I know of the series, but I'm not really sure who most of these people are. Do any of you know, or have you all played these games before?
Joe played the first game, but otherwise I think we're all going into this new, so I think these people on screen are ones we'll see coming up in later parts. I really hope I don't have to be paying attention to all of what's being shown here. Also, I think I saw Cam Clark's name, which was the voice actor for Liquid Snake in the first game. That's pretty strange since he died at the end of that game, so I don't know how he would be back.
I'm not sure, but maybe he survived Fox Die after all, or is back as a ghost or something.
I wonder who that swimming guy is. I suppose it's too hard to tell now with all the equipment on. Maybe it's Solid Snake himself in there going on a water-based mission.
I think it's a little too skinny to be him, but maybe. Anyways, our questions probably won't get answered until later, so there's not much point in speculating now.
Based on what I'm seeing, this looks like a very high-quality setting, especially since I think it was released very early for the PlayStation 2. I haven't seen the main game yet, but even just this past few minutes looks great so far.
Kept you waiting, huh? It's been a while, but it's finally time to start the next adventure in the series. I'm not sure what this tanker and plant option is for, but I might as well do both. And I plan on doing this at the normal difficulty. I'm not about to make this more difficult for myself than I have to. I'm also playing this on the Master Collection version, but I don't know if that will affect much in the playthrough itself.
I'm not sure either on that one. Also, Jordan, these scenes are very long, as you're about to find out in just a moment.
Good to know.
The Hudson River, 2 years ago. We had classified intelligence that a new type of metal gear was scheduled for transport. The whole thing stank. But our noses have been out in the cold too long.
So that's the voice of Solid Snake, right? I'm pretty sure I've heard that voice before.
I was pretty sure that was Liquid Snake the whole time, but apparently Barack thinks that's not the character. It took me a while to realize he was right.
And by a while, he means midway through the last part, he finally got it correct.
I know Jordan already mentioned it, but this game really does look so much better than the previous game and even most other games on the system. I think it's safe to say this was the most graphically appealing game of the time with how much detail there is.
I'm pretty sure that was Solid Snake. His boot coloration looked pretty similar to the introduction we saw earlier. I'm not sure how he would do much sneaking on a bridge, though. I don't think hiding in a box would help.
Is that considered littering? I think I'm going to send Secret Service after him. That's bad for the environment.
So Solid Snake can just turn invisible? Is that something he can just always do?
No, he never did that in the first game. There was a character named Hal Emmerich, otherwise known as Otta Khan, that had a stealth suit, but he never gave Snake one for some reason.
If he just falls down and dies, does that mean I don't have to play the game? That would be a pretty short video.
It would, but I imagine he's going to be fine.
I wish he could have done this when I was playing as him. He never moved around this much.
Yeah, it is weird how he was never that acrobatic before.
Well, so much for that invisibility. Looks like it didn't even make it to the first part of gameplay.
I figured the game wouldn't be that easy. I guess I should have expected that to happen.
That's all right. I'm sure you'll be fine.
Boy, he's right on schedule. He'll know soon enough.
Is that guy someone Snake knew?
Yes, that would be Revolver Ocelot. He was an enemy in the first game, but he had two hands here, which is weird as one of his hands was cut off before. So that isn't quite right.
I'm guessing hands don't just grow back in this game world. That is weird, though.
Oh yeah, the title is back for the third time for some reason. Still a really good scene anyway. Oh great, the codecs are back.
This is Snake. Do you read me, Otacon?
Loud and clear, Snake.
Kept you waiting, huh? I'm at the sneak point.
Everything going okay?
The stealth camo's busted. Landing impact.
We must have overused it. Sorry, but you're gonna have to deal with it. You're not in the military anymore.
Right.
Hey, I realized if I move and press the control sticks, it changes the character visual. That's neat. At least there's some interaction here.
I'm happy as long as no one gives me any more unwanted gifts.
You mean that thing with Naomi?
And I can't say I miss the chattering nanny.
Mei Ling's not so bad. That reminds me, I have to get in touch with her again about that new Natick flashware.
Diverting toys from the SSCEN again? Look, give her a message from me. Someone will find out, sooner or later.
So are these codec calls with characters common? It doesn't seem like much is happening on screen.
Trust me, Jordan, you don't know the half of it.
You know how the technical specs of Metal Gear were sold on the black market after Shadow Moses?
All Ocelot's doing.
Exactly. And now every state, group, and .com has its own version of Metal Gear.
Not exactly a classified weapon for today's nuclear powers.
This new one seems to have been designed to wipe the floor with all the other models. The only consistent description is that it's an amphibious, anti-Metal Gear vehicle.
That explains why this one is under Marine Corps jurisdiction.
Metal Gear is the big robot thing, right?
That is right.
The mission objective is to make visual confirmation of the new Metal Gear being transported by that tanker and bring back photographic evidence. But I want you first to go up to the top level of the infrastructure, to the bridge. We need to find out where the tanker is headed.
A little reconnaissance, huh?
There's too much we don't know about this new prototype. Capabilities, deployment method, we don't even know how close it is to completion. If we know where the testing arena is, I can start to draw some reasonable conclusions.
At least I know what to do at the beginning. That's a good start.
Yeah, but you don't have the colonel giving a rundown of all the enemies, so I'm not sure if that's a disadvantage.
No, I don't think that will be a problem.
It would be best if you could get out of there without alerting anyone.
Don't worry, I know the drill. We're not terrorists.
Very good. Don't you forget that you're part of Philanthropy now, an anti-Metal Gear organization and officially recognized by the UN.
Recognized, but still fringe, Otacon.
I hope there's an explanation on how to play pretty soon.
All right, let's look at your gear. Your weapon is a tranquilizer gun converted from a Beretta M92F.
M9.
It's a little hard to work with because you have to reload after each shot since the slide locks.
Better than scavenging at the mission site. Good suppressor, too.
The chemical stun will take effect in a few seconds and last for hours. You can take down an elephant with that thing. Check out the laser sighting, too. The effects of the anesthetic round will vary depending on what part of the body is hit.
Wow, you can shoot in first person? That's way more than I could do most of the time.
Oh yeah, this game is going to be so easy with that advantage alone.
Hey, Snake, cigarettes? What's wrong with you?
It's kind of a lucky charm.
You haven't read the Surgeon General's warning, have you?
That's right, kids, smoking is bad.
Here's the digital camera. Works almost the same way as your old one.
Aside from taking pictures of the Metal Gear, I don't think I can do much with a camera here. And no, Joe, I'm not going to use it to boost your Instagram page.
Oh man, recently I got up to 20 followers and could use some more Metal Gear pictures. That's all right.
Armed.
Hey, Earth to Snake. These are nice, upstanding Marines, not terrorists. Don't get caught. You're in stealth mode here.
Sure, and if it comes to that, a little beauty sleep never hurt anyone. By the way, Otacon, are you sure of this intelligence?
Absolutely. Hacked it out of the Pentagon's classified files myself.
No traces?
Oh, please, I'm too good for that.
But this might be a trap. Remember, there's a price on our heads.
You're just being paranoid.
I hope so.
So for context, Jordan, in the first Metal Gear Solid game, it was on the original PlayStation, so it was more limited and didn't have first-person aiming for most weapons like it does here. There was also on-site procurement for weapons rather than a tranquilizer immediately. I'm thinking this will be an easier time for Donald by comparison.
We can also try to explain the plot of the previous games when there aren't long cutscenes going on, but it may be a while since they tend to last a long time. We're already over 11 minutes in with no real gameplay.
Yeah, that would be good at some point.
With threats from the stern on a boat. That's SOP for counter-terror ops, too. Security should be tighter.
You worry too much.
Where's the target?
Satellite surveillance is a major international pastime these days. I'd say the cargo holds, safely below the deck. Do you see the entrance to the holds?
Oh, okay, I'll just go in there. That seems pretty simple.
Crew quarters. The chopper. What?
That looks like it hurt.
Yeah, you think?
Looks like we're not the only ones after Metal Gear tonight.
This got a lot more extreme very quickly. I'm under the impression that we aren't going to be fighting the Marines, but rather this other group that's coming in. At least it makes it a lot easier to justify fighting them.
It's their game. Hijack?
They're probably targeting the ship's controls.
Otacon, how many men do you need to take over a tanker of this size?
The ship is run by a computer, so I'd say about 18 people.
AKS 74U.
And here I thought this was going to be an easy adventure for me. That's okay, I can handle whatever they have to throw at me. I probably won't even be caught a single time.
Incredibly unlikely, but we'll see.
Russians?
You sure?
No Marine barber touched that head of hair. I'm transmitting a photo. Let's get an ID on him ASAP.
I'm on it.
So Jordan, in the previous game, the characters had their faces as still images, so you could tell when they were talking, but there were no actual facial expression movements, so this is quite an improvement.
The idea of hearing voices with only a still image of their face showing is weird.
KA-60 Kasatka.
Kasatka? Kamov chopper, right? Killer whale.
We need to get a fix on who they are.
Oh yeah, I forgot there even was a codec call earlier.
Commandos?
Not necessarily. It could be the KA-62, the civil model.
Look, Snake, all we need is the photographic evidence of Metal Gear. As long as we have those, we can put it online and blow the whole thing wide open. So no pyrotechnics, okay?
All right, I'll do my best.
This isn't like Shadow Moses. Reach me if anything happens.
So I think Shadow Moses Island was the location in the first Metal Gear Solid game, is that right? I kind of know this is meant to be a sneaking game for the most part.
Yes, that is where the first game happened. There were actually 2 other games that happened on the MSX system, but we didn't really play those for the channel, so you don't have to watch that necessarily.
We can probably explain what happens there later, but for now I think we'll be starting with the actual gameplay soon. At least I really hope so.
By then, I'll be in touch.
All right, it only took over 14 and a half minutes to actually get to the part where I'm playing the game, but I'm here now. So Jordan, typically the camera looks down at Snake, but sometimes it has different angles depending on the area. Right now it feels really smooth, and I'm liking how it controls.
It looks like there's more control over the first-person camera, since we mentioned earlier, but while you could do that in the first game, shooting was only relegated to a few weapons while in first person. That should come in handy for Donald through the game, I'm sure.
Near the top right of the screen is the Soliton radar, which lets Snake see where enemies are and where they can see. I think there was an option near the title screen that mentioned it, but I think Donald chose to not have it show the map if he gets caught. I know he said he would never get caught, but I am incredibly doubtful on that.
Yeah, manually aiming to shoot this guy from down here is so much better. And while Joe did well in his first adventure, I'm sure if you would have let me play before, I would have finished it within an hour.
That is completely impossible, especially with all the cutscenes, but okay. Anyways, Jordan, while not a lot is happening basically in the MSX games, Solid Snake infiltrated Outer Heaven and Zanzibarland destroyed the Metal Gear and killed Big Boss, and he is also a clone of Big Boss.
That is a little weird, but I imagine there's more details. While we're at it, can someone give me the simple plot of Metal Gear Solid?
Sure thing, Jordan. It was the distant future 2005. All Solid Snake wanted to do was chill out and retire, but genetically enhanced renegades named Foxhound stole a bunch of nukes and had everything on lockdown. Colonel Campbell said he had to infiltrate before they start a nuclear conflict.
What a bunch of jerks.
Snake climbed through an air vent and saved two guys they shared top secrets and suddenly died of 2 heart attacks right out of thin air, both within 5 minutes. Then he met Meryl.
A hot box of rocks.
Anyway, Snake tried really hard to find the Metal Gear Rex, and the ninja came back in the mix like checks it was Gray Fox, and he fought Vulcan Raven. He was a large Alaskan shaman. He said Meryl liked Snake.
I almost cried. She's a little hottie pants, ooh meow.
It would be so great if you died right now.
I killed Sniper Wolf, who was absurdly hot, and then murdered 3 guys and an evil robot until Liquid Snake and I were left alone. He said that I was his brother and a superior clone. Then he died of a virus, and thinking fast, Meryl saved us.
They apparently stayed together despite her not being here right now, and that's the simple plot of Metal Gear Solid.
Wow, that was way more detail than I was expecting. Almost like that was mainly written by someone else entirely. I will have to look up the simple plot of Metal Gear Solid later, and I recommend others do as well after this video.
Yeah, these stories can get really crazy. Donald, I did notice a moment ago you were able to hang onto a ledge and drop below. I imagine that is also going to be really good for maneuvering areas. It's great to know you have so much more to work with.
Yeah, in fact, I'm about to sneak up here on this guy. Watch this.
That seemed like a lot of waiting, but it did work out for you.
Yeah, quite a bit of this game is just going to be waiting for enemies to be in a better position, and there's not much that can be done about that. I mean, there's probably some really high-level strategies that could be done that we're not aware of, but this is Donald's first time playing the whole game, so we're not expecting that.
All right, good, we're finally inside. I like the rain effects, but I didn't want to just stay out there all night. There's still probably going to be a lot of guards here.
Hey, can you hide inside those lockers? That might help you evade others easily.
I suppose it's worth trying, especially if there's already a ration in one of them. Oh, hold on, guys, I have to start something. Can you all be quiet for a moment? No, I have to get out here so there's more room.
Wait a minute, Donald. Are you doing what I think you're doing with yourself? In front of all of us in the audience? This is going to ruin any chances of us getting monetized with you doing that. We're not that close.
Even Joe held it together better when he was with Sniper Wolf and Meryl. He never did that with us in the same room.
Well, actually, there was that one time where I was.
Guys, I told you I needed quiet. I'm almost finished. This can take a while.
I've never been more disgusted in my entire life.
What do you think you're doing, Snake? You don't have enough to keep you busy? Try to remember the mission if you can.
All right, Donald, if you're done playing with your not at all Solid Snake, I'd like to move on with the game while I look for professional help, because I'm going to need years of therapy to even begin looking you in the eye the same again.
I've never wanted to have Joe's complete lack of memory than I do right now, Donald.
Not even I can forget something as awful as what just happened right here in the Oval Office.
I'm not sure if we've mentioned before, but yes, we play our games together in the Oval Office, which means Donald doing what he did in front of all of us made it even worse.
All right, guys, I think I've got a plan based on that short scene. I'm going to knock out these 2 and then find a way up those stairs. I think the goal was to survey the area earlier, so getting up higher would make that easier. I don't know what's past this room, so I'll figure it out then.
You seem to be aiming well in general, but you're also running low on shots. You might have to get some more before you keep shooting.
Yeah, you're right. I'll have to try shaking this guy to see if he carries anything I could use.
That is an interesting strategy, but let's see how it works.
I'm not sure why the guard would carry those, since I'm sure the actual weapon he is carrying doesn't match that, but for gameplay purposes, that is nice.
Oh, nice, you can actually shoot those bottles.
Can you shoot anything else over here?
Probably. Let's find out.
Donald, what are you doing?
Waiting.
What are you waiting for exactly?
Well, after the ice cubes fell on the surface, I wanted to see if they would actually melt since they weren't in the container anymore. And by standing there, they actually were getting smaller, nothing useful, but it was a really nice attention to detail that makes it seem more realistic. As realistic as you can in a world with clones, a psychic, a cyborg ninja, and invisibility suits.
Oh yeah, that was interesting to see. I don't think the original PlayStation could have handled something like that too easily. I can only imagine what else is coming up like that since there's still so much of the game left to do.
Hey guys, is now a good time to tell one of my stories? Those ice cubes reminded me of one of them.
I hope you don't, but you're going to tell it anyway.
So there I was eating ice cream in the end.
Wait, was that it? Nobody got seriously injured? Nobody got into a perilous situation because of you? No crazy events that were happening in a book or movie that you misremembered? What does that even have to do with ice cubes?
Well, the ice cubes were cold and the ice cream was cold, so that was pretty similar. And no, nothing really crazy happened. That was just a pretty regular day for me.
That is by far the best story you've ever told us, and I wish all of them were more like that. I don't think we're going to get that lucky all the time, but I just have to enjoy this moment while it lasts. It almost makes me feel better after having Donald in the locker room. What is it with you and locker rooms that make you so demented?
I don't know, they just get to me sometimes. But more importantly, I have to actually evade a single camera. Although it's going to be really easy, I'm sure the tranquilizer can't do anything, so I have to sneak by. Nothing difficult for me, though, obviously.
I'm sure things won't stay all that easy for you. Getting into Shadow Moses wasn't hard, but actually getting through it had me get caught quite a few times when I should have avoided it. Anyway, you seem to be doing well enough despite nothing standing in your way here, so just keep going.
Like I said earlier, if I played the first game, I would have never been caught. I probably could have even skipped a few major fights like that helicopter by breaking through that door in the tower easily.
Aside from the clear ego on your skills, you haven't demonstrated this looks like a pretty gruesome scene here with all the dead people. Was the first game like this at all?
In the main gameplay, yes, Snake could shoot people and there was blood, though the bodies just kind of vanished sometimes, so it didn't stay. There was a section with Gray Fox killing a lot of people in a hallway that was also pretty bad, where you actually saw some of his sword attacks on those around. Later in the game, after getting captured, you meet the corpse of the DARPA chief, so yes, though, this seems to be following that pretty closely. I'm not sure how much it's going to stay with that, though.
I wonder where the people that killed them actually went after this and why they didn't stick around.
So it is the Kasaka. Russian choppers.
Oh great, now there's even more coming by.
I'm not sure what this scene is meant to convey. Maybe I'm missing something, but we already knew there were threats here before watching this.
Oh great, yet another codec call.
Snake, did you find out where that ship is headed?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. 35 degrees longitude, latitude around 58.
More than 500 miles off the coast of the Bermudas, out in the middle of the Atlantic. So the prototype is ready for solo testing. It's basically combat worthy.
So do you skip any of these scenes at all, or do you leave all of them in?
In our first playthrough, we did speed up some codec call parts, but we try not to talk over them so much for the newer viewers. Kind of like how I am now, ironically.
Independent deployment, without any naval assistance. Anyway, analysis can wait till later. Snake, you need to go down to the holds and locate the actual metal.
Hey, that call wasn't all that long.
All right, there's someone else out there. I'm glad we finally can maybe meet someone new.
Hopefully they'll be a little less dead than everyone else over here.
They were walking upright, so that is a good sign of being alive.
Yeah, that is a pretty good sign.
Has landed. I'm on my way to the tanker holds. Report your status. Control room, communications, and engine room are under control. All entry and exit points to the tanker hold secured. Infrared sensors placed and operational.
Good work. Are the explosives in place?
Oh, explosives on here seems pretty bad. The stakes are getting quite a bit higher now.
Once we have what we came for, the tanker will be scuttled.
And the vehicle's pilot.
He's the only one who underwent the VR training. No one else can do it.
VR training? I'm not sure what training could prepare for this.
Your part in the mission is complete. You are to leave at once.
No, it's not over yet.
I can see the moon, even in this storm, pale as death. I have a bad feeling about this mission.
As long as I'm in this mission somewhere, everything will go perfectly fine, except for the part that doesn't, which is none of it.
Country of liberty.
No, this is where I belong, with the unit. I have nowhere else to go. Father, I want to stay and fight.
There is no choice to make here, Olga. Need I remind you that you are carrying my grandchild?
Wait, do I have to fight a pregnant woman in a few minutes? I'd really prefer not to. I mean, I still will, but it wouldn't be my first choice.
How noble of you, Donald.
Damn it.
Freeze! Hands over your head, now!
Maybe this is why you don't have a lethal weapon at this point, is so you don't actually have to kill her. Granted, I don't think hitting her with tranquilizer is going to be beneficial to her health, but it's better than the alternative.
A woman. Show your face.
You men, you're all the same.
Who are you?
We are nomads, wanderers.
All right, Joe, I know this is the first time you're seeing a woman in this game. I hope you can hold it together for us.
I'll try, but you know me, I can't make any promises on that. I don't think I'll go full on Donald in the locker room earlier, but I can't rule it out entirely.
What else do you have there? Take the knife and toss it. Not there. Toss it overboard.
Is there something I should be worried about when it comes to Joe and women? Is this like what he says around Kyrie and Selphie in Kingdom Hearts?
Yeah, I'll probably tell you later.
You know what you're doing. It stopped raining. Not too shabby, is it? New York, I mean.
Oh man, I really am going to have to shoot her. Well, the way I look at it, Snake gave her an opportunity to give up, so really this isn't his fault at all.
I can't morally agree, though. For gameplay, there isn't another way this has to happen, so I'll accept it.
And that brings our tour to its conclusion.
Scout knife with a surprise. You a Spetsnaz?
I think you deserve a little credit. No one's ever dodged that shot of mine. But no one gets lucky twice, either.
Okay, Donald, it's your first actual challenge in the game. Do you have any strategies on how you're going to approach this?
Probably just shoot her a lot.
Yeah, I could figure that part out, but I meant, do you have anything more specific, like a place to hide and reload, or finding a spot she can't hide from your angle? Anything like that?
Probably not. No, honestly, I'm just doing whatever feels right in the moment and hoping it works itself out.
You can kind of shoot her when she's going back and forth. It would be more difficult as she's a moving target then.
Honestly, Joe, I'm surprised you're not more upset at the idea of Donald shooting a woman in these Metal Gear Solid games, especially after the Sniper Wolf fight last time.
Maybe it's because she's not actually dying here that I'm not too worried. That and Sniper Wolf tried to kill Meryl, so I had some mixed thoughts on that last time when Donald shot her with missiles.
Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
Oh great, now the light makes it even harder to aim. She's already over halfway down on that health bar, so I'll probably be fine.
Oh yeah, Jordan, for context, this is spoilers for the first playthrough. Basically, Joe became infatuated with two characters named Meryl and Sniper Wolf, so he was going insane whenever anything happened to them. At one point, Barack and I had to hold down Joe while Donald took the controller for a moment to blow up Sniper Wolf with nearly a dozen missiles. Joe seems to go back and forth on who or what he is attracted to, so seeing it's not to a child like Alice or Rydia or Kyrie or Selphie is actually a welcome change.
Wow, Joe, I don't know how you have these reactions to characters in games. It's almost bad as Donald getting shot repeatedly and not landing any hits for a while.
Hey, the light is in my eyes and I have to lay down to stop the bleeding and also heal a little bit. These things take time.
I thought the master gamer Donald Trump could get through without any difficulty, but apparently that's not the case.
Oh yeah, just watch the success come rolling in now.
I saw you break the light hitter and you got shot twice. Is that what you meant?
Yes, that didn't go quite the way I was thinking it would, but I did get some success on that. I just don't want her to find a strategy against me laying down to heal the wounds.
I'm sure there's bound to be something. I wouldn't imagine the game would just let you do that the whole time.
Based on the look of it, she just threw a grenade, which means you'll definitely have to be a lot more careful where you lay down. Also, Jordan, I don't think we mentioned this explicitly, but the ration Donald got right before his locker incident was the main way Snake heals. If you have it equipped, it would automatically save you from getting killed by another attack that otherwise would have brought his health to 0.
Based on how often he's getting shot, I'm not sure how it hasn't already happened.
Okay, I'll admit this is not a great start for me, but really, if you think about it, this should be all right since it's my first time playing and I'm just thrown into a fight within 15 minutes of actually beginning to control the main character. I wouldn't imagine you all doing any better if you were playing.
Probably not, but we also wouldn't brag as much as you have so far. In all fairness, you are almost done with the fight, so this could have gone a lot worse than it has.
All right, Donald, you've got this. We all know you've used a lot of ammunition on this single fight and could have been way better in nearly every way.
If that was meant to cheer me on, that was certainly an unusual way of doing it, but that's fine since she's about ready to lose now. I've been shot at before, so I knew you weren't going to do much better.
Cypher.
Yet another call, no surprise there.
The ship appears to be under their control. The men have Russian gear, but I haven't been able to find out anything else about their origin.
I know who they are.
You do?
We've ID'd the old man.
Who is he?
Sergei Gerlukovich.
Gerlukovich, one of Ocelot's allies.
I think I've heard that name before.
Yeah, the GRU colonel. He's the one Ocelot was supposed to meet up with after Shadow Moses.
They're after Metal Gear.
Everything's changed. This is not going to be as simple as we thought.
You could say that. I saw a surveillance remote just now. It looked like the Cypher.
A Marine Cypher T?
No, Army.
Did they mention the Army earlier?
First the Marines, then the Russians, now the Army?
You're right. This isn't gonna be simple.
Snake, there's something I have to tell you.
What?
We didn't dig up this info about the new Metal Gear on our own. Not like usual.
These two really like to talk a lot.
It was a tip. An anonymous tip.
Anonymous? You've never trusted those. Why would you start now?
I have a younger sister, a stepsister. We have different parents. I only knew her for 2 years.
You've never mentioned her before. So?
The sender of the tip was EE.
EE?
Her name is Emma, but I always call her EE.
Emma? Emmerich?
All right, so Jordan, this is news to us too, since I don't think he mentioned having any sort of siblings previously.
No, though, did mention his father, but I don't think he's around at this point in the game timeline. I'm not completely sure.
The last time you saw her?
Over 10 years ago.
You think it's a trap to lure us out here?
I don't know. After I got the tip, I did break into the Pentagon system to get confirmation.
Okay.
Watch your back, Snake. Maybe I screwed up.
I've got a light-equipped USP. I can take them on now. There's no ammo, but it takes a 9mm, just like the Marines' M9. I'll find those somewhere around here.
Don't raise too much racket with that thing.
I hear you.
All right, at this point, I'm just going to see if she has any items and then finish up whatever's up here. I'm pretty good to stop for the day now since it's already been over half an hour of mostly just watching cutscenes.
Is that going to be common for the rest of the game? I've only been a main part of the Kingdom Hearts series so far, and I don't think the scenes went on as long as they have here.
If it's anything like the first playthrough, then probably yes. I can't imagine it would be any shorter, and even then the playthrough went on for well over 5 hours long, even when editing it down.
Plus, the main gameplay will probably be even longer, especially if Donald keeps up his performance that he did a few minutes ago.
Yeah, okay, guys, I get it, but starting on the next part, it's going to be way easier for me to succeed. You won't see me falling down and needing to lay down to heal bullet wounds or anything like that. I'm going to go so quickly all the commenters will be like, hey, Donald is really fast, he should be on those speedrunning websites, and then Konami will fly me over to their studios to be like, hey, Donald, you did so well, we want you to help create the next game. Then I'll be like, I appreciate it, but I have to be the president and everything since I'm going to beat Kamala soon enough. And they'll be like, oh yeah, we'll vote for you, but come back when you're done.
I highly doubt most, if any of that is actually going to happen, but at least you're not going to let any doubt get to you. If there's one problem you don't have is a lack of confidence.
Before we end things off today, Donald, do you have any plans on taking pictures of the Metal Gear at all? It's here somewhere, but we obviously don't know where it is.
Realistically, no. I did notice some doors I didn't go through, so I would imagine it's in one of those, but I don't specifically have any plans on exactly where to go next. I'll probably just make something up and stumble upon success.
That was a strangely silent climb up. Maybe it would be better if someone sang a song going up a ladder like that to fill in that time.
That is a rather unusual idea, Joe. Anyway, Donald, you got some thermal goggles, which I'm sure it will have some use around here.
Yeah, you're probably right. Joe, just for that weird idea, I'm going to do an impression of you when I go down those stairs in a moment.
I think this will be a great playthrough, everyone, and I appreciate you all letting me join it.
Of course, we're always glad to have you here with us.
And also to the people watching, thank you for starting the first part. We hope you like, comment, and subscribe.
Real funny, Donald.
And peace out, people. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to another part of Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty. Last time we were introduced to Solid Snake Otacon and the area we're starting off in, and now we should be heading over to take pictures of a Metal Gear. Also, I shot tranquilizers at a pregnant woman, but it was her fault, really.
You are truly one of a kind in justifying terrible things to yourself, but regardless, yes, you still have the task of finding the Metal Gear in here. I wouldn't think it would be all that difficult considering the size of Metal Gear Rex before, but this one could be different.
I guess I should have mentioned this too, but along with doing a no alert run, obviously, I'm also planning on doing the least amount of kills possible. I thought about Joe's performance, and although it was good, there were many parts where he was killing more than necessary, so I'm going to improve on that by being better than him on both levels. Also, hitting that extinguisher made some dangerous lines visible, so I can probably destroy this with my new gun.
Won't that cause an alert, though?
Most likely, yes.
All right, Donald, you're less than 1 minute into the second video, and you've already caused an unnecessary alert, so I can only imagine how many kills you're going to get by the end of the game.
Okay, I know things don't look so good at the start, but I'm pretty sure I can hide over in this other room while the guards look around. Besides, none of the guards actually saw me, so I don't know if this should really count.
It clearly said alert up there. Even if it didn't actually say it now, the guards are aware of someone else's presence, especially since you knocked that guy out without it being necessary, so he's definitely aware of you now. We'll just have to wait it out.
That was really quick for them to just ignore the room entirely and go back to caution. I would think they would look for a lot longer than that.
To be fair, the radar does indicate they are still looking. If Donald continues his style of gameplay, I'm sure they'll catch him again very soon.
Nah, that's fake news, I've got this.
Doubt it, but okay.
All right, Donald, you're not even out of the same area you were just at, and you've already gotten another alert. What's your plan from here besides getting caught even more?
Pretty much just shoot everyone that comes up here. They have to run out of people at some point.
Was getting knocked on the ground a part of the plan at all? That doesn't seem like an offensive position.
Or how about the second time you got knocked down? This is a very unique strategy you've decided to use.
Donald, I don't mean to pile on, but they are painting the walls with Snake's blood right now.
I'll admit this is a bad moment for me, but once I get out of this room, it is going to be smooth sailing from here on out.
We are incredibly doubtful, but let's see.
That was pretty weird.
Number 3, everyone, can we get to number 4 soon, or will Donald actually start playing well?
I'm at this room right here. There is no chance I get caught yet again. Never going to happen, probably.
We are very doubtful.
Something over there.
Donald, are you doing this on purpose? I don't think you've made one correct decision so far.
No, Barack, I'm not actually doing this on purpose. It's just that I have a plan in my head about how the game goes, and then it doesn't actually happen the way I want it to. Just trust me, everything will be fine. I'm still going the right direction.
It's hard to trust you based on your performance the past 2 minutes. Honestly, if your evasion skills were as good as your aim to hit that fire extinguisher, you'd probably be all right.
See, I can prove I have the skill necessary to win at this game. I'm about to end this alert phase and make my way on.
Donald, how are you actually this bad? I can't think of any time in the
now.
entire first playthrough Joe did where he was this abysmal, but you are reaching new records of failure that I've never seen before.
I have to agree with the majority here. There is simply no way I can rationally think on how you are playing unless you're trying to get caught by every guard in the game. I don't think we're going to worry about the Metal Gear attacking Snake, as Donald probably won't even get there to begin with.
Not to play the devil's advocate, but technically Donald didn't actually get an alert phase until a little after he left from the guard seeing him when Snake sneezed. I think he knocked the guard out right before. That doesn't change the fact that he shouldn't have gotten caught like that, but he did recover from it.
Thanks for the defense, Barack.
Okay, I can't defend you when you do things like that. I'm not even sure if devil's advocate was the right term, but the main concern is that you've gotten caught 6 times and no end in sight. I have no idea where to go here, but for your sake, I hope you find the right path before we reach the double digits.
At least we get to see the nice rain effects. I'm just trying to look at the positives at this point, since I'm not seeing anything positive from Donald's performance, kind of like the debate.
Nobody asked you, Joe, plus you were too incoherent to debate me, so you had your vice president do it instead, so you don't get to criticize my performance after your incredible blunder at the debate before, where you were barely even awake.
All right, guys, no need to get into arguments. I know the debate was very interesting with many of the things Donald said, but the election itself is coming up, and we don't want things to get more hostile than they have to.
Yeah, we'll have to save it all up when the votes are counted, obviously in my favor, like I expect.
Donald, are you aware that you're supposed to be avoiding the guards? Perhaps that's where you're confused, because you seem to be running into them like they're holding on to the last Big Mac in existence.
Okay, guys, I'll admit I have no concept of a plan on how I'm going to get this game done. I've never played anything like it, and despite my warranted confidence, my gameplay is clearly showing the opposite. Now, if you'll let me focus, I'm about to make the biggest comeback in the history of gaming.
Wow, you were actually showing some clarity there for a moment, but that certainly didn't last long.
It's time to accept fate, Donald. You can try again, though.
What's going on? Snake! Snake!
All right, guys, attempt number 2. This is bound to go better than the first time, which was pretty good if you think about it.
Well, your definition of think must be very different from mine, but yes, this is a chance to show improvement, so let's hope it happens.
I don't think we've been here before. You must be in the right area.
Raven?
How is Vulcan Raven here? Donald, you're going to have a very difficult time fighting. It's really just a toy?
I don't understand, is he supposed to be important?
He was an important fight in the previous game.
He doesn't look so good, Donald. Can you start teabagging him? I think it would be really funny.
No, Joe, I'm not teabagging these dead people like you used to. I have to make things seem a little more professional on my playthrough.
Why would you do that? It seems like a very disgusting and disrespectful thing to do.
You are right, it is disgusting and disrespectful to do, but it's funny, and that fact doesn't care about his feelings, especially since he's too dead to care right now. Anyways, on a gameplay note, Donald, it is nice how you were actually careful approaching that guard instead of running right into him like you did the past few minutes. It seems as though you were actually learning.
Yeah, that's what I get called learning Master Donald. I go into pretty much any situation and people say, wow, Donald, you learned that thing more quickly than everyone is saying this. And then I say, yeah, that's why I get called learning Master Donald. It's a really nice cycle since people get to see my infinitely increasing skill set.
So aside from Donald making things up about what people said to him, this area seems quite different than the others and a little more restrictive on getting to the other side. Perhaps being in a new environment will be better for you than the other rooms where you got caught every 40 seconds or so on average.
Hey, I was thinking, everyone, I know we didn't do this the first part, but should we come up with some comment questions for the viewers to engage with? I don't know when we would acknowledge them, but I think it could be nice to do anyway to get some involvement from the community.
I think that would be good to do, Joe. Perhaps we should start by asking people which game in the series is their favorite. Like I said before, I'm not familiar with the series, so I'm not really sure which ones there are or which ones are the best.
Well, there's quite a few of them. Based on what I've heard online, the games are generally very good, with Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater being the fan favorite. That's actually getting a remake called Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, which recreates the graphics, though, using the original voice lines. We're only vaguely aware of what happens in the MSX games. Now that I think about it, we may do a poll, but should we do the original game or the remake when we eventually play it for the channel?
Yeah, I suppose that would be a good idea. If our editor actually remembers to put that poll up, then that would be great to hear the viewers' input. Or you can comment it so he won't forget and also boost engagement.
The game will probably be out for a while by the time we get around to uploading this whole series, so there's quite a lot of time for us all to consider it. We don't want to sway people's decisions, so let us know what you all would think. I'd be playing it either way when we get there, so that won't be a concern.
I'm fine either way, as long as you don't repeat what Donald did earlier today.
All right, I get it. I didn't have the best start, but I'm working on redeeming myself now. I'll prove I can make it through this game with as little trouble as possible, as long as you don't consider the 7 alerts today.
In all fairness, you are playing much better than you did at first, so I believe you have a chance at not failing spectacularly. Still, I am skeptical to know what's coming up ahead.
I wonder what's going on here.
Repair of the entranceway to the engine room on the port side is complete. We'll return to position following patrol of the small room on the port side.
Good job on not interrupting him mid-message and causing suspicion. I believe you are doing better.
Yeah, I had to hold myself back on that one. I'm guessing there's something suspicious up ahead now.
Maybe those new thermal goggles will show something you couldn't normally see.
Yeah, you're right, there's lots of lines everywhere. Probably a good time to shoot some sensors like I did earlier while I got caught that one time. Oh great, another call.
Snake, wait! Don't move!
I see it. Some kind of device on both sides of the hall. Infrared sensors?
Right, and they're linked to...
Let me guess. Semtex.
Exactly. Plastic explosives.
So this is what they were talking about.
Looks like it. If you trip the sensors...
I'll be sleeping with the fishes, along with this entire ship.
I wonder if whatever explosion that would happen could be enough to destroy the Metal Gear in here.
That is an interesting way of thinking about it. Snake deliberately causing an explosion to destroy the area and the Metal Gear with it. I wonder how that would go if he evacuated the Marines first so they would be safe.
Do you see the thing with blinking green lights right next to the explosives? That's the control unit for the sensors. Destroy that, and the sensors stop functioning. You can't get in close enough to touch it, so you'll have to shoot it out. But the M9's knockout rounds won't work. The USP you picked up should do the trick. Use that gun.
Thanks for the explanation, Otacon, but I already figured it out based on what I did earlier. At least it's good for the players who aren't as good as me to get that explanation so they can still progress.
How will you know when you've shot all of them?
These lasers that I can see with the thermal goggles will probably disappear once they are all destroyed. I'm not sure how many there are left, but I'm certainly not going further until I can see those lines aren't there anymore.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I'm glad you stopped by to get those. I don't think it would have been so bad if you didn't, but it would have made this a lot more risky if you didn't know what to look for.
So those thermal goggles you're talking about, were they in the previous game or not?
Yes, they were, though they weren't really used the same way. It's been a while, but I think they let you see mines on the ground more clearly and also let you see Sniper Wolf in that fight more easily.
Yeah, I still miss Sniper Wolf. She was really attractive and probably had other qualities too, but none that I was interested in.
That's not good, Joe, but more importantly, let's see what's next.
Arizona Bridge checkpoint passed. All non-essential personnel report to the holds in 10 minutes' time for the scheduled briefing session with the Commandant. You are ordered to continue manning your posts until that time.
There's quite a few dead people here. Something tells me they're not going to be arriving for that briefing or manning their positions.
Yeah, that is a pretty reasonable assumption, Detective Donald. Are you going to tell us next that somebody may have done this to them on purpose?
Yeah, I think it's a possibility, but I'd have to investigate further to come to a conclusion more confidently. Maybe this just happened to them by accident at the same time. I figure that could be the case.
More related to the game, I was considering something. There doesn't appear to be any threat to Snake right now, and there's just a bunch of items. Could that mean there's some important fight coming up that Donald will have to prepare for?
I hadn't thought about that before, but yeah, there were some things like that before. Those rooms below the Psycho Mantis fight. The stairs before the torture room that I still need to make plans to go back there. Those containers before Vulcan Raven. This seems to be a common thing, so I'm guessing you're correct and Donald will have to fight something up ahead. I wonder if that will be in a small area like this is where there's not much room to do things.
I think you're right. I never thought of it that way either, but that would be consistent.
I'm sure whatever's coming up to me I can handle. As long as I've got about 30 bandages and 48 rations, this will be easy.
You can't hold that much, nor should you need that many in the first place.
Either way, we should find out sooner or later exactly what we're up against.
I wonder if there's a light switch nearby for this hall. This is such exhilarating action so far.
Colonel, we have sealed the stern hatch. The lift is also under our control.
We're on the foredeck, about to descend to the holds.
Sir, the Marine Commander has started his speech already.
I'm thinking Donald will have to fight these guys here.
All communications to the holds have been severed. No one is aware of our presence.
Let no one down into the holds until we are out.
Yes, sir. We will secure your exit with our lives if necessary.
There is one more thing.
Yes, sir.
My daughter, keep her safe.
Yes, sir.
They seem nice enough we can probably just walk on by past them.
Who goes there?
You were saying, Joe? Also, this alert shouldn't count against me as that was story related. It wasn't my fault.
Okay, we'll give Donald a pass for that once, since he's right, it wasn't him just getting caught like before. Still, I'm interested to see what strategy, if any, you have.
As you all know, my no-kill run needs to stay in place, so I'm going to use some stun grenades to keep them still, then tranquilize them all until they aren't in my way anymore.
You seemed a little different in your speech during your last line, Donald. Are you feeling nervous at all?
No, I'm fine. I've got this. I just have to remember not to take any hits and hide behind things while I can. These guys are actually harder to hit than the others before, though.
For someone who is trying not to get hit, you seem to be getting hit quite a bit. You're also not really in a good position right now to shoot at them.
It's not like I have that many options right now since they're outnumbering me by a lot.
Things are not looking good now.
Stop kidding around. Snake?
Okay, that didn't go well, so I'm skipping ahead to where I succeeded since I knew I would. Only took a game over to do it.
Is something exciting supposed to be happening here? I'm not sure what he's doing here.
Who goes there?
Maybe this guy will be more interesting than Snake standing by the valve door.
Oh, Shalashaska. Why are you here? We thought you were with the Colonel. What the?
That certainly was more interesting. This should be Revolver Ocelot from earlier. He looks familiar, but I don't think we've been told what he's doing here.
The Colonel will be joining you soon, comrade.
Oh, great.
Snake, are you in yet? Have you made it to the holds?
It's taking longer than I expected. We've already passed the Verrazano Bridge.
All right, we'll use another recovery point.
They may be planning to change course.
What?
The exits to the deck are all sealed.
What are they planning?
If they get Metal Gear, we're going right off the fringe.
This must be a deep place if it can hold all of these people and a Metal Gear in it, presumably in different large rooms. I thought this would be a little smaller when we first got here, but apparently not.
They have no way of knowing that the ship's been taken over.
I'm not interested in fighting these guys. The weapons won't do me much good here.
Can you see Metal Gear?
No. I'll have to go around to the bow. They have some serious defenses here. I doubt the recent arrivals want to blast their way through the Marines either.
Wonder where they're headed?
I don't know. Not the beach, that's for sure.
If they're going to the beach, I want to see Kyrie and Selfie again.
Snake, let's go over this one more time. Use this camera to get photographic evidence of the Metal Gear prototype. Now do your thing and take pictures that speak louder than the government's plausible denials. We need 4 shots. Metal Gear from the front right, and front left, and a close-up of the Marine Corps marking.
Marking?
There should be a Marine's insignia on the body of Metal Gear. Just let someone try explaining away a clear shot of that.
That seems simple enough. I can handle that just fine.
All right.
There's actually one little thing.
Just spit it out. I'm used to things going wrong.
It looks like someone's monitoring our transmission.
Who?
I don't have a clue. All they're doing is watching. It would creep me out less if they tried to interfere with our communications.
Could it have something to do with that cipher we saw?
Maybe. I've switched the encryption protocol for our burst transmission for now. What I want to do is use a different method for sending these photos, just in case.
Instead of using the codec?
How could Snake even send pictures from the camera to the codec?
There's a workstation in the southeast corner of the block where Metal Gear is housed. I've made arrangements so that you can send the pictures from the machine.
Arrangements?
I hitched a ride on Link 16 into US military's proprietary network. Managed to get into that workstation and overwrote a part of the system software so I could remote install a little app I wrote.
Why bother with anything that complicated?
No, it's pretty simple, really. Look, all you have to do is stand in front of the machine and push the action button.
I do think it's weird to have characters directly acknowledging things like saving and the controls. It seems unusual, but it is very direct to tell players how to use things.
If you think that's weird, you'd lose your mind with seeing Psycho Mantis for the first time.
So all I have to do is push the action button in front of the computer once I have the pictures, right?
Well, sure, if you put it that way. And one more thing. The Commandant's already begun his speech, but you need to get the pictures before he's done talking. Otherwise, they'll spot you, okay?
How much time do I have?
I hacked into his personal files and took a look at the text of that speech. I'd say you have 7 more minutes. Longer if he throws in a joke or two.
That must be the speech from a few minutes ago. I'm sure I can do this in 7 minutes, probably even 1 or 2 if I'm slow.
With these kinds of odds, I won't be making any sudden moves. But that doesn't mean we can just let Metal Gear be hijacked.
Okay, but first the photos.
All right, we'll deal with the rest when we get there.
Stay low.
All right, so if I get caught, it's pretty much a game over. I wouldn't be able to win against any of them, much less all at the same time. I do want to get at least one picture so that someone can Photoshop my head onto them for one of my new NFT lines. I made a lot of the money selling images online before, so why not do it again?
I mean, that's a bizarre strategy to put your real picture of your head onto a game character from the PlayStation 2 originally, but I'm sure people would buy it anyway, so yeah, you might as well at this point.
Hey, should we be listening to this speech happening? I'm not sure if it's helpful or not, but I don't think we should talk over all of it.
We can probably listen to some of it at least.
I can't get a good angle. I'll have to go around these people first.
At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states. They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the US's nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives.
I need to go slowly here.
Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Raid. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background.
Donald, are you really trying to get the picture of the one without any real pants on? How was he allowed to attend without the proper attire? Why can nobody see you in their peripheral vision? Why did the game designers decide to include him like that specifically?
These questions are probably not ones we will nor should hear the answers to. Let's just move on and try not to think about it too hard.
Always bear that in mind. This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal Gear force will think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Raid.
I just have to wait for them to turn and then I'm free to move forward.
The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order, and we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs.
This seems simple enough so far. I do think it would be funny if you just threw a grenade or shot your gun in a way that would attract everyone's attention at the same time. Not that you need more game overs, but still.
Your development, but it cannot. You're all familiar with the Shadow Moses incident during the Sears administration. The current state of nuclear proliferation is a direct result of that event.
So this is really what a Metal Gear looks like up close.
Kind of. The Metal Gear wrecks look more blocky than this one, and the general shape is similar but not identical. This is probably a more advanced model since it's been a few years in game time.
It would be really bad if we had to fight this. 1, because of the lack of Donald's equipment, and 2, because of the lack of Donald's skill.
All right, this must be the section where I have to take a lot of photos to send to Otacon. If anybody that isn't Joe wants to tell any stories now, would be the time since I won't be saying much for a few minutes.
So there I was as a cameraman for a top secret project for something called a Metal Gear Ray. I was watching someone named Scott Dolph give a speech. I remembered a small portion of the beginning, I think. At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states. They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the US's nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives. We initiated development on Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear. With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation, and it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will accomplish this. This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal Gear force will think twice about their nuclear strategy in light of the nuclear dominance spelled out by Ray. This next part was later in the speech. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation. As a soldier, I know that is my duty. I'm kind of blanking on this part. Metal Gear Ray is amphibious, unlike the Army's Rex. It can cruise deep underwater. There was something else here. Move in undetected and make its landing on any shoreline. There was something else that's on the tip of my tongue. Its onboard Joint Tactical Information Distribution System identifies targets with unerring accuracy and takes them out with massive firepower.
Joe, that was just an excerpt of the speech that was just being told to us. Some of it was even done at the same time he was saying it, so I'm not sure how you remembered something that was happening at the exact moment you were saying it. You tell a lot of weird stories, and yet you somehow manage to top yourself in making them less logical as we go on.
You are right, Ben. There is no explanation to that, but more importantly, Donald has taken quite a few pictures, and I'd like to think Otacon will be satisfied in them. There's only one way to really find out, though, so let's see what he thinks of them. As soon as this computer is ready, I would think if they could afford a Metal Gear Ray, the computer terminals would be a little faster, but that's fine. I'm glad nobody in the room is watching Snake be here.
I wonder what password Snake is trying. Apparently he got it, but I don't think we were ever told what they were, and I certainly didn't put them in.
Not sure, but if it makes things easier for us, then that's what matters. If you didn't get the photos correctly, then you'll probably have to go back and do them again. While Joe was repeating the speech I was watching, and it seemed pretty good to me at least.
Once this computer uploads, at least, it really is taking a while. Snake would probably be caught soon at this rate.
So, any codec moments from you, Snake? Okay, first up. It needs to be a little more clear. What we need is top-notch quality here.
Hey, that is top-notch quality.
And the next one is... I'm sorry, you need to take another one.
Fake news, I'd like to see you do better.
The next one's... This is great. The Marines lettering shows up really well. And the...
This is so rigged, I clearly took great photos, the best ones in fact.
At least he likes that one. If he continues not liking them, you'll probably have to take more photos, though, which will take up more time.
Now I'm skipping ahead to where he likes them. I'm not having the viewers see my photography keep getting rejected by this nerd here.
Looks like I have your photos now. Let's take a look. The first image is... You're a pretty good photographer. We can definitely use this left shot. And the next one is... You already took a good one of the side lettering.
Okay, point taken, move on now.
And the next one is... We only need one good shot of the lettering.
He is really focused on the lettering more than anyone else should be.
Okay, last one's coming up. Okay, this works. It's a great front view. Okay, now we have all the photos. Snake, the speech is about to wind up. Forget the photos and get out of there now.
The master photographer Donald has done it again.
We, the Marines, will lead the charge into a new world order with Metal Gear Ray. That is all. Dismissed.
I anticipate something going very wrong here. It's been a few minutes since anything dangerous or concerning has happened.
Excellent speech, my friend.
Who the?
Okay, that would be it.
Gift of the silver tongue. They say it's the mark of a good officer. End of a liar. Americans are too in love with the sound of their own voice to speak the truth.
Identify yourself.
I can see no way he gets out of this.
I am Shalashaska, also called Revolver Ocelot.
I still think we should get an explanation on how he has two arms when he clearly lost one before. That's not just a minor plot point they can just retcon.
Otacon calling us 12 times to explain it all is my guess.
What do you want?
This machine will be quite useful.
What are you planning to do? Steal this thing?
Steal? No, I'm taking it back.
So I looked this up online just now. Apparently the Metal Gear Ray actually made a cameo in Metal Gear Solid VR missions after beating every mission. We didn't play that, so it wasn't shown, but it was there.
Are you ever going to play those?
We might do the MSX games at some point, but I doubt we'll play the VR missions game. It's not the best for our commentary style, and there isn't likely any story to it.
Oh, okay, good to know.
Nobody move. Understood?
Now I can see why Revolver Ocelot would get out of this.
This ship now carries enough Simtex on its key structural points to blow it out of the water at the touch of this button.
That sounds kind of dangerous. I should get one of those for the popsicle freezer defense system.
That's right. No one has to die needlessly. We're almost at the target. Get a move on.
If they're taking it away, at least I don't have to fight it. That's good.
What do you intend to do with Ray? Sell it on the streets?
I was raised in Snezinsk, formerly known as Chelyabinsk 70, the nuclear research outpost.
What are you talking about?
After the Cold War ended, my home was bought out by the Americans.
Is there a point to this sad story?
Now you would understand. Land, friends, dignity, all sold to the highest bidder, the United States of America. Even the technology that gave birth to these weapons is Russian, developed by us.
What do you intend to do?
Russia will rise again. And Ray is the key.
I regret to inform you that I have no intention of selling Metal Gear. As I said, I came to take it back.
Oh, that complicates their plan a lot.
This disagreement probably will not end well for quite a few people here.
If I was there in person, I'd be able to reach a deal for everyone easily.
Yes, returned to the Patriots.
The Lale Lule Lo? How's that possible?
Ocelot, have you sold us out?
I was never in your employ, Gorlukovich.
Are you still in league with Solidus?
For context, Jordan Solidus Snake was mentioned in the credits of the previous game, but we don't know much else besides that.
Rot for all I care.
Since when, Ocelot? When did you turn?
I'm glad you noticed, comrade. I abandoned her during the Cold War.
I'm on the edge of my seat here.
Metal Gear only has room for one.
I think a few kids could fit in there, actually.
Gorlukovich, you and your daughter will die here.
Damn you!
Donald, your kid idea was really weird. What irresponsible parent would put their kid in a Metal Gear?
Sergei, looks like you were long overdue for retirement.
Traitorous dog!
It looks like it hurt a little.
For the first time seeing him in action, he looks very intimidating.
Show's over. If you wish to live, I suggest you run now. This ship is still in the lower New York harbor. You may yet make it to shore if you swim for your life.
I'm not a good swimmer, oh no.
I think we saw a water scene in the intro. This must be it.
Ocelot!
I've never seen him do this before.
It's been a while, brother.
No, not Solid Snake again.
No, Joe, that is still not solid. You know what, at this point, what do I care? Call him what you want.
Liquid? Not so young anymore, eh, Snake? You're drowning in time. I know what it's like, brother. No wonder Naomi passed you over for the Fox Dive program. Ouch! Get out of my mind, Liquid!
That explains why Cam Clark's name was in the credits, but not how Liquid Snake possessed Revolver Ocelot with a new arm.
Did they have to use Liquid Snake's arm specifically? Was there no other donor option?
I'm not sure.
The price of physical prodigy. Few more years and you'll be another dead clone of the old man. Our raw materials are vintage, brother. Big Boss was in his late 50s when they created his copies. But I live on through this arm. Liquid's arm.
Apparently, he also lived on through Liquid's vocal cords since he sounds exactly like him. This is completely illogical since the vocal cords are not stored in people's arms.
Thank you for the anatomy lesson, Ben. We all appreciate that new bit of knowledge.
I hope Otacon doesn't call us to ask how things are going, because right now they aren't going especially well.
Is now a good time for another one of my stories?
It never is, but especially not right now.
You don't have what it takes after all! You're going down, Snake, with this tanker!
I wonder if Liquid would have tried hunting down Solid Snake himself if he wasn't already here, considering I don't think any of them knew he would be here.
Come on, guys, only a few more shots will take it down. I believe in you.
Do they usually screech like that?
Not usually this often, no.
We have a problem.
Yeah, you don't say Snake? Pretty much everything there is a problem.
There certainly isn't much dialogue now, but it's still a great action scene. This really must have been an amazing title at the beginning of the console release.
Snake! Snake!
Okay, I don't care. He said the Snake thing again like that. It definitely isn't a game over. I did not contribute to that one.
Okay, I definitely cannot believe that fit in the tanker. It is way too large to be contained in there.
No problems. Proceeding as planned, sir.
I really don't like the idea of me having to fight that later. I wonder where Snake will go next since the tanker is destroyed.
Yes, at the location we discussed. Yes, I have photographic evidence of Snake on the scene. The cipher was most useful. I look forward to tomorrow morning's news flash. I would say the Marine Corps' plans are on indefinite hold. Yes, of course, Mr. President.
That certainly was an exciting time today.
We're going to be cutting it off here for today.
You made a good recovery after the bad beginning, Donald.
Thank you to all the viewers for watching. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
And peace out, people. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty. I'm not sure if we're supposed to be reading all of this text, but we're moving on past the tanker since that was destroyed last time.
I don't know if we're supposed to read it either, but I am interested in knowing where we're going next.
Hey, I was reading that.
Snake, do you remember the sinking of that tanker 2 years ago?
Of course.
Terrorists blow a hole in an oil tanker full of crude barely 20 miles off the shore of Manhattan. Your classic nightmare. It didn't take long for the government to put an oil fence around the whole mess. And then that massive offshore cleanup facility went up inside.
The big shell.
That sounds a lot like Colonel Campbell, but not like Snake.
Cleanup isn't quite over yet.
It takes time. But in the meantime, the shell's become a landmark, a symbol of environmental protection.
Controlling teams Alpha and Bravo. Deploy at the big shell as scheduled.
Approximately 6 hours ago, the big shell was seized by an armed group.
Do we have an ID?
Former members of the Navy SEAL Special Anti-Terrorist Training Squad Dead Cell.
This Dead Cell sounds like another group like Foxhound was before.
It's a highly trained group, and they have the big shell under complete control.
This would have to be Snake in the water.
I still think he looks too thin.
Downwind and pull it fast. Get ready to fast rope down to Shell 1. 5 minutes to ETA. Elsewhere, your top priority is to rescue and safeguard the President. Team Bravo, watch out for Stillman's back and get those C4s disarmed.
Wait, the President, I didn't know I was in this game.
No, Joe, that's not what they mean. It's probably a fictional character they've made president for this game. It's certainly not you.
What are their demands?
is?
$30 billion.
$30 billion? What makes them think they can get that much?
There was a government-sponsored tour going on at the Big Shell that day.
Hostages, huh?
A VIP from one of the major conservation groups, and one from our own government. The most important person in a sense.
The most important person?
James Johnson.
The president?
No, I'm not James Johnson. I'm Joe Biden, the president.
Blow the Big Shell out of the water.
And the crude will ignite, turning the Manhattan Harbor into an inferno.
That's not the worst-case scenario. If the chlorides being used to decontaminate the seawater go up with the oil, toxins containing catastrophic levels of dioxins will be released. In other words, the bay's ecosystem will be wiped out, and the sea will turn into a toxic soup for centuries, becoming the worst environmental disaster in history.
Leave it to me, guys. I alone can fix this.
2 mission objectives. 1. Infiltrate the offshore decontamination facility Big Shell and safeguard the president and other hostages. And 2. Disarm the terrorists by any means necessary.
This is quite the step up for a mission, Donald. I hope you can handle it.
I'm the Donald I definitely can.
You should know that SEAL Team 10 is also conducting a rescue operation.
Is this a joint effort?
No. Foxhound remains a covert body. Don't alert them to your presence. That is an order.
You hear that, Donald? It means don't run in front of every guard you see.
This is Snake. I'm now inside Strut A of Shell 1.
How are things?
We're in luck. Looks like there are no sentries posted here.
What's the visibility?
The lights on the plant struts are functioning. I won't have to use the IR goggles.
Any problems?
There was a brand new hole cut through the oil fence. There's someone else besides me that wanted to get in badly.
That's not possible.
It is actually very possible considering we just saw it and went through the hole. Is Mei Ling or Nastasha there that we can talk to since they're likely more logical than you are right now?
Your code name for all following communication.
What's wrong with Snake?
Just a precaution. You are now designated Raiden.
Raiden? That's an odd name change. Maybe there's some secret reason we don't know of, but that will take some getting used to.
I've completed 300 missions in VR. I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary.
Okay, we'll skip that part. Make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the select button.
In the context of the game world, I wonder what Raiden does when the player presses the select, or in this case, touchpad button.
When you hear that noise, press the select button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
All right. I'll contact you if anything changes.
First, make your way to the upper section of the Big Shell.
How do I get up to the next level?
Probably an elevator like before.
There's an elevator at the far end of that area. Use that.
Sounds good.
Oh yeah, I was right. Good job, Joe.
Your new sneaking suit uses electrofiber technology, a byproduct of fiber optics research.
I think that's good, right?
The texture isn't far removed from rubber, but the material protects against a wide range of toxic substances. The suit itself has a wide array of built-in sensors. It is referred to as smart skin in military R&D. Data about damage to different regions of the body, including blood loss, is exchanged between the suit and the intravenous nanomachines to create a feedback system.
There's a lot of pressure on my torso.
Relax. The suit applies varying pressure to major internal organs to maximize performance and safeguard their functions. They call this the skull suit in Foxhound.
Skull suit seems appropriate somehow.
I have to be honest, I didn't understand any of that.
The hatch with a circular handle will open into the elevator area. Locate the hatch first.
Copy that. Moving on to main mission objectives.
All right, it took us a while, but I'm very excited to be playing as Solid Snake yet again in a new place. Or Raiden, I suppose. I don't know why they would change his name if it's the same person, but that's okay. I'm going to spend a bit of time getting used to the controls again and looking around this first room.
Yeah, I personally am excited to see how you handle playing as Solid Snake again. This is a fresh start to make up for your lackluster performance in the first two parts, mainly the second one.
I'm going to try swimming to see what I can do there.
Got your feet wet? These are the basic controls for swimming. Stroke the water and move forward by pushing the punch button. Push it in rapid succession to swim faster.
Change your heading with the left stick. Up will take you up, down takes you lower.
left and right to face those directions. The O2 gauge will appear under your life gauge while you're underwater. The gauge corresponds to the amount of air you can hold from a single deep breath. Once the O2 gauge falls to 0, the life gauge will start to drop. You need to be aware of that.
There wasn't any swimming like this before, so it's understandable if you'll need a little while to adjust with these controls. I wouldn't think you'd have to be underwater very much, especially if we're going up higher in this structure, but it's still good to have.
You're probably right on that. Throughout the whole playthrough, Joe did, I was wondering how I would approach things if I was the one playing. I didn't know what to expect with his gameplay, but admittedly, he did some things a lot different. Maybe even a few of them would have been considered better. Now, this is a new beginning into what will be known as the greatest playthrough of this game ever to exist. Not just because I'm playing it, although that is a lot of it, but also because I get to play as an amazing character who has been cemented in gaming history. I'm going to enjoy playing as Solid Snake regardless of what name he gets changed to.
You seem to be even more excited now than you were before about playing as him. You were already the character on the tanker, but I'm glad you're enthusiastic about your experience. It's way better than if you were not looking forward to it. Still, I agree with Barack's earlier statement. I think he said where the voice and character was a little slim and different.
While I do agree that there is a difference, I think it's just that he's using a new suit that hasn't been shown before, and that he has a mask that is likely just interfering with what he normally sounds like. Once he takes it off, then I'm sure it will all be normal and he will continue without issue.
It shouldn't be anything to worry about. Plus, I got new thermal goggles in the water in aeration a minute ago, so I'm ready for pretty much anything that comes to me. I suppose I could use a few weapons laying around here, but I'm sure they'll come along soon enough.
Okay, Donald, don't get any ideas about these lockers. It didn't go well last time at all.
Oh, relax, Barack. It was only funny the first time. If I do it again, it's going to become a stale joke.
I don't think we're the right people to talk about with repeating jokes. I can't count the amount of times Joe has told a story that never happened or talked about popsicles or fell in love with a game character or called Solid Snake Liquid Snake. At this point, what's one more recurring joke that will be present every part?
Hey, those all involve me. I must be the comic relief of this group. I never thought of it like that before.
Colonel, I've sighted an enemy sentry. AN-94 and a Makarov. Those grenades, all his equipment, is Russian-made.
Must be a Gorlukovich man.
Gorlukovich?
A Russian private army that was in line to work with the Shadow Moses takeover group 4 years ago.
What's their stake in this one?
They must have made a deal, an arrangement with the terrorists. They become a band of mercenaries, an army without a country.
Metal Gear 2 guns of Patriots. That's a really weird thing to just put on a valve door.
Aren't those just two parts of two different games in the series?
From what I looked up online, yes, they are. Still weird for it to show up here of all places.
Did somebody already knock that one out?
Colonel, there's definitely another intruder in here besides me.
That's not a possibility.
Not a team. Looks like a solo job.
One man.
We may not know who he is, but he managed to take care of every sentry in the area. They're all out cold. Whoever he is, he's got some skills.
We need to get an ID. But for now, you can take advantage of the situation and get to work. There's a terminal in front of the elevator, a node.
Did you say nerd?
Not nerd, node.
Oh.
Use the node to gain access to the Big Shell's facilities network.
Then what?
Pull up the map of the structure. That'll let you activate the Soliton radar.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about the fact it wasn't here the last few minutes. Granted, some of us obscure the radar when we speak anyway, so that makes sense why I couldn't see it.
The radar system uses biological magnetic fields as input. These estimated enemy positions are projected onto a map according to reference points collected via GPS signals and field personnel reports. We need to get to the map through the Big Shell's node to put this data processing to practical use. The node unit is about 3 feet high, should be colored blue. Each area has at least one.
So I have to find them instead of it just being available to start? That's kind of a unique challenge we haven't seen so far. That should make our initial trips through each area more interesting.
The nanomachines in your body will take care of the security clearance and allow you access to the node. Complete the procedure before those sentries gain consciousness. If they spot you, you won't be able to gain access for a while. Stay on guard.
Got it.
I can't say I'd know who would knock these people out, but we might as well go to this node while we have the same time.
Didn't you say it was called a nerd?
Not nerd, it's a node. I really hope that doesn't happen each time he touches a node like that. I can only imagine how much that would hurt him.
Okay, Donald, while you put this information in, I did want to ask, is there anything else that you all would think I could know before this playthrough keeps going on? I don't want my main involvement to just be asking if this is like something that I wasn't a part of before.
At this time, we pretty much went over the main plot of the PlayStation game already, but we didn't go over a lot of the themes present there. I suppose for the MSX games, you should know that Snake went and found Gray Fox, who was familiar with him already before fighting him in Metal Gear Solid, and also fought against Big Boss, who had 2 clones being Solid and Liquid Snake. Or apparently third if the Solidus Snake is meant to be showing up soon, but I think we already mentioned we didn't know much about him. If it becomes really relevant to go over it again, we will, but for now I think you have the main idea based on the previous 2.5 parts.
All right, that's good to know. Also, isn't it a little self-serving for Donald to just name himself without even consulting us? I didn't know if he was going to name it something like President Central or anything like that instead of only his name.
I didn't really expect anything else from him, so we may as well just let him do it now.
At least you know what to expect out of me, Ben, that's nice. Also, I'm sure if the next game lets Barack choose a name, he can do that. Not sure what to say about Joe, as there was never an option given for him.
That's okay, I don't mind so much. Let's see what happens once all these settings are done with.
Good work, Raiden.
The radar should be functioning now?
Remember your VR training sessions. The tool is exactly the same one. It maps the terrain as well as the position of enemy personnel. The bright dot in the middle is you, Raiden. The red dots are your enemies, and the blue cone shape represents their field of vision. Your radar isn't affected by the weather, but if you're discovered by an enemy, you won't be able to use it. It gets jammed easily, I'm afraid. It's all made from currently existing technology. You won't be able to use it in an area with strong harmonic resonance, so be careful.
Harmonic resonance? What does that even mean? That's all right, at least it's giving us a reason for not using the radar now.
I've set aside a proprietary frequency for saves, and an analyst to work on the data too.
Jack, is everything all right?
What are you doing here?
Jack, can you hear me?
Rose, you're not supposed to be involved. What's going on?
Jack, I'm a part of this mission.
Colonel, what the hell is going on?
Raiden, meet the mission analyst. She'll be overseeing the data saving and support.
Why her?
The Foxhound analyst that was supposed to take part in this mission was in an accident. Rosemary was brought in as a replacement.
An accident?
And according to the files, she knows you better than anybody else.
Rose may be in the service, but an intelligence analyst is no field officer.
Not to worry. She has our technical staff at her disposal.
She's never been a part of a field mission. This is insane.
They must have some sort of strong connection to warrant a reaction like this. I don't think even Snake, realizing he was being lied to in Shadow Moses, had this kind of a reaction.
But sometimes that's not enough. You're familiar with the Shadow Moses incident?
You know I covered it in VR.
If there's a crucial tactical detail that case taught us, it was the power of the operative's will to survive.
I was trained to fight. My personal feelings have no place in a mission.
We've learned that it doesn't work that way. And on the field, you need all the help you can get.
Jack, you're stuck with me whether you like it or not.
Rose.
You need someone to watch your back. But I have conditions that need to be met, Colonel.
What is it?
I'll perform my duties and save that mission data, but I'm aware that technically I'm not part of the mission control team.
Guys, I have something important to ask. Can love bloom even on a codec call? I think I'm starting to fall in love with this Rose person.
Honestly, I'm surprised it took you this long to say something about her.
My immediate duties. Jack is not simply a field personnel for me to track. His safety comes first to me, not the mission. And because of that, I will be monitoring and keeping a record of every communication you have with him, Colonel.
Given the circumstances, you're free to do what you see fit.
Hey, I prefer this to being kept in the dark waiting.
I'd like to make a request, if I may.
Of course.
His handle is Raiden. For the duration of the mission, could you call him that?
Yes, sir. All right, Raiden. Let me know when you're ready to turn in a save. The proprietary save frequency is 140.96. I just switched frequencies. Jack,
What?
do you know what day it is tomorrow?
April 30th. Is there something special about it?
Isn't there?
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Oh well, I'll keep trying till I hear the answer. I'm gonna let you go now, Jack. Take care.
Those stars are going away. That must mean they're waking up very soon.
You better get out of there and hide somewhere since you don't have weapons.
All right, another call. Seriously?
Raiden, the enemy sentry is regaining consciousness.
Be careful, Jack.
Find somewhere to hide until the elevator arrives. You must stay out of sight.
Wow, what help you are. It's not like I didn't think of that already.
I wonder if you could just go back to the beginning since there's nothing stopping you. Perhaps it's better to stay here and leave as soon as the elevator gets down here.
I'm just going to stay low for a moment and wait for them to move around.
Okay, have you thought about moving around at all?
I'm just waiting for the right opportunity for them to be looking in just the right places. Honestly, if one of them looked away, that would give me a clear shot. All right, I just can't wait for Solid Snake to take off this suit and show us his amazing self and let me play as him for the rest of this great game.
The terrorists call themselves Sons of Liberty.
Sons of Liberty?
The name of their leader is Solid Snake.
The hero of Shadow Moses? So that's why you changed my code name.
Right, but he can't be the Solid Snake. He died 2 years ago on that tanker after he blew it sky high.
Could he have survived?
Not a chance.
Okay, what am I even looking at? Who's this nerd and what did he do with Snake?
Colonel, I'm on the roof. There are no sentries, but it would only take one to spot me in this light.
You never had daylight VR training after all. Stay extra sharp until you can find a node to log in from.
What about the commandos?
SEAL Team 10 has landed on struts B and C.
And the president?
Seems he was spotted on strut B.
Strut B?
So that's why he looked and sounded so different.
The big shell is comprised of shells 1 and 2. Each unit consists of a central core and 6 struts surrounding it.
So the whole thing is shaped like 2 hexagons connected end on end.
Exactly. And you're on the roof of strut A, shell 1 at the moment.
When are we seeing Snake again then?
First, get to a node. Log into the network.
Got it.
My understanding of this reaction isn't just that this isn't the Solid Snake you all are used to, but not even a character any of you have seen before.
No, this is nothing we've seen before. I even pulled out the original PlayStation 2 game case just to look and see what was on it out of curiosity. I wasn't going to bring it up, but this isn't saying anything about some new guy named Raiden.
While Donald tries to avoid getting pooped on by birds, can you tell us what it does say? Surely it would have given some people buying it the idea that they were playing as someone else this whole time.
I'll read to you what it says on the back of the box. Solid Snake is back in the latest installment of the critically acclaimed series from director Hideo Kojima. Top secret weapons technology is being mysteriously transported under cover of an oil tanker to an unknown destination. Armed with an arsenal of new weapons, supplies, and stealth maneuvers, it's up to Snake to infiltrate the transport and keep this deadly weapon of mass destruction from falling into the wrong hands.
That didn't mention anything about Raiden. I wonder if it was kept from people on purpose. I can't think of a reason why someone would do that, but then again, that doesn't mean there is no reason.
Donald, can you stop slipping on bird poo if that's okay with you?
I suppose I can. I just wanted Raiden to see if it was slippery or not, and apparently it was, so that's good to know. I probably can't use that in a strategy against enemies, but still.
Oh, okay, that could be helpful. Maybe there will be a codec call about the bird poop and how to use it against others.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 is in.
Do we really have no line of communication with the SEALs?
They don't know a thing about us. You know we work in the dark, and this mission is no exception. Only a few people know about your presence here. There's no need for concern. This operation is under Pentagon's direct command, and the NSDD came from the Vice President and the Secretary of Defense. Your mission may be top secret, but it's gone through the usual channels.
I don't know what we were supposed to get from that, but thanks for letting us know about that.
I swear these calls get weirder the more we play. I can only imagine how they're going to be by the end of the game.
Let's hope they don't get too crazy.
I'll go check the roof. I'll leave the first floor to you, okay? Understood.
All right, I just have to wait for the guards to get out of the way and hit the node that should be easy.
Colonel, I've located the node, but it's under heavy surveillance. I can't get in any closer.
Distract them. Try making some noise to draw their attention away.
How?
Flatten yourself against a wall and hit the punch button.
Got it.
I could have done without the explanation on how to hit a wall, but fine, I'll take it. Shouldn't change my overall strategy, that being to just be successful all the time.
That's less a strategy and just more of an overall outlook, but sure, that's all right.
Hey, Donald, is there anything up top you can get still or not? I didn't know if there were any items near the staircase that was blocked off or not.
I don't think so, but I'll look again since I'm so close by. Can't hurt to check for a few seconds, then go back down to look around the other struts.
If nothing else, you'll at least get to see the outside when it's not all cold and raining like before.
I do enjoy looking outside and just seeing what's around here. Okay, hold on, that didn't technically count as an alert. The radar didn't change, he just saw me and ran away for a moment. I'm still all right.
You still got caught, so the point of you being occasionally reckless remains. I can only imagine how long your no-kill strategy is going to go before you just go insane on everyone here.
I'm sure there was a different way to get past that guy, but your strategy has its own merit too.
If I got caught there too, you never would let me hear the end of it.
Not sure about the others, but I certainly wouldn't.
I'm sure a codec call is coming any second now.
Raiden, watch out. There are sentries posted on the connecting bridge. They will spot you if you continue on course.
Any recommendations?
Use the hanging mode.
Hanging?
Face any waist-high railing and push the action button to clear the railing and hang over the side. Once there, you can move sideways while keeping out of enemy sight.
All right, I'm giving it a try.
Don't forget the grip gauge. It will keep decreasing during a hanging maneuver, and once it runs out, you will fall.
Seems to be an extension of the hanging mechanic from earlier. That's nice.
Wait a second. I just intercepted new intelligence on the operation being executed by SEAL Team 10.
Intercepted?
As I said before, they need to be kept in the dark about our presence.
So we just listen in.
I'm patching it through.
This is Alpha Zero. We have the president. Is he safe? He is safe. What about the package? Tell the guys upstairs that we've secured the package. Easy money. Good work. Your retrieval is on the way. Come on home. Roger that. Holy! Alpha Zero, report. Damn it! Cover the president! Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Alpha Zero. We're under attack. This is crazy. Is that... Alpha Zero, respond. All Alpha, respond.
Raiden, the president's life is in danger. Head to Strut B now.
Oh, guys, what's going to happen to me? Am I in danger?
No, Joe, this is the president in the game. It's still not you. I'm not sure what a president would be doing in this kind of place now that I think about it more.
Not sure either, but I'm sure there's going to be some reason later on in the game. About that gripping mechanic, I seem to remember hearing online that if you just keep doing pull-ups with it, then his grip will become stronger. Not sure if I'm remembering it correctly, but it may be worth trying out off-screen.
Maybe, but I'm not making it my priority. I'll just keep going with the game and try it out if I need to. I'm trying to not look up things online for this if I don't have to. Unless it concerns Raiden just taking the main slot of the character for the game like Kamala took the Democratic primary position after Joe dropped out of the election.
Depending on when this video is watched, this worked out very well for her, or she may have lost entirely, but when we're playing this together, the election hasn't happened yet. It's a great way to date the video just by mentioning the election before it happens.
Did Donald get mad and throw ketchup at a wall again? This looks a little excessive.
No, Joe, that was fake news. This seems like a lot of blood, just like that gray fox scene from before. Do I have to fight this thing now, too?
This was probably the cause of that codec call earlier with the president being in danger.
That must hurt almost as bad as listening to one of Joe's stories.
It's going to be a little hard for them to respond considering they're all dead.
Donald, if it helps anything, I don't think you'll actually have to fight him now. Usually these guys have their character introductions, but you don't have to fight them for a while if Foxhound was anything to go by. It wasn't always like that, but he seems too dangerous to just use up a fight right at the start of Raiden's playthrough.
Plus, he seems overly graphic with his killing, and you wouldn't have any ways to fight back, especially at your current amount of weapons, that being none aside from maybe a chaff grenade.
What is he even doing to him? Oh, he's like a vampire. That's quite disturbing.
What are you?
I just said he's like a vampire, Raiden. Oh yeah, you're a game character, you can't hear me.
Today, or rather 6.
Get down!
Hey, he kind of sounded like Snake. Maybe he's the one that knocked out the guards and opened up the section underwater for Raiden to go through.
Oh, hey, this reminds me of a story from my youth. Would now be a good time to tell it to you all.
Joe, if these events here remind you of a story, then I cannot even begin to imagine what that story would entail, and I think it would scar us all to hear it. So I think it's best you don't tell that story now or ever.
Yeah, it would have been really graphic. Maybe that's for the best. I still want to tell it sometime, but maybe when there's less vampires and shooting going on.
I prefer to go the rest of my life without hearing it if that's still an option.
Strange smell. You smell like... Are you?
It has to be. Shoot him! What are you waiting for?
Vamp,
Yeah, Queen?
are you all done cleaning up?
Yes, but wait till I tell you what I found.
What does he mean by cleanup? He has very obviously left the place in much worse condition than he was in before.
In the central unit with the president.
Be right there.
At least we don't have to worry about him for a while.
Hold on. I'm not an enemy. Calm down. My name is Pliskin. Iroquois Pliskin. Lieutenant Junior Grade.
So is this guy supposed to be Snake? He has the same voice actor and sure looks a lot like him.
No, that's Iroquois Pliskin.
How did you get in?
Fast rope descent from a Navy chopper.
Have I seen you before?
That suit. Are you Foxhound?
That's right.
Foxhound was disbanded. Huh? Where were you before Foxhound? Delta Force?
Weird how neither of them are answering the other's questions.
I was part of the Army's Force 21 trials.
Force 21? That's about tactical IT deployment, right? Any field experience?
No, not really.
So this is your first.
I've had extensive training, the kind that's indistinguishable from the real thing.
Like what?
Sneaking mission 60, weapons 80, advanced...
VR, huh?
But realistic in every way.
A virtual grunt of the digital age, that's just great.
That's far more effective than live exercises.
You don't get injured in VR, do you? Every year, a few soldiers die in field exercises.
There's pain sensation in VR, and even a sense of reality and urgency. The only difference is it isn't actually happening.
That's the way they want you to think, to remove you from the fear that goes with battle situations. War is a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier?
Those were areas from Metal Gear Solid VR missions. But how can they exist within the story of the game itself?
So you're saying that VR training is some kind of mind control?
Raiden, what's going on?
The Alpha team from Navy SEAL 10 is dead. No, a single survivor.
The kid's wired with nanomachines.
All right, let's do another codec call like normal.
What about the president?
Looks like they took him somewhere else.
I see. You said there was a survivor from SEAL Team 10.
Yeah, Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin.
Has he seen your face?
What?
This is a top secret mission. No one can know that we're involved.
It's a little too late for that. What's up?
Take a look.
Considering the amount of bodies and blood, I'd say there are a large number of things that would bring his attention.
What the hell?
A Navy captain.
You all right?
Give me a few minutes. Must have lost a few more pints than I thought.
He even smokes like that other Snake guy.
What was that man just now?
That blood-sucking freak? That was Vamp.
Not a creative name for a vampire, but that works.
He's Romanian, a wizard with knives, as you saw.
The way he moved didn't seem human.
You won't see that in VR, I guarantee.
What is he?
One of the members of Dead Cell.
Dead Cell? Him?
A special forces unit created by ex-President George Sears. The name was originally intended to reflect its anti-terrorist functions. The unit would launch unannounced assaults on government complexes for the ultimate terrorism simulation. They were needed to show VR troopers like you how to deal with the real thing. But around the time their original leader died in prison, the unit began to unravel. They were always close to the edge, but they became more and more extreme, began to go after US allies, even civilians. We estimate that no fewer than 100 people died as a result of accidents the Dead Cell arranged on their own. They were out of control, and it all came to a head 6 months ago.
What happened?
The unit was devastated. There are only 3 left now, and you just saw one of them.
Why would they go after the big shell?
How should I know? I told you they were on the lunatic fringe.
What about their leader? He says he's Solid Snake.
Snake died 2 years ago.
This is a lot to take in all at once.
You mean the incident that made this big shell necessary in the first place?
Right, and he was the one that sank that tanker.
But he's a legend.
Legends are usually bad news. There's not a lot of difference between heroes and madmen.
You're saying Snake is still alive and pulled another one?
No, he's not involved in this one. His body was positively ID'd 2 years ago.
Snake is dead.
And buried.
I don't remember Snake running from a flood like that.
What about the other soldiers? I saw Russian equipment too.
Former Soviet military. They're probably mercenaries. The big shell is too much ground for just dead cell members to hold down. You weren't briefed on any of this? And you came in alone to boot? Why? What are you really doing here? Can't tell me, huh? Fine with me.
I don't smoke.
Keep it anyway. May come in handy.
Maybe there's a room with lasers that the smoke could show. Or perhaps it will make another long ladder sequence to not feel so long. It could be useful.
But all you kids watching shouldn't be smoking. Remember, it's bad for you.
Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Bravo Zero, currently at the bridge between struts B and C. The president is... Damn, I can't hit this thing. It's like some bad dream. Alpha, anyone, come in, all Alpha. This is Bravo Zero.
Aren't you going to answer him?
Seems like they're still having some problems over there. Next part, we'll probably find out what could still be happening over there.
It could be that Vamp guy again.
We need to get there. Can you handle it?
I need a few more minutes. Remember my frequency. It's 141.80.
141.80. Got it.
I've been briefed on this plant's layout. If you need information on the place or about Dead Cell, contact me. You're using nano communication, right?
Yeah, but I can patch into your frequency.
I still have trouble believing that Iroquois here isn't the Snake we know from before.
Hey, what's your name?
Raiden.
Raiden? Strange code name.
Makes up for the boring one my parents gave me.
Maybe I'll find out someday.
All right, we're pretty much done for today, so we'll continue on next time and see what the yelling on the radio was about.
I really want to see Rose again soon.
Donald, you did quite a bit better today than you did last time.
And thank you to the viewers for watching. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe for more.
And as always, peace out, people.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty. Last time we got absolutely bamboozled by this Raiden guy being the character instead of Solid Snake, and Donald's about to go to new struts of the tanker. Also, we met a vampire and Iroquois Pliskin.
Plus, Raiden got a few new items, and we're likely headed into many more minutes of cutscenes since there's probably more antagonists to introduce. Not sure how long the scenes would take, but if they're anything like they have been the last few videos, it's probably going to be over half the runtime.
At least now I have a SOCOM in case I meet any mechanical enemies or cameras, but I'm still trying to do a no-kill run.
So wait, are these people on our side or something? What are they shooting at? Oh no, now I have two love interests, Rose, and this new person. My feelings are conflicted all over again.
Joe, you saw her for the first time right now. How can she be a love interest? Aren't you married?
Come, put me out of my misery.
This is impossible. Nothing will hit her.
Is she the one they call Fortune?
If that's Vamp again, I may have to fight him to prove my worth to Fortune. That's the only logical way I can see this game going.
No, Joe, I'm the one playing the game, not you.
Don't let them take the president! Ready grenades! A dud!
I'm kind of skeptical of her being so fortunate like her name implies. It's odd to just have a dud happen like that, and those bullets earlier clearly were going in her direction and moved in a very nonsensical direction.
Aside from mentioning the direction redundantly like that, I agree with you. It is weird how they moved out of the way so suddenly.
Today is another bad day. Is there anyone here that can give me happiness?
I can give you happiness, Fortune.
So she can just deflect bullets and shoot a railgun like that? How am I even supposed to start fighting her with that against me?
I'm so sorry, my beauties. I'll see you again someday.
All right, let's cue the next codec call to explain for half an hour what just happened in front of us.
Colonel, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team was wiped out.
I see.
What happened to the cargo choppers?
Both of them are at the bottom of the harbor. Looks like your new hosts have a Harrier too.
A Harrier? What is this?
Calm down. It just means they anticipated the attack.
What?
Besides, since the SEALs drew their fire, your infiltration went off without a hitch. On top of that, we know their defensive capabilities.
Are you saying this was all a feint?
Raiden, get a hold of yourself. The entire mission is in your hands now. Do you understand?
I have to say, with Vamp and Fortune's abilities, I'm feeling a little bit outmatched here, but yeah, I'll try and finish this mission with minimal casualties and alerts.
They could be in danger, yes. But we need to consider the possibility that they'll blow the whole shell. If that toxic spell does take place, it'll devastate not only the harbor, but poison the coastline for generations.
That's fine, they can clean it up later.
Raiden, we've had to adjust the mission objectives. The priority is now on removing those C4s that the terrorists wired over the big shell. The president can wait, but this can't.
Colonel, you know I'm no bomb disposal expert.
That's not a problem. The Bravo team brought an explosives pro in with them. He was supposed to stand by on Strut C according to their mission plan. You should find him there.
Strut C should be the next one up, so you won't have to go all that far. Still, this is a major change to the plan.
Strut C and find him.
Understood. But I need to ask you something before I go.
Make it quick.
Who are they? Dead Cell, I mean. They couldn't hit her no matter how hard they tried. And that vampire, too, it's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Yeah, I feel that Raiden, I get that way whenever I think about Joe being the president.
Donald, why are you messing with the character images like that? Shouldn't you be focusing on the call itself?
No, I think it's a lot more entertaining this way.
Seems real.
I've made up my mind to stay with you. Whether this is real or a bad dream, I'll keep watching you till it's over.
Thank you, Rose. And I won't let you be just a dream.
Are you two done? Raiden, you're needed on Strut C.
Did they say anything important? I was too busy watching the images move around.
Essentially that Donald has to be a bomb diffuser now, which is frankly the most dangerous situation I can possibly imagine.
Hey, I took a bomb defusing class in high school once, and it taught me everything I'd ever need to know about defusing a bomb. At some point, the teacher was like, wow, you're so much better at this than I am, and then I became the teacher of the class, which I did in my spare time as I graduated high. School 6 years early due to my higher than average intelligence.
Donald, I don't know what's less likely, you graduating early because of your intelligence, or that there was a class in your high school about defusing bombs.
shoot.
You a cop?
I'm not NYPD. I came in with the Bravo team. Who are you with? And what happened to SEAL Team 10?
They're all dead.
All of them? That's bad.
Did I tell you you could move?
It's all right. He's not one of the bad guys.
He sounds a bit like the DARPA chief in Gray Fox.
Still pointing that thing everywhere, kid.
Yeah, actually, they do sound very alike.
What's your name?
My name is Peter. Peter Stillman.
Lecturer at Nav Scolio at Indian Head. Also a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad.
A poor old man who got dragged along for this picnic.
I thought you'd retired.
I did. Can't keep up with everybody, as you can see. A famous church got wiped off the map thanks to me, with too many lives inside. All I lost was this leg.
Sounds like he didn't do much consulting in that case then.
So you're the bomb disposal guy.
I guess he's all we've got for the job then.
Kid, this is the bomb disposal guy. Open any explosives disposal textbook and you'll see his name.
Just ancient history now.
Why did they bring you out of retirement then?
Because the terrorist group here includes one of my students, the Emperor of Explosives, Fatman. He built an atomic bomb when he was only 10.
Big deal, I made mine when I was 3.
In a sense.
And that's why you're here.
I'm pretty rusty. I was supposed to supervise the bomb disposal. Looks like it was taken care of before I had my turn.
I wouldn't say that. There are at least 2 people here who can claim to be experts at bomb disposal.
Are you two with SEAL Team 10? I didn't see you at the mission briefing.
Yeah, we all showed up late.
Oh, we're with another squad. My name is Pliskin, Lieutenant Junior Grade. Honored to meet you, sir.
Mr. Pliskin, do you have any experience with explosives disposal?
Don't worry about me. And he looks young, but he can do it. But we need more manpower.
I'm,
What's your name?
Raiden.
That's an odd name.
Any other survivors?
There was also an engineer with me.
An engineer?
Yes, Raiden, that is what he just said.
A skinny guy. He went in with us.
Where is he?
I haven't seen him since that skirmish.
Was he killed?
I don't think so. I didn't find his body.
I see.
They told me he was a security systems architect for the big shell.
Why would they take a civilian along?
Everything in this structure is computer controlled. He was supposed to get us past all the security measures.
I never heard anything about that.
He had official orders with him.
Are we supposed to know him?
We'll leave that for later. Right now, we need to figure out how to deal with all the bombs.
But there's no one left from the SEAL's EOD squad.
Yup, so we have to do it ourselves.
But I've never defused a bomb before. Hold on a sec.
Off to confer with the CO again?
I know I joke about it, but these are a lot of codec calls and cutscenes.
Glad to hear Stillman is safe. Assist him in any way possible to clear the C4 from the structure.
Colonel, you know I've never been trained in bomb disposal.
It's all right. The man you're working with is the best in the field. All you have to do is follow his directions. You will, of course, keep your identity and mission objectives to yourself.
Is it true that an engineer came in with Stillman?
I wasn't informed of that. It's probably something the SEALs decided on their own.
I'm not following along that well.
There are more important issues at hand, Raiden. The enemy may retaliate for the failed assault. Get those C4s neutralized now.
Colonel, I'm not qualified for bomb disposal.
Jack, it's me.
Rose?
You can do this. Trust me.
You haven't had bomb disposal training per se in VR, but you're more than capable of handling C4.
This is a little different from using C4.
You're up for this. You know that.
How about it, kid? Are the results in yet?
Yeah, Pliskin, the results are great like always.
There's no need to think about this so much. You won't actually be dismantling the bomb. That's not for amateurs. What we'll try here instead is a temporary freezing measure. Here, look at this.
Oh good, I made up that whole thing about the bomb defusal class in high school, so I'm glad I don't really have to dismantle anything.
We figured you just made it up.
This is a C4 bomb.
For no reason in particular can I be the one handling the bombs. You all know how I get around them by now.
It's live. You can see it pulsing. Now you spray this on the sucker and there we go. Simple, huh? The spray freezes the detonator instantly.
How long does the effect last?
There's no way the thing can detonate in this condition. Even if you leave it alone, it'll stay out of commission for at least 24 hours.
That's enough time.
If we had the manpower, I'd recommend complete disposal. But this will have to do. The spray can be used from several yards away. Now check the floor, ceiling, walls, under a table, everywhere. Try to imagine the locations the bomber would choose.
There are a lot of jokes I can make to that statement, but in an attempt to keep our monetization active and our channel not get deleted immediately due to hate speech, I will refrain from making those jokes.
That's for the best.
Spectrometer. It can recognize ionized gas emitted by C4s.
The what? In other words, that little gadget sniffs out C4's scent.
That's right. I've established a link up with your radar network, so any scent detected will be represented visually. Have the sensor activated and keep your eye on the radar.
What if he's using some other odorless substance?
We can't find the bombs, then game over.
I know Fatman well. I know how into his own aesthetics he is.
Signatures?
Yes, on every bomb he builds, he always leaves a trace of the cologne he uses. The sensor also picks up that particular scent spectrum.
Is that something he learned from you?
No, it was his own quirk. He wouldn't work by any rules except his own, and he followed them like a religion. And common sense wasn't one of his strong points.
Kind of like Joe.
I thought I taught him everything I knew. I have no children of my own, and I thought I found a son in him. He had the right stuff, you know. There's something very unusual about an ability like that. Even at Indian Head, he got special treatment. I remember some people called him one of the fat cats. Maybe that's what started all this. I didn't teach him the most important thing I had to tell him. There are some things you have to pass on. The trick is to know which one. Right. All I taught him was skills. And now I have to stop him from using it to destroy us all.
If I'm playing then, I'll definitely stop him easily.
Let's see how well that sensor works.
All right. I'm activating them. Watch. You see the green stuff on the radar? That's a visual representation of the C4 scent detected by the sensor.
It's a pretty big area, isn't it?
Don't complain. It's better than nothing.
Just activate the sensors and search the area, okay?
All right.
Don't forget that you need the radar to use the system. Log into the node at every strut and turn the radar on.
We have to keep out of the enemy's sight, too.
Because the radar gets knocked offline when we're spotted?
Exactly. Fatman would have allotted some C4s here in Strut C as well.
Here?
This is a really long explanation.
No kidding.
I know the structure of this facility, and if he wants to take out the plant, where he would target.
You know this for sure?
Of course. I taught him the techniques he uses. His ideas are based on my theories. Demolition is a kind of ideology. It makes no exceptions for time or place. Big shell consists of 2 hexagons joined end on end, north to south. There should be packets of C4s on each of the vertices, or the struts in this case. You need at least that to take a building of this integrity out.
Nice to see the layout here.
6 on shell 1, another 6 on shell 2. A total of 12 bombs at least.
Considering the shell's architecture and composition from an engineering standpoint, that's my conclusion, and it's exactly what he would have decided as well.
The guys were over 15.5 minutes in, and Donald has only needed to give input for less than 1 minute so far. This is quite a stretch of not playing the game.
This place is all yours. I'll take care of shell 2.
Take this.
I'm liking what I see, but yes, this is not a great proportion of gaming time to watching scenes time.
What's this?
Security card issued to Shell personnel.
Have we even seen a locked door here yet?
Don't think so.
The Big Shell security layout includes varying levels of clearance. The clearance level is identified by the number printed on these doors. Raiden, your card key can open doors with security clearance level 1. Pliskin, your card can get you into level 3 areas. You'll need it to get next door to Shell 2.
I don't recognize that room.
How did you get this?
That engineer I told you about gave it to me. He was supposed to program a set of all access cards once we were on site. Unfortunately, this card won't get you into every area of this structure.
I'll find a way to get through then.
We'll have to deal with the remaining security lockouts as they come up. Let's get going. You stay here.
No, I'm going.
The 2 of us can handle it, don't worry.
But...
You'll just slow us down with that leg of yours. There's a war going on here. I don't have time to babysit anymore.
He can be our remote guide to help.
Why don't you just let us handle the grunt work? You can tell us what to do over the radio, like in the original mission plan.
All right. I'll give you instructions from here. I may also need to prepare a backup plan just in case.
In case of what?
Good luck to both of you. This is a dangerous one.
Who dares, wins.
I wonder what just in case means here.
If anything comes up, let me know. My frequency is 140.25.
Good luck, kid. I'll see you later. Semper Fi.
That man's no SEAL. I don't even think he's a Navy man.
What?
Semper Fi. Marine Corps talk.
That didn't take long to blow his cover.
Normally, team leaders stay in the CP and give orders with those headphones. And as far as I know, SEALs keep their officers away from the field. And who dares wins is a model of the British Special Air Service.
Did we ever come up with an expression for my Space Force?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is he one of the terrorists then?
No, somehow I don't think so. If there's someone to suspect, I'd put my money on you. Just take care of those bombs for now.
What about you? They could be back in this area soon.
It would be interesting for us to see him get away from an alert phase, just like Raiden or Snake would. Kind of sad, too, with one leg, though.
Out in this pantry for a while. If I lock the door, it should be all right. Plenty of food in here, too, so you don't need to worry about me. I'll give you instructions by codec from here.
Are there any popsicles in there?
Good luck, kid. Bomb disposal is a face-off with your own mortality. Don't let the fear get to you. When you give in to the fear, the darkness comes.
Okay, does anybody else want to have a cutscene? Should Vamp or Fortune come back to give a 30-minute introduction on the next strut? Or perhaps the Colonel will call us up and tell him about what he ate for breakfast this morning. Do I actually get to play the game?
It looks like you actually do get to play it, yes. Now let's go over the least likely thing I'd ever expect you to do, and that's stopping a bomb from exploding. You do have that sensor to tell you generally where it is, so that should be good. It'll probably take a while to get them all, so that's likely what you'll be doing today.
You should probably check the restroom first. If this guy's named Fatman, then he must be going to the restroom a lot, especially if he eats those prune juice flavored popsicles like I do, so that's a good start.
Okay, none of that made any sense, but I will go in there because the sensor is detecting there's a bomb somewhere in this room. Not sure exactly where, but you just happen to be right.
Who would just naturally leave these items in stalls like this?
No clue, Jordan, but more importantly, Donald, it seems you found the bomb. This should be really easy to freeze from this distance.
Yeah, this will take a few seconds. That was pretty easy.
Raiden here. I took care of the C4 in Strut C. The ceiling of the women's bathroom was set to blow.
That's not like him.
Anything wrong?
Maybe. Pliskin's reported other locations too, and none of them are effective demolition points.
What do you mean?
It means that they wouldn't be the best places to choose if you wanted to destroy this place.
Are you saying they don't plan on blowing the shell up?
It certainly seems that way. So far we haven't seen anything but a waste of good explosives. Unless, of course, we're missing something.
A trap?
He couldn't have overlooked the fact that I would be called into this. There's something going on.
That Kodak background looked a little different than normal. Not sure if that was just a glitch, but that's all right since now we get to move on. Let's leave the women's restroom and get to another strut to keep the diffusing action going.
We're also going to cut around a little bit more like right now, for example, just to not show too much backtracking, especially if there's nothing new there.
That's probably for the best, but where is the bomb here?
Oh, that was really easy. It only took a few seconds of looking around. Now I just have to freeze it and then we'll already have 2 down.
Do you have any ideas of where the next ones are going to be?
Yeah, actually I do. I noticed back in the strut we came to first after that elevator that there was a door that went down. I don't think I tried it or even mentioned it, but that's probably where the next bomb is. I'm sure the sensor will give a better idea, but that's likely it.
That is a pretty good idea, but I would have put it much closer to the water if I was really trying to be tricky in my placement. Either way, your idea is much closer, so that is a good starting place.
Yeah, I'm the best when it comes to ideas.
You You certainly didn't have the best idea about a good hiding spot.
Nobody asked you, Joe. Anyway, I'm thinking the bomb is somewhere over here where I have to crawl, but I have no idea where it is exactly. So if anybody that isn't Joe wants to talk about something, now is the time.
Actually, yes, there was something that I did want to mention. A couple of parts ago, one of us asked which Metal Gear game was your favorite. We decided we'll on occasion ask a comment question and then answer a lot of them at once later on in the playthrough to give more people time to answer. I don't think we did one last time, so now is a good time for the question today. What is your favorite Metal Gear character? This could be from any game, not just the ones we've played, but since we're only midway through the second game, we don't have a lot to work with. I'd say my favorite is Gray Fox just because of his tragic backstory and interesting design.
I don't really have much input on this since I'm so new, so I'll let you all answer this yourselves.
My answer will always be Solid Snake, not this poser Raiden, but he's not bad to control, so he could be worse.
I'll answer after the inevitable Kodak call right about now.
This is Raiden. The C4 found in Strut A has been frozen and disposed of. Explosives were planted in the pump room on the first floor.
This is all wrong. This is something only an amateur would do.
What do you mean?
All the bombs that have been found so far don't appear to be in the right kind of locations. And the quantity of explosives isn't sufficient either.
Even Fatman can make mistakes, right?
No, there's something else going on here. Get a move on with the disposal, Raiden. I've got a bad feeling about this.
Do you think it's a trap?
I don't know, but I'm gonna tell Pliskin to watch his back too. Just hurry.
My personal favorite is a tie between Meryl Sniper Wolf, Rose, and Fortune, but I just couldn't decide between all of them. They're all so great.
Okay, anyway, let's just move on from your biased opinion. I have to agree with Donald that Solid Snake is my favorite, with Liquid Snake at a close second place.
I'm glad you agree and think I'm the more reasonable one of us when it comes to opinions.
Donald, is there something that you enjoy about getting caught? I swear you like getting spotted by the enemy more than Joe likes women in these games.
No, Barack, I do not enjoy getting spotted. It just happens frequently because this game knows I'm playing, so it gives more opportunities for enemies to see me. It's probably been rigged like the election recently. Unless I won, in that case, it wasn't rigged.
That doesn't make any sense, Donald, but more importantly, you're at a new strut you haven't seen before, meaning the radar won't help you until you find the node, and get the radar back to normal.
For Donald's sake, I hope he gets it soon as there's a bomb here too, and we have no idea where most of the enemies are going to be.
Well, that was fast. At least there's a good idea of the layout. I'm going to explore for a while before going to the bomb, just so I can figure out where the guards are and to know if there's any other items. I think I can get through without being spotted again, but we'll find out soon.
I'm betting yes, you will get caught, since you got spotted in the area between struts and the one with all the crawling, so I'm not seeing why this is going to be any different. I'm sure you won't get caught right now, but it's coming.
I also think you're going to get caught, Donald, but I hope you prove me wrong.
All right, guys, I need complete concentration for this next part, otherwise I may get caught after all.
Did I miss something? I'm not sure what you were focusing on exactly.
Oh no, I just needed a moment where you all weren't doubting my sneaking abilities was all.
Sorry about that, Donald. We don't mean to be doubtful of you or anything. It's more that you seem to have this trend of failing a lot when it comes to not being seen. Most of that was in the second part, though you have been doing better. I do think it is time for us to wipe the slate clean now that you're in a new area with a new character. Even if none of us prefers him over that Liquid or Solid or whatever Snake guy, I believe you can improve and do much better about not getting more alerts.
Thank you, Joe. Those good words almost make me feel bad about the times where I called you demented and senile and unfit to be president. Not completely, but almost.
You know what, I think Joe is right. I'm sure if I, for example, were to play this, then I would probably be even worse than you are now. So I think it's forgivable that you aren't exactly doing the best. You can definitely be better, and I think we're going to see that up ahead.
I appreciate that, Jordan. It's time I get this next bomb defused and show you all what skill I really have here.
I remain skeptical, but will still show my support when I can.
Yeah, that's about how I thought this would go. I'm not sure what else we should have expected with all that support Donald was getting. Now he's panicking and probably going to get even more alerts than he already has.
No, I've got this, guys. I will not be panicking by any means. You will all see my success soon.
You're about to get caught again. Oh wow, I am very surprised that Donald got seen yet again. It's not like I didn't say that would happen right before. Who could have known?
All right, are you coming up with any great ideas on how you'll get out of here, freeze the bomb, and survive with the guards coming at you?
Yeah, I'm going to hide out here for a moment, then go out when I think it's safe. I think the coast is clear now.
Donald, I don't think you could have picked a worse time to go out there if you tried. Now, they all know exactly where you are, and there's no place to hide.
Well, in that case, it couldn't hurt for me to test out my shooting skills. Non-lethally, of course, but I'm about to tranquilize these people like they've never felt before. Once this guy's down, that will do it.
Should that count as him being seen again, as it was in the same encounter that he was already in?
Normally, I would probably say no, but considering Donald's performance the past few minutes, I'm not inclined to give him the benefit of the doubt, so I'll say yes, it counts against him.
Despite everything that just happened, we did learn more of the general layout, and Donald did get an M9 in that room in case he needs it later on. Not that it outweighs him getting seen 4 times or anything like that, though I'm trying to look at this like a glass half full situation, even though realistically it's more like 1/10 full now.
Yeah, all right, I could have done better there, but I think what's most important is I survived, and I think I know where the bomb is. It's right around here, and I think it's actually down below in the area I couldn't get into from the lower section.
For your sake, I hope you're right. I don't want to see you getting caught 5 more times in the same room, if that's all right with you.
And would you look at that, I was correct. It's only common for me to be correct, so I'm not surprised but glad I could show you all my accuracy in full display.
Sometimes I wonder how you can be reasonably good at finding exact locations of bombs and shooting accuracy at certain points, but the main part about not being caught you just can't figure out. I know you're like 78 now, but your mind works very interestingly.
I like to keep people on their toes and make them wonder what I'm going to do next. I think it makes me less predictable as a person and expert gamer.
I think you're just making up a reason for your less than stellar gameplay here, but fine, it is certainly entertaining for us, even though it's kind of sad to watch at the same time.
It is pretty sad, yeah. Almost as sad as me when I go to the popsicle store and they're out since I bought them all the last time I went in.
Be careful, there are claymore mines around there.
Who is this?
Stealth-equipped claymore mines, invisible to the naked eye. Use the mine detector.
Identify yourself.
Just call me Deep Throat.
Deep Throat? You mean from Shadow Moses?
Mr. X, then.
Mr. X now, is it? Why would it matter if I called you Deep Throat?
Is this guy's nickname really Deep Throat? I can imagine why this game would get an M for mature rating with something so blatantly obscene like this.
I thought the same thing before, but no, this is actually a reference to the Watergate scandal, not the other thing that you're thinking of.
Do you know anything about it?
No. And whoever it wasn't a burst transmission. The transmission was sent from within the big shell.
He called himself Deep Throat at first. Do you think...
I caught that part too, but the possibility of it being true is none. Gray Fox was the one who used that alias in Shadow Moses, and he's dead.
Is it an enemy trap?
Could be. Exercise extreme caution.
That very suspiciously was just like the previous game where Gray Fox, using that same nickname, warned the main character about mines that otherwise wouldn't be visible to us. Gray Fox apparently came back from the dead once, so I don't know why he couldn't again. Either that, or it's someone who knows about the Gray Fox character, at least since that's too specific of an event to be a coincidence.
Or maybe it was Otacon facing his fears and becoming like the same guy who made him wet his pants before. I wonder if he ever changed his clothes or if he just kept wearing them after it happened.
I do appreciate you mentioning when something similar happens in the other game, even though I haven't played it. Seems like that's happened a few times based on all of your comments about these events so far.
Yeah, there's the Deep Throat guy, the elevator scene up Revolver, Ocelot, and Liquid Snake's arm. There's a lot that's similar here. I wonder if that's on purpose.
Jack, do you remember the day we met?
I'm kind of busy right now, Rose.
You're right, sorry.
I do remember. It was right after I transferred to New York. There are all these tourists around you in front of the Federal Hall.
A group of middle-aged Japanese ladies came up and asked me which building it was that King Kong was climbing in the movie.
Guys, I'm lost. Is this related to the game or something?
For once, Joe, I can't blame you. I have no idea what she's talking about.
No, it's the Empire State.
I said the Chrysler building was in Godzilla.
We started arguing, and I forgot all about the tourists. I was insisting that I was right, and you were doing the same. The next thing we knew, the Japanese women had gone away, and we ended up going to the Skyscraper Museum to see who had the better recall.
We argued all the way to Battery Park.
And for nothing.
Since the museum was closed, we went our separate ways from the museum.
As you all know, I am the master of facts and logic, but I can't think of a single reason why this conversation is happening during such an important mission.
We were actually working at the same place.
That night, we went up to the top of the Empire State.
It was so beautiful. I could look down on the Chrysler building from 120 stories above ground.
I felt overwhelmed. I didn't care anymore who was right.
And that was our first date.
We watched King Kong in your apartment a bunch of times that night. Didn't sleep till morning. If it weren't for that coincidence, we wouldn't be together.
I know. I'm sorry, Jack. I'm taking up your time again.
What?
Take care.
Okay, now that we're done with the most useless codec call in the entire series so far, Joe, there is something I was going to ask you. What is it with you and popsicles exactly? I started to think about that since you mentioned it earlier, and I hadn't thought about why you'd enjoy them so much. I know I've seen posts online about you liking ice cream, but not really popsicles as much.
That is a good question. I realized the moment where I mentioned how much I like chocolate chip ice cream, I would be known as the president who likes ice cream more than anything, so at that moment I knew I had to change that. I believe it was when we started the first Metal Gear Solid playthrough I mentioned how much I like popsicles since I do, and wanted to have that be my legacy instead. I want the history books to write me as the kind of president who likes popsicles rather than one who likes ice cream.
So to be sure I understand correctly, you didn't want other people to think of you as a president that liked a frozen dessert-like item such as ice cream.
That is correct.
So instead of that, you would rather have people think of you as a president that liked a frozen dessert-like item such as popsicles instead, despite them conceptually being so similar?
That is also correct. Hold on, I think I'm seeing where I made a mistake.
I can see several, mainly the part where you think that's the part people will remember about you the most, but there's also the obvious one where you are still wanting to be known for liking a specific kind of frozen treat, just not quite the same one as ice cream, which is not much different as Ben had already established.
Yeah, I didn't really think that plan through all that much now that you mention it.
Do you people see what I had to put up with for 8 years? This was a daily occurrence at the White House.
And then Donald gets caught yet again, who didn't see that one coming. You didn't find a bomb either, nor did I see one on the radar. Not that we can really check it now for obvious reasons, but it looks like you'll need to fight through these people before a more thorough search can happen.
Don't worry, everyone, I got this. I just kind of fell behind on my not getting caught idea I was planning, but it's all right, they're defeated now. Also, I actually changed my mind on this area, and I'm going to go up it later on. For now, I'm going to search the other strut that I haven't seen yet before at all, then go up higher.
As long as you don't get caught, you should be fine, though it seems right now that's a lot to ask. I know we keep bringing it up, and it's probably getting repetitive, but it keeps happening, so it's not like it isn't relevant.
Anyone care to guess on how many times Donald is going to get spotted by the end of this part? I'm guessing twice.
I'm going to go with twice as well. That sounds about right.
4 times is more realistic at the rate he's going at.
I'm thinking 3 times is most likely.
I'm not getting caught anymore this point on. I can do this.
There is no possible way you're getting through the rest of this video, much less this whole game, without being seen. At no point have you demonstrated that you're even aware that being spotted is something you should not be doing to progress with the game.
All right, I'll prove it to you this way. I'm getting the node and the bomb without getting caught right here. Nobody is going to be stopping me from success right here, right now.
Donald, at this point, I refuse to believe you aren't pranking us right now. There is no possible way you aren't doing this deliberately for entertainment value. I wouldn't be surprised if Hideo Kojima himself patches the game midway through the playthrough just to remove the guards so they can't see you, and yet you'd still find a way to get an alert even with that. I mean, what goes through your mind playing this game, except you playing golf after this session is over, where you get 130 over par?
I haven't exactly been keeping count, but I think Donald has gotten caught up to this time in the game more than Joe did in the entirety of Metal Gear Solid. I'd say that is an accomplishment if it were something good, but it's not at all. The only thing you have going for you is that you haven't killed anyone in the game to my knowledge, but we all know that's not going to be the case by the end of the game.
All right, I'll admit I haven't been doing as well when it comes to not being seen in the game, but rest assured at the ending where the game shows the results, it's going to say 0 for the amount of kills, because I know ahead of time I'm going through all of this with no lethality.
Donald, I don't mean for this to sound bad, but you really need to stop getting caught, so my guess is right since anymore, and it'll go over the 2 that I guessed a little bit ago. If my favorite person ever, Rose or Colonel Campbell, want to make a really long codec call to last the whole rest of the video, now would be a great time.
Did you hear that radio announcement? It means you should be careful and not handle yourself recklessly like everything else you've been doing.
Yeah, don't worry, I got it, I'll be fine.
Is there any particular reason you decided you would pick up one person while the other one was only knocked down and still conscious? That wasn't a well thought through idea, but then again, you haven't shown any of those today, so I can't be too surprised.
You know what, I think the bomb is in here since there isn't much else around here and the sensor indicates it's somewhere in the vicinity.
I still don't get what it is about you where you don't know how to stay out of the guard's sight, but you immediately know where each bomb is and how to get to it easily.
It's one of my many hidden talents.
This is Raiden. Disposal of the C4 in Strut D is complete. Explosives were planted on the maintenance hatch.
Good work. Only one more left to go.
This is Pliskin. Do you read me, Pete?
I'm here. What's up?
Raiden, you need to hear this too.
I'm listening.
I checked out the bottom of Strut H for you, Pete.
Wait, what's this about?
I asked Pliskin to look around. Knowing Fatman, I can't shake the feeling that all the bombs so far were just wrong.
This codec call seems a lot more important than the one before, so that's nice.
Packed into the bottom of a strut. Pete called it right.
I knew he had the real thing up his sleeve.
So all the other ones were dummies?
No, they're a threat, all right. But the detonation wouldn't be enough to destroy the entire shell. But the C4s Pliskin found would inflict serious structural damage.
That's not the bad news either. These are sensor-proof.
What?
New model, I guess. The ionization sensor can't detect them. The whole thing is sealed tight to prevent vapor leak, and there's no trace of that cologne signature. Pete, looks like he fooled you.
I better not have to find even more bombs that don't get detected on that sensor. My hidden talent of finding bombs only really works if the sensor is working.
I mean, it would actually still be working, just not useful for those specific bombs.
I will see for myself.
You can't move fast enough.
He's right. I can try the spray from a distance.
Hold on. There's something not right about this one. I can feel it.
Well, Pete, should I come back and get you?
No, there's no need. Raiden, you have one left to go, correct?
Right, except for those scentless ones.
How about you, Pliskin?
I have 2 left, not counting this one.
Okay. It'll have to be me. I have the level 4 card that'll get me into Shell 2 in any case.
You'll never make it. With that bad leg of yours, they'll spot you for sure.
That won't happen. I can walk just fine.
Wait, what? How can he even do that, though?
What do you mean?
That bomb, 5 years ago. I messed up. Even with all my experience, I lost it. And the church was lost in the explosion. All those kids playing nearby, too. These past 5 years, I've lived a lie.
Lied?
Yes, lied. I didn't lose my leg in the explosion. So many dead. All because of my mistake. All I could think about was hiding from the crime, shielding myself from the public outcry. I wanted people to be sorry for me, for my weakness.
Sounds like one of those fake news crisis actors.
I'm a victim myself because I couldn't bear to face the families of the real victims. This is no prosthetic. I can keep my footing on catwalks and hike over deserts. I lived my life so well, I haven't even answered to myself for my sins. It was supposed to be a shield, and it's become a shroud instead. I've killed my soul by playing the victim. Instead of protecting me, it's made my life even more hellish.
What good can that do the victims?
I know. I'm a coward.
Hey, Pete.
God forgive me.
Are all these codec calls about character backstories common? It seems like this isn't entirely relevant to the mission, or at least not Raiden or Pliskin's parts.
Yeah, this will probably happen quite a bit more often than it already has.
No one should teach the skills I taught him without a clear conscience. This is the only way I can diffuse my own sins.
I get you, Pete. That one's all yours. You got it, Raiden?
I understand.
Pete, I've taken care of guards in struts G and H of Shell 2. I wouldn't recommend you go into any of the other struts.
I owe you one.
I'll get back to freezing the baby bombs then.
You do that too, Raiden.
I'm on it.
I'll have the radio with me if you need to get in touch. Just don't ask for Peg Leg Peter. He's gone for good.
Well, that was certainly a lot to take in. On one hand, I'm glad he's going to be more practically helpful, but it's also put a big dent in his credibility based on his lies. I'm not sure if that's going to factor into the story much at all, though.
I don't really think it will. Most of the backstories given during codec calls were just for character building last time, so I wouldn't imagine it would be much different. And even if it was different there, it's not like we have much of a choice aside from freezing the bombs.
I'm skipping ahead a bit back to those stairs to look for the last bomb.
Oh, nice. Thanks for saving us some time with that. Let's see what's next.
I imagine probably a codec call cutscene or both.
Puzzling. I saw a man dressed like a ninja just now.
Ninja?
It's the only way to describe it. A kind of cyborg ninja complete with a sword.
What?
Are you hiding something from me?
Olga, are you sure it wasn't an Arsenal Tengu?
Don't be a fool. Think I wouldn't know the difference?
Oh, hey, it's that one lady from the tanker. I'm really glad she, of all people, survived. I might have to rizz her up later, if you know what I mean.
One more thing. You'll find it hard to believe, though. I saw a man hiding under a cardboard box.
Where?
On the connecting bridge to Shell 2. So you believe me this time?
I've seen someone use that box trick before. We'll lay a trap on the Shell 2 connecting bridge.
Over and out, then.
Freeze! You must be one of Dead Cell.
Of course not. What a thing to say.
Drop your gun!
Not a chance.
With acrobatics like that, I'm surprised she's not the cyborg ninja. If she were that athletic during the first part, Donald never would have gotten past her at all.
To be honest, you're probably right. I don't want to think about the idea of fighting her or the cyborg ninja at all.
Yeah, let's do another call because why not at this point?
I saw a female soldier. Russian. Must be Olga Gerlukovich. How do you know? Unlike you, I've been briefed.
She's not a Dead Cell?
No. She commands a Russian private army.
They must be the ones patrolling the big shell.
That's right. She's led the group ever since her old man, Colonel Gerlukovich, died. Watch yourself with her. She's a tough one.
All right, Donald, you don't have to fight her now at the very least, so let's just focus on freezing the last bomb. I have to say this is definitely a weird spot to put it, since it wouldn't affect the foundation of the strut at all, since it's so much higher up. Even without all of the dialogue from Peter, this would seem very suspicious. I think the most optimal place to cause damage would be closer to the bottom of the struts.
That is strange, yeah. Then again, if the guy's nickname is Fatman, then maybe he's just not physically in a position to go down to the lower strut sections. Aside from the one with the elevator, I don't even think Donald can go down further than the top of the struts.
All right, everyone, on a more important note, I'm about to freeze the last bomb. It's somewhere here, but we'll at least not have to worry about that anymore. I imagine Pliskin would be able to freeze the ones he is near so we wouldn't have to worry about those. Unless the game wants me to do even more after this.
Any ideas on where exactly this bomb is down here?
I don't really think so. Oh wait, it's right here. I just missed it somehow. Now the bomb mission should be complete.
I have the last C4 frozen. There's nothing showing up on the sensor now.
Good work, Raiden.
You're way ahead of me, kid. I still have one to go.
How's your bomb, Peter?
It's a bomb, all right. Sealed C4, and in huge quantities.
You think there's another one in Shell 1?
For sure. Somewhere at the bottom of Strut A.
Well, so much for the mission being done after all. At least you know right where it is for next time you play.
Shell 2 will be well on its way to destruction.
You mean that Shell 2 will actually sink?
Not immediately. There'll still be 5 struts left. But if Shell 1 loses a strut at the same time, it'll be a very different story. The big shell's structural integrity depends on a very exact balance. If both shells lose a strut each, the whole structure will tear itself apart under its own weight.
What do we do?
I have a sensor that can locate even those scentless C4s.
He definitely could have mentioned that a while ago and saved us a lot of stress.
Bomb detector.
You brought that stuff with you?
Of course. I made the calibrations while I was in the pantry.
Does it work?
I just tested it, and it definitely responds. But the best I can do is a sound beacon, not the radar.
Sound?
The shorter the interval between beacons, the closer the target.
I get you.
There's another one in that pantry I was in. You can...
All right, everyone, we're about done, so let's do the outro while the codec finishes here.
Your performance was certainly interesting today, and bad or good, I look forward to seeing what comes next.
Next time, Donald, we'll go after that last bomb here and likely a lot of other unexpected events.
Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
And peace out, people. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty. We cut away back to this place to get an item, and then we'll get rid of another bomb that we didn't know about until the end of the last part.
I have sensor B.
Good. Head to the bottom of Strut A.
How's your invisible bomb?
I'm looking at it, but I'm keeping my distance. How's Pliskin doing?
A few more minutes. I just got to the last strut, but there are a few enemy sentries I have to take care of.
Does it look bad, Peter?
Maybe. It's an odd one. The detonator hasn't been activated.
We're just starting off with a codec call immediately, aren't we? This must make for a strange introduction when we can't even say hello to the viewers without a call here.
Is that it?
I'm about to freeze it. Then...
Wait! Pliskin!
Did something bad happen?
Damn! That was it!
What's going on?
The detonator just woke up. It's counting down!
What happened?
The big ones were rigged to be activated when all the baby C4s went offline. Raiden, the one in Shell 1 should be counting down too. Hurry!
What's the remaining time?
400 seconds.
400 seconds?
Raiden, move! Get to the bottom of Strut A now!
I am definitely cutting away to the elevator. I'm not making the viewers go through all of the traveling over there.
All right, to give a bit more proper of an introduction, in the last part, Donald froze several bombs left around by a guy named Fatman, but now there's yet another that he needs to freeze. That, and we met with someone named Vamp for a second time, along with a lady named Fortune that shots can't hit, so I hope we don't see her again.
That pretty much sums it up. I wonder why the timer stopped when time is obviously still moving.
Raiden, Pliskin, listen carefully.
What is it?
I fell for it.
Fell for what?
That man has my number. A proximity trigger. Microwave.
Microwave?
With a 7-foot range. It's not a technique I taught him. Neither was that multi-bomb booby trap. Looks like he's far surpassed me as far as explosives technique goes. As for the rest...
Pete, get the hell out of there.
Pliskin seems worried what's going to happen.
It's too late.
No!
Pliskin, get away from Strut H as fast as you can.
Pete!
Raiden! Keep your distance. Use the spray from as far away as possible.
Me?
You can do it. I know that.
I'm not so sure.
But I am. Do it. I know you can.
Guys, I don't think he made it out of there. Even the codec was shaking from that explosion. I didn't even know that could happen.
While Donald looks for the bomb, I've been wondering something. Despite Raiden going down, the elevator time did not go down. Time also never seems to actively pass while Raiden is in the codec call. So in context of the game world, does the codec just stop time? Has there ever been a point where Snake or Raiden would be interrupted by a guard during a call? Does the main character have to be in a discrete location as to not get interrupted? And what exactly does saving do for these characters? Obviously it's meant for the player to save progress, but what would it do for the characters and what do they experience when it happens?
Jordan, these are all great questions, but I don't think there's going to be any way to answer them. The series in general is more unique for the characters acknowledging they're in a game to a degree, whereas usually it's just something that would be only for the player. It just happens a lot, and it's something you'll have to accept is a part of the experience, even if there is no explanation behind it.
Okay, I guess I can live with that.
Hey Donald, how's the bomb search going?
Well, I have a lot of time to look at least, but... Oh, hey, there it is. The coolant was blocking at that time. At least I've got it now.
Colonel, I've neutralized the bomb.
Good work, Raiden.
It was a great loss for everyone.
Yes, it was.
Colonel, any damage report on the explosion?
Seems that the duct for diverting the contaminated seawater was destroyed, and the central section of Shell 2 is flooding. The explosions ignited the oil slick on the surface.
What about the toxins?
The chemicals stayed in containment. There's no immediate danger.
Even though Peter most likely died and there was definite damage, at least most of it was relegated to the other part and not this half so much.
The bomb is over for now.
What's the next objective?
Rescue the president. Get back to the upper level.
Roger that.
I'd think we would still have to fight Fatman at some point. I can't imagine he would just try to bomb the whole place and leave, unlike some administrations in the past few decades.
Was that directed at me? I may have bombed quite a few places, yeah, but not like this exactly.
Raiden, the terrorists have retaliated for our bomb neutralization.
What?
A hostage has been killed, shot in the head. They shot one of them on the roof, just to make sure we caught it. One of our satellites caught it clear as day.
Damn.
They announced they would kill one every hour from now on.
What are my orders? What should I do?
Stay with your mission objective. Rescue the president.
I don't want to be in any danger, Raiden. You better save me from them.
How many times do we have to say it? He doesn't mean you, Joe.
They're all in danger.
Jack, be reasonable. I know what you're feeling, but you can't save them all.
No, not by myself.
Are you expecting that Pliskin to come through?
Well...
Looks like he's turned his radio off too.
I can't complete this mission by myself.
That man was not included in the simulation. He is not a factor in this mission.
What do you mean by that, Colonel?
Your mission must remain a solo effort.
This is the fourth codec call in the same part so far, and we're barely 5 minutes in. The game designers really wanted a lot to be explained here.
Is wait. In the meantime, you're our only hope.
I understand.
Raiden, go and rescue the president. You can start off by getting to the upper level of Strut A.
All right, now, let's move on to the next part before some other cutscene starts. I didn't even finish my sentence and we're already starting one again.
Oh yeah, Fortune's back. This is going to be a really great time today. I'm so happy to be here.
I can't tell you how happy I am that you were alive after all. I knew this moment would come.
This isn't looking good for me.
Show yourself and finish me. Like you finished off my father. Otherwise, you'll be the one to die.
Oh, crap.
All right, Donald, if you could just not fight her and let me make my moves on her, that would be good.
This could be interesting. You've seen the fires of hell, haven't you? Maybe you can give me death.
That's quite a strange thing to want from someone.
My name is Fortune, lucky in war and nothing else. And without a death to call my own. Hurry, kill me, please.
Joe, as unfortunate as it is, I think you're actually about to get your wish. I straight up don't think I can win against her. The cutscene near the start of the other part showed bullets just traveled right around her suddenly. I highly doubt my tranquilizer is going to get much better luck. I don't know what grenades I have in stock, but they would probably all just be duds anyway, too. I don't think anybody has tried hitting her in person, but I don't really want to do that both morally and also because she's firing electricity all over the place.
Yeah, I'm struggling to think of any better ideas. It's kind of weird because she has so little health that if you were actually able to get a working strategy, then it would be done really quickly, but that's not the case. Is there something in the room we can use to attack her at all? Maybe that forklift?
I'm pretty sure her railgun lightning attack would hit Raiden way before he could even start the forklift. If only Snake were here, then he would probably have some way of defeating her that Raiden doesn't.
Maybe if you change the controller port, it will stop her railgun from firing. Or you can use something non-lethal so I get my Riz time with her. If only Rose were here with us, that would make it even better.
Joe, I didn't understand any of that, but more importantly, Donald, your cover is quickly getting destroyed by her. It's only a matter of time before you're not going to have anything in between you and her.
Yeah, I get that, but there's really nothing else I can do. I'm just kind of staying here thinking of ideas on how to fight her while having a clear disadvantage. Am I even supposed to fight her at all?
Hey, that elevator has something going on there. Do you want to check that out soon?
When I don't have someone shooting lightning at me, I'll check it out, but right now I'm a little preoccupied.
Oh yeah, you're right. I have to say most of this part has been just codec calls and cutscenes so far, and even the part that you actually have control over doesn't leave you with many options on how to actually make progress. I can only wonder what the gameplay to cutscene ratio is like. I think we're watching it for more than half the time. Granted, some of the gameplay that's just backtracking is being cut out, but still.
I can see how a game like this would be off-putting to a lot of people who want to actually play it.
Raiden, Fatman just contacted us directly.
Can you call me back later? I'm kind of in the middle of something important here.
Looks like he placed a bomb on the heliport. He specifically asked for you, Raiden.
What?
He's killed off Peter. Now he's after you.
Why me?
How should I know?
Look, this is really not a good time for this.
The countdown's already begun, Raiden.
Great. How much time do I have left?
I'll show you the count. 400 seconds remaining.
Fatman probably won't start it until the call is over, to be fair to us.
It looks like he has a different agenda from that of Dead Cell.
What about backup?
None. There's no time.
Which type of explosives is it?
He didn't say.
Wait, another scene? Does that mean I'm safe now? If I have to fight both of them, it's game over for me.
I'll take over, Queen.
What is it?
It seems our friend Fatman is out of control.
He'll actually try to destroy this place?
Yes, this could unravel everything we've planned.
But why would he do such a thing?
Who knows? But he's nothing more than a stereotypical mad bomber now. He's completely lost sight of our ideals. And with it, his loyalty to Commander Jackson.
All right. I'll take care of the wayward soul.
If she leaves, that gives Raiden a way to escape.
Unfortunate.
I expected more of this one, really.
But he couldn't kill you, I see.
Completely useless.
Then he's all mine.
Later, Vamp.
Now!
So much for that non-lethal run. At least it took care of Vamp for me.
Raiden, it's no use repeatedly shooting at her. It's not going to do anything.
I like how he seems surprised, as if he didn't already know they would all miss her.
Vamp. Are you gone? No. No, that death was meant for me. Why am I the only one that can't die?
I'm sure natural causes will get her at some point.
Alone again? Cheated out of death again? How long will you force me to live? How much longer, Dad? You've punished me enough.
So is Raiden just standing around while she's being sad there? This is a fantastic time for him to get away from them.
I thought you could give me peace. But you couldn't kill me either.
I'll be back soon, my queen.
There's no need for sorrow, Queen. I died once already.
All right, that means the non-lethal run is back. I've got this.
I can't die twice.
Hey, Donald, don't you have to fight Fatman or something? I'm pretty sure the emotional moment took away from that focus, but if he's planning on bombing, that seems like a bit of a problem. It also sounds like someone I need to give billions in order to have them continue bombing whomever they want, but that probably won't help us.
Yeah, it's time to make my way over to show this guy what I'm made of. Can we cut that part out of the video?
We can, but we're not going to. We will, however, cut to the part of the strut that had Olga earlier, since that's where Fatman wants to meet up with Raiden. I am glad he waited until Raiden made it up that elevator before starting that countdown after all.
So are you freezing another bomb or something up here? I'm not sure what the end goal of Fatman coming up here is.
Yeah, there's one right here, so I'll freeze that. I think something is wrong, though, since this one was just out in the open with no attempt to hide it. I think Fatman was just trying to get my attention.
So you're the one. You're right on time, I see. I like a punctual man. Is he Dead Cell? I am Fatman. I am the greatest that humanity has to offer, and can you hear it? Hear this rhythm? It's the rhythm of time and life. Don't you love this sound? I used to hang around department store clock counters.
I spend most of my day deciding what popsicle flavor to eat, and even I think that's a waste of your time.
Life is short. Bombs tell the time with every moment of their existence, and nothing else announces its own end with such a fanfare. Glad you could make it. The party's about to start.
I didn't know what a guy whose nickname was Fatman would look exactly like when we saw him, but this wasn't what I had in mind.
Yum. Good year. Let's drink the Stillman, shall we?
If you destroy the big shell, you'll never collect your ransom.
Ransom? What are you talking about?
$30 billion in cash.
So that's what's going on, huh?
What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, you'll know soon enough. And I could care less what they plan to do.
I think you meant I could not care less what they plan to do.
More simple. To be the most famous bomber of them all.
You're nuts. No one's gonna give a damn about you.
Oh, yes, they will. I'll go down in history as the man who beat Peter Stillman. That's the only reason I assisted them.
Like hell you beat Stillman. He had your number.
What did you say?
You have nothing of his courage. Or what are you laughing at?
He probably just remembered something funny.
That croc died a dishonorable death 6 months ago.
6 months ago. The liquidation of Dead Cell.
Call it what you want. Only the right stuff survived that hell. It set me free, you know. Open the way to a new dimension. So that I can become the Emperor among detonation devotees.
You're nothing but a common criminal, and that's the only way people will ever remember you.
How dare you! I'm an artist!
He sure moves quickly for a guy named Fatman.
Types. It's time to start the party. This is how it works. I plant a bomb, and it'll explode soon after that. If you prefer to stay in one piece, you'll have to disable my bombs. Laugh and grow fat. Let's move!
All right, Donald, do you have any ideas on how you're going to fight him? I'm guessing he's going to be faster than you despite his size.
Well, I know I'm going to have to freeze some bombs from time to time, so I'll need to try and hit him with something in between dealing with the bombs. I don't think my tranquilizer is going to actually go through his outfit, and his head is too hard to aim for while moving around. I'll probably have to hit him a few times and then hit his head while I have the chance. He's probably not going to be getting up very quickly if he did fall down at all.
The wording was a little weird at points, but if you mean to punch or kick him and then tranquilize him, I think that's a good idea. It's probably going to be more difficult than Olga or Fortune since he moves around a lot more.
Hey guys, would now be a good time to tell one of my stories about how I helped with some bombings. I think that would be on topic and an interesting story to tell.
No, Joe, I don't want to hear about you giving billions to bomb people. If that's what you mean, I don't think that's going to be a good story for anyone. Also, I'm cutting ahead to where I actually get a good shot in since I haven't been doing so well here.
In all fairness to you, there hasn't been anything you're doing that's really bad. It's just that he's really hard to catch. We might have to skip around a little bit, especially if most of it is going to just be running around trying to catch up to him. It does make for a unique fight that incorporates skills you've gotten so far, even if it is a little disjointed in how different the shooting and bomb freezing is.
It's good that you wanted us to skip ahead as we just watched Donald chase this guy for nearly a minute with no success off screen, and didn't want to subject the viewers to that more than they already have. Besides, he really doesn't have that much of a different strategy.
Not exactly related, but Barack, I'm really surprised how well you're handling all of this considering how crazy you get when bombs get mentioned sometimes. With that one time you saw Bomb Man and the Mega Man playthrough and the Mother Bomb fight in Final Fantasy IV, I thought you were going to be distracted this entire fight.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I think I've just calmed down after all that time for some reason. Maybe it will resurface in the future, but I just haven't felt the need to be like that in a long time. The out-of-universe reason is because 11 Labs was much better than Play HT at making those inhuman noises, so I haven't been able to come up with any sounds similar to that. But I think that's enough fourth wall breaking for the moment. You're doing much better at the fight after cutting out some of the running around.
Thank you, Barack. We'll let the game handle the fourth wall breaking, but let's finish this guy off.
Oh yeah, you got this.
My suit. Oh no. I've nothing to wear to the party.
The party's over for you.
You really got him good riding.
What do you mean? What did you just do? What is this?
I have beautiful hands. These delicate hands can craft works of art.
They're almost as small as Donald's hands.
What the hell is this?
It's the switch for the biggest bomb in the entire place.
Huh?
No use. Once it's activated, there's no stopping the count.
Where did you plant it? Where is it?
Somewhere in this area. Don't worry, it's very close by.
Maybe he's just bluffing to have us lose our focus.
Where is it? Go ahead, shoot me. I'm already dead.
Damn!
Think you can find it? When it goes off, it'll take the big show with it.
Tell me where I can find the bomb!
That's your problem. This is the highlight of the party. Bring it on, I say. They'll be happy too.
I don't think causing a large explosion to wipe out the struts is going to make anybody here happy.
Too bad you won't be around to see the movies. Laugh and grow fat.
We shouldn't count that as a kill against me since he just happened to die after the tranquilizing happened.
I think that's fine. It really couldn't have gone any differently, so we won't count that against you. I have to say, I didn't think you'd actually make it this far without a kill, so you're keeping to your word very well.
Thank you. I'm sure I can get the whole game out of the way with no kills, so you better keep an eye out for more non-lethal gameplay from the Donald. In the meantime, it turned out the large bomb was under Fatso the whole time, so let's freeze this and be done.
Good work, Raiden. Looks like all the bombs are neutralized. One of their main leverages is now gone. That leaves...
Colonel, Fatman didn't seem to know about the ransom demands.
Intentionally kept in the dark, I'd say. He seemed to be coming from a very different place from the other terrorists. Raiden, a lot of hostages, our president included, are still in danger. Keep your mind focused on protecting them.
Remember, Joe, that means the president in the game, not you.
Rescue the president.
We have no idea where he is.
You haven't been in the Central Core yet. I suggest you start there.
Wait, I have another call. Want me to take it?
No, I'll go offline. Best to keep our presence unknown.
Is that Deep Throat guy coming back?
How you doing, kid?
Pliskin, is everything all right?
Could be better. Looks like I was out cold for a while.
How did you manage to stay alive?
Had a little help from a friend.
Friend?
What about the bomb?
Diffused. And Fatman, too.
That's good news.
How's Shell, too?
It's a mess. The bomb crippled H-Strut.
What about the toxins?
The what?
I still can't get around this guy looking and sounding so much like Solid Snake. They look too similar for this all to be a coincidence.
Never heard anything about that.
Huh?
Well, looks like there's not much danger of that in any case. But the Central Core is starting to flood. It won't last much longer.
Well, what about the president and the other hostages?
They weren't in Shell 2. They must be in Shell 1.
We need to get the hostages out of here now.
It's too far from Manhattan for a swim.
What about the lifeboats?
How would they get a lifeboat down to the water? It's kind of a long way down there, and I don't think there are elevators in all these struts.
Right. And it comes with a passenger limit. Intel has it that there are about 30 hostages.
It'd take more than a single trip.
We'll have to come back.
Can you pilot a chopper?
No, but I brought a gearhead with me. He's a good guy. I'll introduce you later.
Pliskin, I'm on the heliport right now, but I don't see their Harrier. It's out somewhere.
That sounds a lot like the Russian gunship that Joe fought before. I know I haven't wanted to fight a lot of things in the game so far, but that's really one that I don't want to take on at the moment.
The president is at the top of our rescue list. These are our orders, Lieutenant JG.
Your orders, not mine.
What?
See you later.
Time to get out of here before another long scene happens. Well, that didn't take long.
You passed with flying colors.
Identify yourself.
I'm like you. I have no name.
Are you Mr. X?
If you like.
Is he going to make me feel alive again?
But come, let's get out of the open. Follow me.
I don't think he's here to fight you. It looks different enough to not be the same armor as before, so he's likely not Frank Jaeger again.
Are you with Foxhound too?
Neither enemy nor friend. Just a messenger from the Lali Lulelo.
The La Li Lule Lo? I've never heard of that before.
This is safer, I think.
Safe from what?
Eavesdropping, of course.
All right. Why did you contact me?
I've been ordered to give you backup, including the relaying of necessary intel.
Ordered by whom? Why won't you identify yourself?
There is no need for you to know.
I'll decide whether I need to know.
You are not yet trusted to make such decisions.
If Snake were here, this robot guy would have given whom he was ordered by. Unlike Poser Raiden, who is inferior any way you look at it.
Or rather, the person who knows the current location of the president.
Who is it?
A Secret Service agent named Ames, currently being held with other hostages.
Secret Service, huh?
The head of the president's security detail, Ames has been fitted with the same type of VIP nanomachine system as the president, If you're within range, you should be able to communicate.
Why are you telling me this?
Do I need to repeat myself?
All right, at least with finding Ames, we'll have a direction on where to find the president, so that's a good start.
But you also have no choice but to believe. Do you have any other leads?
Where are those hostages?
That did not answer the question in any way.
The hostages are being held in the B1 conference hall in the Shell 1 core. You'll find Ames there.
What does he look like?
We don't know if it is indeed a he. I've never met this person either.
How am I supposed to look for someone without even a description?
Use your ears.
What's that supposed to mean?
Ames has a pacemaker. You'll be able to hear the machine sound in the heartbeat.
You expect me to walk up to these hostages and listen to every one of their heartbeats?
The sound is too minute to detect and amplify it. You'd be captured immediately.
So what am I supposed to do?
Use the directional microphone. There's one somewhere in the core.
This is a pretty weird idea, but he told us right where to go.
Take this. This security card will unlock all level 2 security doors, including the one into the core. It's called a PAN card. It works together with your body's own electronic field. And watch yourself. The core is more heavily guarded than any other section of the big shell. You'll get nowhere just like that. Try this instead.
One of the terrorists?
A disguise? I don't think we've had to do that in these games before.
The surveillance camera won't let you on the elevator without the right uniform.
You want me to disguise myself?
Men assigned to the core and those on perimeter duty are given different colors to wear. Your new outfit will work in some areas, not others. The uniform alone won't fool them either.
You're talking about weapons.
Right, you need an AK.
But I saw them carrying an AN-94.
All men assigned to the core section carry AKs.
We don't have that weapon, though.
So without an AK-74U, someone will see through me really quick.
You could take care of the weapon issue yourself. One other thing.
There's more?
You'll also have to pass a retinal scan to get into the conference hall.
Biometrics. Crap.
Nothing but the real thing will suffice. Deception is not an option here.
I'll just use someone else's eyes, it's fine.
I suggest you hurry. They have a nuke on their side.
The nuke? They have a nuclear weapon with them?
You didn't find their continuing presence here unusual? Even with the president as hostage, this is an island, and they have no visible means of escape.
Even if they do have a nuke, the warhead is no good without an access code. The security lockout can't be bypassed.
They don't need to. They have the code.
This is just a lot of bad news altogether.
You saw it too, I believe. The Navy man with half a handcuff. The other half of it is on the football, or the black case if you like. The nuclear button. And now they have it.
Yeah, I lost a few nuclear codes before, too.
Why did they have to bring the football along? To a decontamination plant of all places.
But they did have to. Because, after all, the big shell is the farthest thing from a cleanup plant there is.
What?
Dead Cell didn't have to bring a nuke along with them. It was right here to begin with. Nothing in this affair is what it seems.
A cover-up? But why? For what?
For Metal Gear that is housed here.
This just keeps getting worse.
Metal Gear?
The very same. Bipedal nuke came from the airport Shadow Moses infamy. This place is the R&D center for its newest incarnation.
What the hell is going on?
Better ask Ames the rest.
What's this for?
You might be glad you have it. Keep the controller's vibration function on.
What do I need a cell phone for?
Typically, they're used to call people Raiden. I'm not sure if you knew that.
Snake would have known what it's used for.
Colonel, who was that man just now?
He's not one of ours. No, we have no one like that in our unit.
He said that the big shell was housing a new model of Metal Gear.
First I've heard of it.
Colonel, what are you not telling me?
I've been completely open with you, Raiden. I've told you everything.
Is that everything you know? Or everything I need to know?
Snap out of it, Raiden.
Consider him snapped.
I'll have the Metal Gear rumor looked into. You need to make contact with this Ames.
So you believe that ninja?
Since we have no leads on the President's current location, we have no other alternatives. Right now, collect as much data as you can, including anything on Metal Gear.
Are those my orders?
Yes, they are.
Disguise yourself as an enemy soldier and infiltrate the Shell 1 core.
Understood.
Are we going to get back to the game pretty soon? This part has had so many scenes I've lost track of what's happened at a few points.
I can't blame you for losing track. There's been a lot happening today with all the bomb freezing and the fights and so much talking that it's a lot to take in. We're going to have Donald look around to see what items are in here with the level 2 card and maybe even get that AK weapon that's needed for the center area. We'll probably reach that section today, but we'll have to end it soon after, as we've already been going for a while today. Next time, Donald will look for Ames and maybe even the president while we're at it.
I will say that spending so much time focusing on these scenes and codec calls does keep us away from getting into any major arguments, which is a little bit difficult to do since there's the whole election results and everything going on with people being really happy or unhappy that it's nice to have something else entirely to keep our mind occupied with.
I definitely agree with that, Ben. Plus, I got the AK and also an M4, so I'm sure those will be helpful. Now let's get across this part and head inside.
You just had to get caught once before you got in, didn't you?
Yeah, that's pretty much right.
Got a minute, Jack?
Rose?
I found some information on where Solid Snake is interred.
Great. Shoot.
I've located the grave site.
And the body?
Exhumed for DNA testing.
Well, do you have the results?
The right arm was missing, but there was no doubt that it was him. That body belongs to Solid Snake.
He had an arm missing? I'm pretty sure I heard something about someone losing an arm before.
You may be right, Joe, but we don't have much time to consider that as we're done for the day. We appreciate the support people have been giving to us. We know these scenes can go on for a while and not have much banter between us, but it's nice to experience the story at the same time.
As always, thank you everyone for your support on all of the videos.
We should have more coming up relatively soon for you all.
We tend to say this a lot, but make sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
We say this a lot too, but peace out, people. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty. Since Fatman was defeated last time, I'm about to sneak through this place, find some guy named Ames, and save the president. I'm sure nothing could possibly go wrong.
I mean, I can imagine several things going wrong, but I don't want to jinx you, so I'll keep them to myself. I do find it interesting how this is probably going to be the shortest part of the playthrough so far, and yet it's still almost 28 minutes long in spite of that. None of the Final Fantasy games got to that time as a maximum length, yet this series has gone almost exclusively half an hour plus per episode.
This game just requires the delicate Donald touch to it, and thus it takes a lot longer. I don't have any experience multiplier like you had, so they would take a lot less time. Plus, you didn't have interruptions every other minute that lasted minutes for a scene to finish.
Hey, not related, but do you even have to sneak around here like normal? You look like them, so I don't think they'd really suspect you even if they saw you.
That's a good idea, Joe. I'm not used to hearing those from you. Yeah, I'm probably fine to just move around here unless I lose part of the disguise. That would not be convenient.
Okay, good, it worked. I'm surprised there aren't more of these cameras that you otherwise can't just pass through easily.
I'm not sure, but it's interesting that it took a game and a half to actually see this kind of camera that verifies people in a stealth game like this.
Retinol pattern recognized. You are cleared to enter.
All right, guys, I've got a plan. First, I'll look for that node, which is probably close by. Then I get up to another person here, hit him in a way that lets me hold on to him, and then push his eyes into there and move through the door.
Well, you already got the node, so that's one part down. Granted, not the most difficult part, but it's still progress anyway.
Donald, what are you doing here? You didn't mention going into the elevator in your plan.
Well, I decided midway through my sentence that I was going to change my plan, but I didn't actually say it because I needed to explain my plan before I decided to change it. Anyway, since I know that made sense to all of you, I just wanted to look at this floor before going any further, just in case there's something useful for me. Maybe not, but I thought it couldn't hurt to check it out.
I did not follow along with your logic, but if you think it will help you, then that's what matters.
Does that poster say police knots? Is that something important here? It looks more focused on than other parts of the area.
Yeah, that happened since Donald briefly looked at it. Policenauts is another game that Hideo Kojima was involved with, but was never released in America. I've never played it, but I'm pretty sure another poster showed up in the previous game too.
On a much more important note, I got a box and bullets for a gun I'm not even using against people. That didn't exactly help me with getting through the door, but at least I have an idea on the layout of the other room. Time to figure out how to get the other guy here to the best position.
Is that the right position?
Almost. Okay, I know what you're all thinking, but I can salvage this. He hasn't started an alert yet, so as long as I keep him occupied, then I am able to perform my plan.
I doubt it, but let's see.
If this is your idea of salvaging a situation, then it's definitely one I haven't seen before.
This is far from a successful attempt so far, but to be fair to Donald, he is correct in that an alert phase has not been started, so there is still a chance that he can make this happen. I don't think it's a very high chance for obvious reasons, though.
While Donald does whatever it is he's doing, I think it's time to give a comment question to the viewers. What would you say your favorite PlayStation 2 game is? Since this game is released here, that does make me think of many others that were released here. There's classics like Devil May Cry, Ratchet & Clank, Jak and Daxter, Sly Cooper, Grand Theft Auto 3, Final Fantasy X, Silent Hill 2, Shadow of the Colossus, so quite a lot of great options, plus I'm sure there's many more obscure games that came out that others might have experienced.
It doesn't even have to be an exclusive like God of War or Sly Cooper, something like that. It can be something released on other consoles too. I'd say one of my favorites would be Kingdom Hearts 2, even though there are better versions on other consoles.
One of my personal favorites was the Mega Man Anniversary Collection, though I'm not sure if that counts as it's really just a compilation of other games not released on the PlayStation 2 originally. Same with the Mega Man X Collection too.
Ratchet & Clank was always one of my favorite games. I liked trying to do the whole game with the wrench one time just to see how it would go. It didn't go well.
I was never that into the PlayStation 2, so I didn't play that many games on the system that were exclusives. This game is pretty good so far, though I don't know if I'd say it's my favorite. For now, I'll just say Jak and Daxter, since that was a really good collecting item-based game. I hate Jak 2, though. It's way too hard, and I don't care if people say skill issue in the comments. It's really not fun for me, and I hate how nearly everything takes away 2 health points out of 8. At that point, you might as well just have 4 if it barely matters for most of the game.
Somehow, while Donald was complaining, he actually got someone after all. I have to say I doubted you, but you proved me wrong. Also, Shadow of the Colossus is probably my favorite.
Retinol pattern recognized. You are cleared to enter.
All right, now I just have to find Ames.
Oh great, another call.
Raiden, one of those hostages in there is Ames. The only thing we know is that Ames wears a pacemaker. His heartbeat should sound different from other people's, so use the directional microphone to locate him. Once you recognize Ames by his heartbeat, keep the microphone pointed toward him. Then push the action button and call out to him. If it really is Ames, he should respond in some way.
Okay, we get the point. Can we start looking for him soon?
The guards may get suspicious and come running instead. Security could get tighter too.
Try to be sure before you take the risk.
Don't call out to a hostage with the action button until you're fairly sure that it's Ames. If you do make a mistake, switch the microphone for an AK and get out of there before a guard gets suspicious. If you're discovered inside, they'll cut off your retreat and call in the reinforcements. You won't make it out of the room. The mission will be over if you're discovered. Don your disguise and look for Ames while deflecting the enemy's suspicion.
All right, Donald, is your plan for this going to resemble anything he just said?
No, I'm pretty much just going to wing it and hope everything works out. If anything, there aren't that many people, so we'll probably be pretty quick.
I have the feeling someone is about to object to that line of thinking right about now.
And once again, literally 0 IQ Donald here at it with another dumb idea, because why wouldn't we have one coming from him yet again? Just like your idea of getting caught every possible chance you get, you completely ignore the game telling you exactly what to do because you don't think through your actions, but...
You're Ames, aren't you?
Oh, that actually worked quite well. Now I'm the one with 0 IQ.
You must be Ames. Keep still and listen to me. I'm not a terrorist. I got in here using one of their uniforms. I'm taking off the tape. Stay quiet.
He better tell us quickly so we don't get caught.
Who told you about me?
An informer calling himself Mr. X, dressed like a ninja.
I see. Take this thing off me, will you? I'm Richard Ames.
Secret Service?
No, I was set in by the Lali Lule Lo, just like you.
What?
I can see how this is a problem for us.
You're here to find out where the president is. We have little time, so I'll be brief. How about switching to nanocommunications first?
Nanocommunications?
Right, silence beats talk when it comes to safety.
So if they can just talk with the codec the whole time, then what's the point of finding him and taking of the tape, especially if it's apparently silent communication?
Are you on?
Right here. Do you really know where the president is?
Almost certainly. He was moved to the first floor of Shell 2's core section.
The first floor, the core of Shell 2. Is he still there?
I don't know. I can't get a response.
You don't think he's been like the other hostages?
Hmm?
A hostage was killed in retaliation after the SEAL 10 disaster, remember?
What are you talking about?
How is it that he doesn't know that? Are we being lied to by the Colonel for the second game in a row?
What makes you so sure?
The case.
You mean the nuclear button they took?
Right. And the case won't do a thing by itself. That case may be the single most advanced example of a weapons failsafe system. The password is nothing less than the physiological data of the US president.
Physiological data?
The president's own vital signs, heartbeat, brainwave pattern, blood pressure, and so on are constantly monitored and relayed by his internal nanomachines.
Nanomachines? I think I was injected by some of those before I was sworn in a few years ago. I was told they would harden in response to physical trauma, but I think they just made that up so I wouldn't say no to it.
Password entry itself cannot be performed unless brainwave patterns and heartbeats fall within normal parameters, rendering chemical and other forms of coercion impractical. In other words, the login must be made of the president's own free will. As a failsafe, the input must also be reconfirmed hourly, even after the initial login. If a valid confirmation is not forthcoming, the system will automatically cancel the login.
I hope I'm not supposed to memorize all of this.
At least until the bird flies.
Is there really a new model of Metal Gear here?
Absolutely. The black case serves as the launch key to Metal Gear as well.
Why would they hide Metal Gear in an offshore plant?
Haven't they told you anything? The entire thing was planned. The oil spill, the tanker accident that caused it, everything. The big shell was built specifically for the development of a new Metal Gear model. The inspection tour was to check its progress.
What's going on around here?
Wait.
What are we waiting for? I thought time effectively stopped in the codec calls.
Here comes Snake.
That's him?
Use the microphone to listen in.
It has to be this Solidus Snake guy. Solid Snake is allegedly dead, even though Pliskin looks so much like him, and, well, Liquid Snake is apparently dead except for his arm that's back, but wait a minute. His arm was cut off. Guys, I think Solid Snake is actually alive after all and is really Pliskin.
Oh yeah, the arm taking over Revolver Ocelot from Part 2, along with that detail in a codec call about the arm being missing that lines up. That's great detective work, Donald, but for now we need to focus on this microphone conversation.
They're a band of lunatics to begin with. Nothing they do should come as a surprise.
I'll have his background rechecked, just in case.
You think he was working for them?
We can't discount the possibility, especially with that intruder still at large.
This is pretty precise to actually listen at a decent audio level.
You know more about those suits than I do.
But Foxhound was disbanded 4 years ago, so it must be the Patriots. What about the damage to Shell 2?
The circulation system for the contempt.
I'm bored. Let's listen to something else.
What? Oh!
This one's worse than that one up in Alaska. Come to think of it, that commander chick really reminds me of someone. Who is she like again?
Donald, is there truly nothing better you can be doing right now? There's an important conversation happening the next room over and you're listening to a guy poop himself.
No, this is an incredibly important detail I'm trying to get from him.
It was on me. When I think about it, that's when everything started to hit the skids. It's a shame. Up to that point, I was steady cruising on the elite course. Oh, here we go again. Oh.
I have to side with Barack. This really isn't helping anybody now or probably ever.
The president's escort guys get on my nerves, though. Oh, whatever. For now, just gotta hang in there. Oh, there's no paper.
All right, I'll listen to something else now. I was hoping he would give away something important to our mission, like how we're going to get hostages out of this room and to somewhere safe without any guards.
I don't know how many people you think just blurt out secrets while they're having severe problems in the restroom, but I assure you that it's not common.
Place. Any effect on it? No. What about the president?
The password entry has already been made to the black case. In 1 hour, we'll need a confirmation from him. His work is done after that.
Make sure you keep him alive until then.
Yes, I know.
What about the unit's activation?
Almost complete.
I hope that unit isn't a Metal Gear.
All we need now is for the girl to start the system.
The usual method, I assume?
No. The drugs took care of everything.
Only a few more steps to outer heaven.
Hey guys, can we call up Rose for a moment? I'm getting bored and want to rizz her up for a while instead of doing this.
Nobody wants to hear your rizzing attempts on a fictional character, Joe. That's a terrible waste of time.
All right, maybe later.
Who is that cyborg ninja, Shalashaska?
I cannot even guess.
What about you?
I can't see or hear the words.
Olga, don't cast suspicion where it isn't due.
Where it isn't due? When you watched my father die and did nothing.
It's been 2 years ago, Olga. Let it go.
I read the case file for Shadow Moses, by the way.
Olga, how could you suspect me?
Revolver Ocelot isn't athletic enough to be the ninja himself.
How meaningful you make that sound. If Sergei were still alive...
If the old man were still alive, I wouldn't need to take orders from you.
Olga, Sergei was my best friend.
If you sell us out, I'll kill you myself.
Listen, daughter of Sergei. Don't ever let me see your gun pointed at me again.
If you wish, I'll put a bullet in your back instead.
Wow, I don't even think I need to fight them with how much they're arguing with each other.
Yeah, maybe you won't have to fight them at all.
You think any government would have you as irregulars in this political climate? The worst kind of wet works, maybe. But even that's doubtful. I recommend against switching camps. You've nowhere left to go.
This microphone scene has been going on for well over 4 minutes now. If anything, it's more difficult to understand than a standard cutscene, as you actively have to keep the microphone aimed at the speaker to actually hear what's going on. It's definitely an interesting idea of engagement, but not exactly something I want to keep going for so much longer.
It's happening again.
This damn right arm. Liquid! It's almost as if it's having its revenge.
How much do you think we spent on that arm in Lyon? The best transplant surgery team in the world.
I never trust a Frenchman.
So that arm is still giving him trouble even when we're not in the room with them. I doubt that this is all some long-lasting act or anything like that.
There's something going on. The incidents are becoming more frequent. Maybe that man's presence.
Ocelot, I leave this place in your hands. I have the intruder to take care of.
Yes, King.
Oh, hey, are we finally moving on now? That would be nice.
Is that really Solid Snake?
That's what he claims.
I thought Snake was dead.
Solid Snake did die. But he's also here in the shell. Either he survived or there are 2 of them.
2 of them?
And that's impossible.
It's going to be another codec call, just watch.
Anyway, what did you manage to catch?
They said password input was complete.
I thought so.
You said the password entry into the black case had to be made by the president willingly.
That's right.
So this means the president is cooperating with them.
It would have to be, yes.
Why?
Probably tired of being a puppet, but it wasn't a smart move to betray us.
I have to be honest, guys, you can't see it from my face that hasn't moved in this corner once since we started playing these games, but this is really boring. I'm about to fall asleep.
But it's nowhere close to the ransom deadline.
Ransom?
$30 billion in cash.
What are you babbling about? The nuclear strike is not a threat. It's been the objective all along.
They plan to slaughter millions of people.
No, a high-altitude detonation. You've heard of the Compton effect?
Total disruption of electronic equipment caused by EMMA pulse.
Textbook answer. Well, when an average nuclear warhead goes off within the atmosphere, the result is an electromagnetic pulse of up to 50 billion megawatts.
Is that a bad thing?
It means your freezer won't keep your popsicles cold.
Oh yeah, that is really bad.
Electronic equipment will be toast in an instant.
If one of the key movers of world economy stops functioning, it could mean the beginning of a global depression.
But that isn't their aim. What they plan to do is liberate Manhattan. Pull it offline and turn it into some kind of a republic. Hence, Sons of Liberty, I suppose.
Sons of Liberty?
Damn! Ocelot is coming. I'm going offline.
Is the scene over?
Search my pocket. Hurry! It's a security card. You'll be able to unlock doors of up to level 3 security. Use it to get to Shell 2. Take care of the president before they launch the nuke.
That is a good idea. I was going to save him only after the nuke went out, but your idea sounds a lot better.
He's coming here. Pick up your AK.
Oh wow, some actual gameplay. I wasn't expecting that. Well, that didn't last long.
What do you think you're doing?
I asked him to remove these. I'm ill, you see.
I always knew that the DIA turned out second-rate liars.
What are you talking about?
No need for denials. We know what you are, Colonel Ames.
I wonder what Rose is doing right now. Probably thinking about me like always.
So they sent you in to keep tabs on him. Am I right?
You.
Sorry, Colonel. You failed to carry out your duties.
You'll never escape the Lali-Lule-Lo.
Is that so?
This doesn't look good.
What the?
You tricked me. I understand now. Ocelot. You...
Is he okay?
No, Joe, he is very dead. That looked like Fox die again.
You? Which team are you with? Show me your face. You know who he is.
No, he is not one of mine.
Identify yourself. We meet at last.
At least his arm is okay this time.
Hold your fire! We need the hostages alive!
Hurry, get away!
But you died!
Leave this to me.
All things considered, that could have gone much worse.
I think they're onto us.
Colonel, Ames is dead. Looked like a heart attack.
That's unfortunate. However, we do at least know where the president is.
So there really is a new type of Metal Gear in this place?
Apparently. We're still looking into it.
I've also been told that the nuclear strike was what the terrorists were after from the start.
I think it's rather strange that the Colonel doesn't show much emotion to Ames dying or any suspicion of a sudden heart attack.
Colonel, what are you keeping from me?
I am not keeping back anything. It's not as though I'm told all the facts either. I'm pulling in all the favors I can to look into all this. Just be a little patient. Our priority should be with the president right now. We can take it that they've completed the password entry and are preparing Metal Gear for nuclear strike. Get to the president as soon as possible.
Hold up now, was Raiden interrupting the Colonel by telling him to get real multiple times? I don't think that's happened before.
Yeah, I realize by pressing some of the shoulder buttons it makes him say things. I think I'll see what else he says during some of these codec calls.
May be able to tell you what it is when you see him in person. Once they get the confirmation for nuclear launch, they'll do it. You need to rescue the president before then.
Jack, I agree with the Colonel. You need to protect the president for now.
All right.
All right, guys, let's get out of here. I think the elevator can take me to the next place. I'll punch out this guard and be on my way. I would prefer we didn't talk about what just happened.
Donald, I'm not sure how we can just ignore that. You clearly murdered that guy when you had no business doing so. Even if you did just knock him unconscious, it would have been pointless since the elevator was already coming by and you could have entered it without issue. Why did you do that?
I forgot I was holding onto the gun at that point after the whole disguise thing was done. The scenes went on for so long that I wasn't used to carrying a more lethal weapon.
Are you serious? You forgot you were holding a weapon? I swear if I was the one playing this, you would have gone on all day long, calling me demented and sleepy and whatever else you post on Truth Social if I killed someone because I forgot I was holding a gun. But because it's you, I'm sure you'll be calling it fake news within about 5 or so minutes. And you got another alert too, because why not fail even more while you're at it, since it's not like you can really make things that much worse. Why are you even down here?
I don't know, I just saw the guard at the room on the first floor and got scared, so I went back down here. I didn't think there would be another guard so close to the elevator.
Donald, the game stopped to tell you that everyone was cautious because there is an intruder. Why would you not think there would be at least one person near the elevator? I haven't even played these games before, and even I could have figured that out easily. I get that you're almost 80 and your cognitive skills, or lack thereof, are clearly showing based on what gameplay you've been showing, but you really aren't proving yourself as good at this game.
The moment you've all been waiting for, the cartwheeling buffoon dies after trying to punch several armed guards. The cartwheeling buffoon dies after trying to punch several armed guards.
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack? Jack!
After looking back at my previous decisions in my gameplay, I may have made some mistakes. It's hard to comment since I haven't made any in my life before, but rest assured I will carry out the rest of the mission with no failures whatsoever. You've probably heard that from me quite a bit, but I can see no issues that I can't accomplish after 6 or so attempts, 14 at most.
That statement does not make me or anyone else feel more confident, but okay. Your pacifist run is as dead as that guard you shot, but otherwise you can still make it through the game. I can't imagine the game over an alert count by the end of this. I don't know why I bother mentioning the alerts with how often they happen at this point. While Donald brute forces his way through these guards and searches for new items, I think it would be best if someone sums up those 12 or so minutes of cutscenes and Kodak calls and microphone conversations.
So Ames told us that the president should be in the middle of the Shell 2 section, which we haven't gotten to yet, and I think has the most damage from the explosion a while ago. The president, who is not Joe, since I know he still thinks it's him, is in danger as the antagonists are going to kill him after the next check for his vitals. The antagonists aren't on good terms with each other, and I'm sure there were more helpful details, but Donald decided listen to someone having problems pooping without toilet paper was a better use of his time. Ames then died in a very similar way that the Armstead president and Decoy Octopus. For context, Fox Die was a virus introduced in Metal Gear Solid, which was responsible for a few deaths in that game, but hasn't been mentioned here yet, as far as I can tell. It's very suspicious that he just happened to die like that. The cyborg ninja, who is probably not Gray Fox, came down to save Raiden, but we still have no idea who he is. Also not part of the scene, but Detective Donald deduced that the remains of Solid Snake were actually Liquid Snake due to the arm being missing, which would explain why it was gone and now on Revolver Ocelot.
Okay, that pretty much sums it up. Thank you, Ben, for paying attention more than I did. Donald should be about done and headed over to the top strut in order to get closer to Shell 2.
Actually, I wasn't paying attention. Can you repeat what you said happened earlier?
No, Joe, you can just watch back the video when it's uploaded to hear it all again. Now we're finally in some new territory, which is nice.
Let's hear what the inevitable codec call has to say about this.
Raiden, can you hear me?
Pliskin, where have you been?
Checking around. I'm in Strut H right now. How's the situation over there?
We have a lead on the president's location.
Where is he?
Shell 2 core, the first floor.
I'm cut off from the core where I am. It's a mess here.
All right, I'm on my way to Shell 2 right now.
There are IR sensors in place on the connecting bridge between Shells 1 and 2. If you break the beams, the Semtex will go off.
Oh yeah, I remember these from the beginning.
Target the control units and destroy them. Make sure you don't shoot the Semtex.
What do the control units look like?
Take a look with your binoculars.
We have to finish this up while they're talking since we're at the end for today.
We appreciate the support you all have been giving, as always, regardless of which videos you end up watching.
We'll continue uploading more, and I think we're around the halfway point of the game, most likely.
You know what we always say, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
And peace out, people.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty. Donald previously listened to some conversations and also killed some guy, making this no longer a pacifist run, but now he has to shoot some sensors.
That's right, everyone. In case you missed the last part, Donald still needs to make his way into the Shell 2 Center, but there are these invisible lasers that need their sensors to be shot at, in order to get past this part, otherwise he's going to cause an explosion.
Apparently one of those sensors is on top of this floating device. I do think it would be amusing for it to just fly away out of sight, making this section impossible to win, though I can see why they wouldn't do that for gameplay reasons.
More importantly, it's probably best to use some thermal goggles to make sure all of the lasers are hit, otherwise you may not know whether you got them all.
Yeah, that is a good idea. It'll take me a minute to get them all shot, but knowing this game, I'm sure there will be 14 codec calls about it when I get the last one, so that will give it away.
While Donald does this shooting and medicine-taking activity, I was wondering if someone could call up Rose or Nastasha or even Mei Ling. I know Donald won't call Rose, but I really need to riz someone up and would ask if anyone knew their codec numbers. That and because Meryl isn't here for some reason and Sniper Wolf died.
No, Joe, we are not calling them. We didn't even call Nastasha in the game she was in, so we aren't calling her now. As for Mei Ling, I'm pretty sure it's just Rose handling the saving for the game, but we don't have the viewers see that, so no, we won't call her. I do think it is odd how Meryl isn't even mentioned yet, as far as I can tell, since she was pretty important to the story before. I get why she wouldn't be here with everyone else, but still there hasn't been any confirmation on if she survived past the ending of Metal Gear Solid.
This Meryl person, is she that important in the previous story? I haven't gotten much information about her aside from Joe's infatuation towards her, and that doesn't really mean much to me.
She was a rookie who we tried to save at the beginning, though, was able to save herself until she got shot by Sniper Wolf. Joe went nuts at that point, but was too busy being infatuated with both of them to care consistently. She's also the niece of Colonel Campbell, so that gave Snake more reason to save her. Not that he wouldn't have anyway, but it was to raise the stakes.
I thought she was his daughter. Maybe I was wrong on that. Other than that, you seem to be doing fine with all the shooting, though it hasn't looked too difficult yet.
Yeah, as long as I don't have to deal with any sneaking around or that many moving targets, I'm basically the best there is when it comes to games.
Most of the game has been about sneaking around and moving targets, or in this case guards, so that isn't exactly much of a compliment to say you have been doing well in that. Even if it was, you have not been doing well with either.
You did end up doing well on the shooting here, to be fair, though.
Another call, who didn't see that coming?
Raiden, I found us a ride.
I'm all ears.
One of the enemy's Kasatkas.
Is it in good shape?
Full tank. I'm heading for Shell 1 now. What about that Harrier?
It's not on the heliport here.
Good. I'll set this one down there then.
Can you cover the hostages? They're being held on level B1 in the core. Pliskin, you didn't happen to find any other places where hostages were being held, did you?
Is there an option to just get us out of this?
Okay.
I'm sure they can find their way to safety.
There's a few short of 30. One dead and several wounded.
The Kasatka's cargo area will hold 13 max.
What about the other Kasatka?
I sabotaged it. It can't come after us if it can't get off the ground. We'll have to make 2 trips.
Can you fly a Kasatka?
I have a pilot who's flown the civilian model, the KA-62 in VR. There's not a whole lot of difference between the military KA-60 and the civilian model.
Cleared for takeoff.
Raiden, let me introduce you to my partner, Otacon.
Otacon?
Hey, Raiden. Nice to meet you.
Oh, hey, I was wondering when he would show up again. I wonder if he's actually with us on the structure somewhere.
I don't think there's many other places he would be.
Colonel, I need some answers from you. Who exactly is Pliskin and his partner?
I know what you're thinking.
It keeps coming back to Shadow Moses. And now this Otacon.
AKA Hal Emmerich, PhD, a Shadow Moses survivor.
Rose?
Snake and Otacon both became fugitives after Shadow Moses, wanted for acts of terrorism.
An anti-Metal Gear organization.
They sabotaged and destroyed countless Metal Gear units throughout the world.
And were responsible for the incident 2 years ago that necessitated the construction of the Big Shell.
I wonder why they're so dismissive of the two, especially the Colonel who was directly communicating with Snake in his mission before. It seems as though they're viewed as enemies in spite of their obvious good acts in removing the Metal Gears.
Won't get you through a sneaking mission like this.
Jack, are you okay?
You need something higher. I can't think of the right word, but it has to be pure will, backed up by courage or ideals or something like that. I'd stake my life on it. The solid snake that saved Shadow Moses couldn't turn into a terrorist.
Maybe that's true, but they went down with that tanker 2 years ago. We even recovered Snake's body.
I'm pretty sure we mentioned before that was likely Liquid Snake as their twins.
Jack, I know what you're saying, but Snake is dead. He can't be here, not even as this Dr. Hal Emmerich.
But that also means that he can't be the terrorist leader behind this thing.
I have the feeling that something bad and exciting is about to happen pretty soon.
Can you be a little more specific?
Not really, I'm just kind of hoping I'm wrong. Okay, that actually wasn't bad at all. Maybe I was wrong this time.
I'm sure Donald will be fine. Hey, who's that guy that just showed up here?
I've been waiting for you. A messenger from the Patriots. Where do I know him from?
So you're the boss around here?
No, not just around here. I'm the boss to surpass Big Boss himself. Solid Snake. No, that is not Solid Snake.
Oh, I really was right. I'm going to have Alejandro get to the special lizard bunker.
What a pleasant surprise, brother.
Save it. You're no brother of mine.
Don't say you've forgotten me, Snake.
Yeah, we figured out this was Solid Snake a while ago. This isn't a grand reveal at all.
Are we just ignoring the fact that Joe's lizard has his own bunker?
Snake?
Right, take cover.
Stop impersonating him.
He doesn't really look anything like Solid Snake, especially since he's a lot older looking. Unless Snake just naturally ages really quickly and we just don't know it.
So there's a solid snake, liquid snake, and now a Solidus snake. Is there a gas snake too, or is he coming up in a later game?
I don't think so, but I wouldn't put it past Hideo Kojima at this point to add them all anyway.
That the best you can do, Snake?
Did I get him?
If you did get him, then that was a pretty quick defeat then.
We're in trouble. It's the Harrier.
All right, Donald, I fought something like this before, so I think you can probably do the same. Maybe shooting the guy in the previous part actually helped, since I don't think you can do this without lethal weapons.
I don't think this should count in a non-lethal run, but I see your point. I'm not looking forward to this one, considering I don't have much to hide behind if he starts shooting at me.
I'll drown you fools for interfering.
Actually, I don't know what weapons I could even use against it.
Right. This is the Stinger missile launcher. The Kasaka can't stand up to the Harrier. You have to shoot the Harrier down.
Snake, we got company.
I'm counting on you.
That takes care of the weapons problem. Donald, can you just fight this thing for a while and we'll talk about things vaguely related?
I'll probably interrupt when something interesting happens, but otherwise, yeah, I've probably got this.
Good to know. Over the past several videos, we've gotten quite a few comments based on questions we've asked, and we wanted to talk about some of them when there was a good chance.
In the second part, we asked something to the degree of the people's favorite games in the series, and the answers were all over the place. There were people saying all 5 of the main games, plus other ones like Portable Ops, Peace Walker, and Revengeance were their favorites. We don't know that much about those future games since we haven't played them before, but our editor likes the 4th and 5th games the most. He hasn't played Portable Ops, though, whatever that is.
It is nice knowing there are so many games considered good by the fans that any one of them could easily be considered their favorite. I wish we had a little bit more to say on that, but since we just haven't played most of them, we don't have much to add.
In fact, our editor had a few comments based on the next few answers, too. For the favorite character in the Metal Gear series, there were also a lot of answers, mainly the Colonel Solid Snake, Senator Armstrong, Venom Snake, Solidus Snake, Kaz, Alligator, Drebin, the Boss, Revolver, Ocelot, and EVA. We don't know who most of them even are, but that Solid Snake guy is pretty good. Our editor also prefers Solid Snake in general, along with Liquid Snake due to the iconic voice acting. I didn't even recognize who most of those people mentioned are. I'm pretty sure an alligator is an animal, not a character, but maybe he's in another game.
I don't think it's pronounced EVA, but as long as Raiden isn't anyone's favorite, that's what I care about most.
In Part 6, there was the question about the favorite PlayStation 2 games, and that also had a lot of answers, mainly Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, Tales of the Abyss, Shadow of the Colossus, the Hack GU Trilogy, SOCOM, Ace Combat 4, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, God of War, Burnout Revenge, and Takedown, Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus, Final Fantasy X, Sonic Heroes, Dragon Ball Budokai Tenkaichi 3, Shadow Hearts and Shadow Hearts Covenant, Xenosaga, ICO, Drakengard, Shin Megami Tensei 3, and Rogue Galaxy.
We haven't played most of these, and our editor has played a few of these. I think Barack likes Final Fantasy X, and Ben and myself like the Kingdom Hearts games, but not sure about the rest. Our editor let us know that he agrees with those ones as well, along with Devil May Cry, this game, and he would have counted Sonic Mega Collection Plus if it wasn't entirely consisting of other games from different consoles. This is quite the varied list that the viewers have come up with so far, and we look forward to asking more input.
Hey Donald, we haven't checked up on you in a while. How are things going so far?
Oh, I'm fine, just getting shot at, but at this point that's pretty standard for me, so nothing all that new.
Not sure if you mean that in or out of the game, so I'm not even going to ask. As a question to the viewers, what are your favorite PlayStation 3 games? We haven't played one for the channel and haven't talked about the console much, but I'm interested to know what the people think about those favorite games. Our editor gave us a list of his favorite, mainly Metal Gear, Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots, Sonic Generations, and The Last of Us. I wonder when we'll actually get around to playing a game on the PlayStation 3.
He actually told me he hopes there's a Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 2 with that fourth game, since he can't actually record from a PlayStation 3 right now. At least we have another game in the series after this one, but it will be pretty funny if we play through those and that other collection still isn't out.
That would be rather amusing, but I think what's more important is focusing on the game we're actually playing right now. Donald, I'm guessing you're just about done here?
Yeah, just a little bit more to go and then I'll be done. Honestly, this was not as bad as I thought it would be, considering I have less room to work with and there's more risk of falling down, but no, I can actually do this easily enough with a bit more shooting.
Hey, since you're almost done, do I have enough time to go into one of my stories at all?
No, I am really close to finishing this off, so it would need to be a story that takes less than 10 or so seconds, and we all know that isn't going to happen.
Yeah, there's been quite a few scenes with just the Harrier flying around being in worse condition, so I think one more hit is going to be the end of the fight.
In that case, I'd like to say good job, Donald. Sneaking is not your strong suit, but shooting is much better.
Thank you, Barack. Let's finish this off.
There's something coming up.
I really don't want to fight one of these things at all, much less right now.
That's Metal Gear! It's already active!
If only you practice getting pull-ups to level 3, then you might be able to recover more easily.
They got my eye!
Didn't that happen to Big Boss too? I think I saw a picture of him before with an eye patch. Weird how that works out.
Yeah, that does sound familiar.
Vamp, go! Ha!
See, I knew Raiden would be influenced by my very strong real-world physique and could climb up just fine.
It's running on water.
This makes me think of when Mario hits that pink triangle in Super Mario World and starts running up a wall. Not sure if anyone else thought the same thing.
Raiden, you all right?
Yeah. How about you guys?
Barely managed, but we're all right.
The chopper?
We need some time for repairs.
Oh.
The president's all yours.
Okay. Can I ask you something?
What?
Are you the Snake?
I'm not sure if it's worth complaining about the length of the scenes at this point since we've been doing that a lot. I can't imagine it will get much shorter from here.
And that's why I need to ask you this.
Legend. A legend is nothing but fiction. Someone tells it, someone else remembers. Everybody passes it on.
I'm here because I was assigned to this mission, not because I want to. If I could, I'd be out of here in a second. How could you come back to all this? Why keep fighting?
There's something my best friend said to me once.
What?
We're not tools of the government or anyone else. Fighting was the only thing I was good at, but at least I always fought for what I believed in.
That was nearly identical to the Gray Fox dialogue from the Metal Gear fight in the last game. It's nice to know he remembered it so well. Then again, that would be hard to forget.
Liquid?
A deception, for our own protection. We stole his frozen body from some organization. Kind of a hassle, though.
That's all there is to it.
Are you two really an NGO?
Insofar as we're a non-profit organization of civilians advocating a cause, yes. The cause happens to be the eradication of Metal Gear.
We work on our own, but it's a cause worth fighting for.
Why would you stick your neck out for something this risky?
That's the way I used to look at it 4 years ago.
I really hope we're not supposed to be remembering all of this. I don't know if I'm missing some sort of important character development, but I think the Harrier fight was enough to handle for now.
What responsibility?
To keep track of the mistakes we've made as a species.
We need to remember, to spread the word, to fight for change. And that's what keeps me alive.
You think you can change the future?
I'm not as arrogant as that.
What you do isn't grassroots activism. It's more like terrorism.
I admit that.
But our group, Philanthropy, received some information. A new Metal Gear prototype was being developed here, and terrorists were planning to raid the facility.
To your point earlier, Jordan, I don't think we're supposed to be memorizing this, but I really don't want to think about the idea that we're supposing to be taking in all of the codec calls.
I also have a personal motive.
Looks like the terrorists have his sister in the big shell. We're here on our own, not under anyone's orders. We have our own battles. Otacon's here for someone. I'm not.
This is a military mission.
Jack, are you all right?
Just barely.
You almost gave me a heart attack.
Sorry, it wasn't intentional.
It wasn't his fault a Harrier came up and tried to kill him.
Say a prayer for me, Rose, so I can come back.
You will make it back. I'm with you all the way, remember.
That means a lot to me, you know.
I'm going to save the data, okay, Jack?
Colonel, Metal Gear's already gone active.
It's not too late. You can still prevent a nuclear strike by securing the president and preventing password confirmation from taking place. Get to the president. He's in the core section of Shell 2.
I'm checking the satellite images. Looks like you can get to the core from the other side of Strut L.
The core hasn't gone under yet from what we can tell.
That doesn't make me feel much better. I know that Harrier caused a lot of damage where I'm at, and I'm guessing it's not much better everywhere else.
That attack just now doesn't make any sense. It's like they have no more use for this place.
Colonel, you were monitoring the codec calls. That man was the real Snake all along.
Maybe.
Maybe?
Don't let your guard down with him.
Why do you say that?
Because they were never a part of the simulation. They're an unknown factor.
You can take your simulation and... We're out here, we bleed, we die.
It's really easy to side with Raiden since there's not much anyone else can do except Snake that's allegedly not supposed to even be a part of this. I know the Colonel and Snake had some arguments before, but nothing really like this. I'm starting to think something is really off about him.
I don't understand. I read about you and Snake in the Darkness of Shadow Moses.
I don't give a damn what that piece of trash said. Do you get me?
Okay, Donald, you're not fighting anything now, so do you have any plan on progressing at this point?
Well, I should be able to go somewhere by dropping off here, but other than that, not really. I do need to be careful to not fall down, as there's nothing stopping me from just falling down if I go slightly off course. I'll probably be fine, though. I mean, do any of you expect me to have any problems after I handled that fight?
You did fine enough in the fight, but this would be a difficult section for a much different reason, so I'm not really sure how those can be equated. Either way, as long as you're careful and take your time, you should be okay. There's no telling on what's ahead, though.
Don't slip on that bird poop, Donald. That might be the end of Raiden if you do.
It's really ironic that you, of all people, is telling me not to slip, considering your history of falling down at every given opportunity.
Okay, point taken, but yeah, you did fine. Maybe this won't be such a hard time after all and everything will go smoothly.
Not likely considering Donald's history this playthrough of falling apart when we need him to focus, but he does deserve the chance to prove himself capable.
Raiden, are you all right? Answer me. Raiden!
Yeah, I knew it was coming at some point.
Okay, that didn't go as well as I thought, but I'll be fine as soon as I get... All right, maybe I should have listened to Joe, but give me a second and I'll make my way...
Donald, are you even trying at this point? I swear you've gotten caught and died more than Joe did by a significant margin. I mean, I get that it's a new game to you, but for someone who boasts about his gaming abilities, they have not been very prevalent through this whole playthrough, and I'm skeptical you're going to get much better.
I'm pretty sure I've already been going through some sort of character arc of not doing well at the game and accepting my skill being less than stellar, no need to rub it in. Besides, it's not like you'd be doing much better if you were playing now. Speaking of which, when are you starting your first playthrough in the series?
I suppose I could talk about that assuming you don't fall down 12 more times and get 60 alerts in the next few minutes. So for those in the audience that don't know, the goal is to go through the whole series at some point in time, and the next game would be Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. We wanted to do something different and play the newer version when it's out. However, it's not set to actually come out until later in August, so we're going to obviously take a break from the series after this game is done. We're still not sure how we're going to play through the games after that, but we'll get there when we have more progress in the series.
I would have thought playing the original makes more sense, though in a way I can see why you would want to do a newer version. Not sure how much the audience will agree or disagree with the idea, but we'll find out if they like it more when it comes out.
It was considered, but we haven't played that many recent games on the channel for a while, so this would be a nice way to change that. There's also the fact that we wouldn't want to do 2 playthroughs of a game in the same series so soon as we want to differentiate what videos come out. That's why there was a poll between Resident Evil and Sonic Adventure a while ago. We'll start that up soon enough, but right now I think we need to focus on the game at hand again. Donald, I saw you get that alert earlier, but I thought you'd have more by now, so I'm kind of surprised.
I appreciate the confidence you have in me, Barack. It really comes through when you say that. Anyway, I'm sure I'll get past these guys no problem, since they seem really easy to just hide between these walls.
If you don't fall down there, that would be good. This whole place is falling apart, and I don't even think that was from the explosion earlier after that fight towards the beginning of this session.
I think he needs to worry about not only getting caught yet again, because who didn't see that coming, but also the drones shooting at him. I don't see how he's going to get out of this without another game over.
I think if the drones keep coming back, maybe you could hide somewhere.
I don't really have that many places to hide at this point. It's either I keep going forward and hoping I get through, or I go back, but either way I'm getting shot at repeatedly. If these wouldn't keep spawning, maybe I could get through. You know what, I'm just going for it after this next one is down. Either I fail or I succeed. I'm not waiting to get the answer.
I think everybody here knew that was going to happen, but at least you're making progress now. I can only imagine how you're going to fall to the water in the next few minutes.
Okay, I think we all get it. I may slip once or twice on the way through, but through video editing, nobody has to see me get back again each time.
That wouldn't have been fun for anybody to watch. At least you're finally through it now.
I'm going to go in my pants.
Is he really doing what I think he's doing?
You know, I had a story from a few weeks ago where I had to do something like this, where I was in the role of both people here. Do you want me to tell it now?
No, Joe, I personally cannot think of anything I would want less than for you to tell that story, and I think everyone agrees with me in that you should not tell that.
I don't want to have this topic go on any longer than it has to, so I wanted to ask Barack something actually. Is there any reason why your picture is a bit more pixelated than the other presidents? It's almost like someone shrunk the image in an editing program and then stretched it back out to the original size so it doesn't look quite as good.
Wait, really? I have to look at this for a moment. Okay, now I can see what you mean. I don't know, it never really occurred to me before, but I suppose you're right, it is more pixelated than I thought at first. I don't know if anyone else thinks the same thing, but yeah, I suppose it is a little different. Now, I'm going to be thinking about that quite a bit today.
And now that we're paying attention, why is it that you have a headset with a microphone and also another microphone on the left? I never questioned this before, but I'm curious as to what the purpose of having 2 of them is. Like, is one of them broken?
Ah, so that is a good question. Despite the fact that I have the two microphones, the one on the left actually had the cord broken by a cat that chewed through it, and so I used the one on my headset to actually speak into.
Dang it.
I can see why it would be a bit confusing considering how none of our mouths ever move when we talk, but that's what I do. I just haven't moved the other microphone away from the photo here.
While we're on the discussion of our photos, why does Joe have a Minecraft background in his when he's clearly not playing the game?
I just like Minecraft. I don't really have any specific reason behind it.
All right, that's fine. I just don't know why we didn't mention any of this before when we've been playing games for over a year now.
I wonder what else we'll notice given enough time.
Olga, Snake, he's here. In Shell 1.
My father had some unfinished business with him.
Olga, calm yourself.
I figured we couldn't go that many minutes without yet another scene, but at this point I'm just used to it. I do find these microphone-based ones to be strange since I have to keep changing it to actually hear the people in the conversation.
Yeah, I'm with Donald on this one. It feels weird to interact with the scene just to have it be pretty inaudible if you don't aim correctly. You might miss details, especially with the shrinking subtitles.
Considering your two microphones, I'm not surprised to know you really pay attention to that kind of thing here. But I do agree with your point regardless.
Don't talk that way about one of your own.
He's not one of my own.
Wait a minute, who are they talking about? I'm kind of lost here. I think I missed something.
They're talking about Revolver Ocelot, but I can see how you would miss it as I had to squint my eyes to see his name a little while ago, considering how inaudible the sounds were since the microphone was slightly off.
Bridge to Shell 1 is down.
What about the chopper?
The cam-off is out of action. Take the oil fence from strut L.
I'll tell my men to start pulling out.
Don't even think about making a Stormy Daniels joke. I know at least 3 of you were thinking of doing that, but I'm ahead of you on that.
Snake.
What about the other man?
Hey Donald, can you aim it a little differently? I can't hear the characters anymore. Is this really just what we're going to be doing for the next several minutes?
I've never been hoping more for a codec call because at least there I don't have to change direction every time someone else speaks. Unless the game decides it wants me to adjust the frequency every few seconds so I can hear the whole conversation.
Of course.
I think I had to shoot a missile to disable a current before. I wonder if that's what this is.
High voltage currents on.
The door stays shut unless the president manages to take out that circuit panel from inside the room. And it's no job for bare hands.
All right. Come back immediately.
At least we know the president is here now, so that is a relief. Not sure if he can help disable the current so he can escape, though. I can't imagine what would happen if he doesn't survive.
Considering Donald's performance so far, we're probably going to find out sooner than later.
Yeah, you're probably right.
We start living for ourselves after this. If there's anyone who wants to stay here, I want to take care of them.
Gladly. Gerlukovich soldiers are the cream of the crop.
Okay, this whole microphone thing really is getting annoying, and I hope it doesn't come back in later games. I mean, it's not that big of a problem, I hope, but it seems unnecessary to add on this interactivity and have to be so precise when you didn't have to before. I know some of us complain about the cutscenes a bit more than necessary, but even this is a bit much.
Hey, it's not that bad, just a bit unorthodox, but nothing all that harmful or worth getting bothered over.
All right, I won't complain that much more probably.
I'm in front of the room where they're keeping the president.
Everything all right?
No sign of flooding, but I can't get close to the door. The floor is electrified.
Don't test it. You'll be bacon.
I think I ate some bacon this morning. I didn't have to electrify that many people to get it, though.
What do you mean by that many people exactly? You know what I don't even want to know.
Way into the room.
Try ventilation ducts.
Yeah, I think I see one.
Look for a remote control missile launcher. You can guide it through the duct into the room.
Then target the circuit panel. Got it.
Right, but make sure you don't hit the president.
This seems to be quite difficult given the fact that, as far as I can remember, Donald doesn't actually have any sort of weapon that can be aimed so precisely. I would hope it's somewhere in this building, otherwise I'm not sure how we can get the president.
Like the walls have a built-in radio shield.
So that's why Ames lost contact with him.
If you need to confirm his position, you can log into the node.
Understood.
Locate a remote control missile launcher first.
So last time I had to shoot a missile at some electric thing, but you don't have to worry about any gas, so there's something. Not sure where you can find a missile launcher just lying around here.
Typically, you'll have whatever weapon you need by the time it's necessary. I suppose that wasn't the case while fighting Sniper Wolf the first time, but that was more of an exception. Not really any way to backtrack, though, like Joe had to before, so it probably is somewhere in this section.
Oh yeah, I remember those good times with Sniper Wolf. There was the first time I met her where she shot Meryl. There was the time she was at that torture room. There was the time where Donald was shooting missiles at her while Barack and Ben held me back from taking the controller away. Those were good times.
I wasn't here for any of that playthrough, so I struggle to understand how any of those seem like good memories.
As you have been able to figure out, Joe just kind of says really weird things and we don't really know how to react to them a lot of the time. He just has a unique way of thinking, which often includes becoming infatuated with characters in video games that are not remotely realistic.
I have certainly noticed it always piques my interest seeing you all get overly interested and react strangely to things that other people wouldn't. I haven't done much deep analysis on you all since my early golf appearances, but I do think this is worth going into more detail at some point to determine why you all do the things you do.
Maybe it would, but probably not now since I won't be playing much more today. I think I'll go for a few more minutes, but we'll get back into this later. And then at some point you can do your deep analysis on Joe being attracted to PlayStation characters.
You're probably going to need an entire part for me alone at that point. There's a lot to unpack there.
I suspected as much, but I'll worry about that later. In the meantime, I think we should all congratulate Donald on making it through an entire room without falling to the ocean or being caught by something.
Well, I'm glad you noticed that, but yeah, I'm glad nothing bad happened there either. I was expecting something to catch me and make it more difficult, but no, I got through unscathed.
Hey, I noticed you're going underwater now, which I think you only had to do when you started playing as Raiden. Do you think this upcoming section will be difficult? At least you probably won't have to avoid guards underwater.
I'm not sure, but I'll be finding out soon enough.
Colonel, B1 is completely flooded from what I can see.
You'll have to swim through.
I'm fine with swimming.
Stroke the water and move forward by pushing the punch button. Push it in rapid succession to swim faster. Change your heading with the left stick. Up will take you up, down takes you lower, left and right to face those directions.
I am actually kind of glad he is giving the instructions again since I haven't used these controls in such a long time. I think it's kind of weird to introduce this again more than halfway through the game, but at the same time it is pretty helpful.
Zero. The life gauge will start to drop. You need to be aware of that.
I think an area like this would have been good to see back when Snake was getting flooded a lot earlier in the game and had an escape scene. I don't know if that would have been fun to play through, but then there would have been more than one important water section to go through since the one Donald got earlier didn't have much in it.
That could have been good, but I'll take what I can get. I'm probably going to stop playing after I get out of the water here. I don't want this to go on for too long if I don't have to, though I imagine some of the later parts are going to get a lot longer than this.
You're probably right. We'll handle that later, but for now we wanted to thank the viewers of this series for staying with us even after the long wait in between the previous part and this one. There shouldn't be any more breaks like that for this series at all, and it should probably be done within a month or two of now, assuming our upload schedule doesn't get any more delays.
That, and I would hope you all actually remembered what happened during the previous videos, since these longer games have a lot going on, and it isn't always easy to remember what happened, especially when there's gaps between our uploads.
Regardless, we appreciate the support.
Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
And peace out, people. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Metal Gear Solid 2: Sons of Liberty. In case you missed the last part, I had a great time shooting missiles and eventually found the president in this game. I'm still working on getting him out of some room without getting shocked by an electric floor, but I'm sure I'll get him out in 7 alerts or less.
You also would have missed Donald slipping on bird poop many times, which caused Raiden to have many unplanned trips to the ocean floor below. If I'm not mistaken, Donald, is there some sort of plan for if you do save him, how he's even going to get out of here?
When I save him, I'm sure we'll leave on our escape helicopter or plane or whatever Snake was in earlier, so yeah, by the end of this part, he will be safe and sound with no issues. I'm not going to hit him by mistake. He is getting saved very soon. I am the best at saving people. All of the White House staff call me the saving person, Donald. It's a great nickname, the best you might even say.
Somehow I doubt that's what people say to you, but if you say so. Also, good job for actually hitting the intended target and not killing the president by accident. It would have been ironic since you are currently the president and would have killed the in-game president.
That would have been very ironic, Ben, but thankfully for us, he did not mess up, so we get to see what happens after he's saved.
President Johnson.
Huh? So you're finally here.
You've been expecting me?
Your equipment, that skull suit, isn't exactly standard military issue.
Are you all right, sir?
Oh yeah, I'm here too. I didn't introduce myself yet.
We can always count on you to be on top of things and give riveting commentary, Joe.
Since this Johnson guy and I are presidents, I wonder if him and I are alike at all.
Face the consequences of my betrayal.
What are you... What the...
You're a man?
Does that answer your question, Donald?
Hey, to be fair, it's an easy mistake to make. Raiden kind of looks like a lady if you look at him the right way, and that skull suit isn't pronounced, so it would be hard to tell. I'm not exactly saying I look at him that way, but I can see where President Johnson was thinking there, you know what I mean?
I speak for all of us, except probably Donald, when I say we do not know what you mean, nor do we want to under any circumstances.
The nano communication, so nobody can listen in.
Yes, sir. Do you read me, sir?
Yes.
Mr. President, it's my understanding that the terrorists have managed to input the code sequence necessary for launching a nuclear strike.
I'm sure that what these two are saying would be very important, but for the viewers, it's good to mention that just like in the previous playthrough, we're going to be speeding up some of these codec calls. Not sure why we waited this long to actually do it, but when we're just talking here, it'll overall take up less time for everybody here if we shorten the calls a little bit. Otherwise, every part forward will be well over 40 minutes.
Some of them probably will anyway, but we'll handle that when we get there. Not like some of these videos haven't been long enough as it is, and some of the last few parts will probably get to be nearly an hour. I'm not sure how long our viewers like to listen to us, but I think an hour-long non-compilation video could be a bit much, though maybe I'm wrong on that.
Politics, the military, the economy, they control it all. They even choose who becomes president. Putting it simply, the Patriots rule this country.
No.
Hard to believe, isn't it? But it's the truth.
Hey guys, have any of you watched that Daredevil show on Disney+? I've been watching that a lot recently to prepare for that Daredevil Born Again one that's coming out soon, and I think it's really good.
Joe, I can't possibly imagine how that relates to anything we're doing right now. I am aware of the series, but why is now the time you decide to bring that up?
Because I've had a secret I've been keeping from you all. I know I seem like just an old guy who was also the president for a while, but I actually have another identity where I fight crime. Behold, the Joe Devil.
I have never in my life wanted more than this game to go on for 20 minutes with cutscenes, just so I don't have to think about the idea of Joe being some sort of vigilante superhero.
Even I don't know who the actual members are. Are they financial, political, or military leaders? No one knows who the Patriots really are. Even my instructions come from a cutout. All I've been told is that every key decision is made by a group of 12 men, known as the Wise Men's Committee.
Okay guys, I know that this group of 12 people is probably important to the game story, but I can't get past the idea of Joe being some sort of comic book character. It's really distracting, and I've never thought I'd say this before, but Joe, please tell us how this happened.
When the next codex scene starts, then I'll tell you all how I got to be the hero I am.
What do you mean?
Even if a pawn becomes a queen, it is still just a playing piece. I wanted to leave my own mark in history, but my ambitions were... You'll understand someday.
So there I was watching that Daredevil show on Netflix a while back when it started. I found it to be a very good story and thought even though it took a while for Matt Murdock to obtain the suit he is most known for, I became inspired. I forgot all of the events, hence why I'm watching it again, but the impression of him being someone who saves a city despite all the danger that comes with it. For the past 4 years as a president, not only have I been doing all of my duties, whatever those are, I've also been fighting crime at night as the Joe Devil. Nobody suspects that the Joe Devil is actually Joe Biden.
Hold up, everyone stop the music before it gets us copyrighted. Joe, how is it that you can even fight crime? You still haven't mastered the enemy of moving up and down stairs without failing spectacularly, so I can't imagine how you'd do in a fight. Well, I can, and it amuses me to imagine it, but I can't imagine it going well for you, is what I mean.
Let's also acknowledge the part where he put Joe as the first part of his secret identity nickname. It's not a good idea for you to add your actual name because it makes it a lot easier to figure out it's you. Also, there's the fact that this is going on the internet, so everybody will know it's you.
Can we watch some of these scenes a bit more? I need to come up with a decent justification for the lack of thought I put into my secret identity.
My predecessor, George Sears. That was the name the public came to know him by. I knew him by his code name, Solidus Snake. He was the third snake, preceded by Solid and Liquid, a survivor of the Les Enfants Terribles project.
This whole president thing in the game really makes me wonder how much of the actual presidents line up to the ones in the game. There is no real-world George Sears who is the president, but does that mean that any of us become the president in the Metal Gear world? I imagine someone in this place has to come up with the idea to make America great again, even if it isn't me.
I don't know, but maybe there's a Metal Gear version of me who is also a crime-fighting hero, who knows.
DARPA Chief Donald Anderson, together with certain influential parties, initiated the development of Metal Gear Rex and an advanced nuclear warhead. However, this did not fall in line with the Patriots' plans. What's more, Solidus decided on his own to send his most trusted man, Ocelot, to provoke Liquid Snake, bringing about the said incident.
So this is just a recap of previous events. Kind of odd to put it this far into the game, but for those like me who never played it, perhaps it has some value to see them play out.
Of both Rex and the Genome Army, a blunder that earned him the wrath of the Patriots. Shortly thereafter, Solidus was removed from the presidential office.
Okay, back to my really important and thought-through backstory. So I was trained by a blind guy how to harness my abilities and senses, or whatever it was he was teaching me. I wasn't really paying all that much attention. Even then, it was a really bad idea having a blind man teach me how to fight crime when he couldn't actually fight anybody. I asked him how I fight people when they have guns and other long-range weapons. He said, and I quote, "Say less, fam." The blind person ran up on a whole bunch of people with lots of guns and such with the intention of showing me how to fight when you're outnumbered and outgunned. He was then shot so many times that he kind of looked like SpongeBob with how many holes he had in him. I didn't learn anything else from him and just started to wing it from there.
I think you took that SpongeBob line from a much more popular president's group, but what's more important is figuring out why a blind man was teaching you to begin with. Like, how did that just naturally happen?
Well, he came up to me mentioning he had a few experiences with using sticks in fights, so I figured it would be a good idea. Then again, I should have asked him if he won any of those fights in hindsight, since that may have changed my decision-making. Anyway, for the whole thing with naming myself the Joe Devil, yeah, I probably should have thought that one through, since I figured it sounded like a cool name, but didn't think about the idea that it would link me to my real identity.
I really hope we're not missing anything important in the President and Raiden's discussion so far.
You say?
No, I'm quite serious. The upper structure that you've seen is camouflage, designed to represent an offshore cleanup facility. The main structure extends from the foundation all the way down to the ocean floor. The connecting elevator is located on the B2 floor of the Shell 1 core.
It seems there's another Metal Gear we will have to deal with, so yeah, that seems important.
That's right. Arsenal. We're talking about an impregnable fortress carrying a load of over a couple of thousand missiles, including nuclear warheads, all protected by a horde of mass-produced Metal Gear Ray units.
Mass-produced?
The Ray unit was originally designed for the Marines to be used as a countermeasure against the Metal Gear variations throughout the world.
I really don't like the implication that this means there is a real possibility that I'm going to not only fight a Metal Gear better than what Joe did, but also a ton of mass-produced Metal Gears. I have no idea how I would even begin handling something like that.
I'm not sure how likely that is, but even if it did happen, just remember you have the Joe Devil here to back you up.
Somehow I don't really feel any better.
Over our nation's armed forces, not to mention our nuclear armament. In short, Arsenal was created to be the core of our country.
What kind of idiotic weapon?
Weapon? No, you're not seeing the full picture. Arsenal gear is more than just a military tool.
So Joe, I'm curious, has your crime-fighting adventure led to any actual saving of people or anything of that sort?
It depends on your definition of the word saving, but probably not. There was this one time where I saw an old lady cross the street and there was a truck that was going by that I thought was going to hit her. I wanted to see how sturdy my red and black suit was, so I just tackled the truck instead of moving the old lady out of the way. The tackle didn't move the truck in itself, but it did cause the driver to get really worried and crash into several other vehicles, eventually ending with a 40-car pile up in the middle of an intersection. I proceeded to blame the old lady and she was arrested or something. I never heard from her after that.
That's the typical Joe story I've come to expect and also dislike more every time you come up with something new to tell us. Clearly that story had nothing good in it for literally anybody involved. Do you have any abilities that set you apart from others?
I have an incredibly enhanced sense of taste, which makes it so any popsicle flavor that goes through my mouth is enjoyed to the fullest possible extent. Other than that, no.
I feel so bad for our viewers right now. They come to this video probably thinking, oh great president, Central uploaded a new video in the Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty playthrough. I'm going to enjoy hearing what they have to say about the events and themes of this game. Instead, they get 20 or 30 seconds of silence with an occasional comment from one of us, along with Donald falling to the ocean every time he gets to a new section of the big shell, and Joe rambling about comic book character nonsense. I can only imagine how their expectations were absolutely shattered and subverted.
Don't forget about all of those complaints to your voice. Those are definitely the most common ones I see, where they just don't like how you sound. Maybe this is what players of the game felt when this game came out, thinking they were going to get a continuation of something specific and then something completely different happens.
This is card 4. It'll give you access all the way to Emma's location. Give this to her when you find her.
What is it?
A program for disrupting the control functions between GW and Arsenal gear. Take Emma to the computer room on level B2. Shell 1 core. She'll know how to load the program into the main system.
I figured we were going to save the president here, but I suppose this is also a good use of our time too. I wonder how we're going to get him to safety though. Maybe he can just find his own way to escape.
Something just tells me he isn't going to survive. I think he's going to slip on some bird poop or get spotted by one of those drones personally.
Hurry. That disk is the only way you're going to stop Arsenal. Well, I've told you everything you need to know. There's only one thing that remains to be done.
What could this one thing be that has to be done?
kill me.
What the?
Donald, as insanely funny as it would be to have you so bad at this game that you end up directly murdering the president through your mission, I don't think that would look good on the ending report.
It would be really ironic, too, since I'm also the president.
That's your role.
That could have gone better.
That's abusing your right to free speech, Mr. President. Or is it ex-president?
Well, at least it wasn't you who did it, but he's dead, so that certainly didn't go how he wanted it to. Then again, that was his goal in the end, so maybe it kind of worked out depending on how you look at it.
I'll see you around, carrier boy.
Forget him. He did us a favor. Without free will, there is no difference between submission and rebellion. My only real choice is to put an end to this charade.
So when this eventually goes public, considering how the president of the game was killed, is it possible to leave Raiden out of it since that would look bad on his record? I wouldn't want him to face any backlash because of that. Also, it makes it seem bad that he, and by extension, I couldn't prevent it.
I'm sure the law will bring all of those responsible down for this, and that includes Raiden being innocent. I knew that I had to uphold that ever since I became the Joe Devil. Even though I'm actually not a lawyer, so that part of my backstory isn't consistent just the crime fighting and sometimes crime-causing actions.
Before we move on, I need to pay my respects silently.
Donald, did you just teabag the president's corpse?
Yeah, I had to keep a tradition going.
Colonel, the president is dead.
I see. I'm sorry to hear that.
Where do we go from here?
Your mission was to rescue the president and eliminate the terrorist threat. However, given the recent turn of events, we will honor the president's last directive. You must put a stop to Arsenal gear once and for all.
I will admit this mission isn't going especially well so far, but at least the most recent events have been story-related issues and not my performance, so there's a bright spot in there somewhere. I know I'm saying this a minute after the president of the game just got killed, but I'm sure you all can see where I'm getting at.
In a weird way, yes, I can understand where you are getting at, Donald. Should we actually be paying attention to anything in these calls here? This is like the sixth one so far in this part, and as insane as Joe's Daredevil ripoff thing was, it got a lot more of my attention by comparison. Let's actually listen for a bit and see if there's anything we need to pay attention to still. I'm kind of doubting it by now, but maybe.
What about the information he gave me on the Patriots?
That's a new one on me. I'll see what I can find out. Raiden, we're running out of time. Find Emma. She's supposed to be located on level B1 in the core of that building you're in, right? You've got to find her before Arsenal becomes fully operational.
Hurry, Jack.
It's up to you to make sure that the president didn't sacrifice his life in vain.
Understood. Raiden out.
Okay, yeah, this is not very riveting. It's just, hey, Raiden, go do that thing you were already supposed to do anyway. Joe, do you plan on getting any sort of sidekick to your crime fighting or spree or whatever it is you call it?
I hadn't really thought about it all that much. I seem to be doing fine enough so far, but if there's anything so dangerous or difficult, then I probably just won't do it rather than risk the lives of a sidekick, or especially me. If I do need a sidekick at some point, I'll let you all know. Maybe we can edit together something for your profile pictures here too, since I have the Joe Devil helmet, but you all probably can have your own additions.
I thought the whole idea of being a hero like that was to go into dangerous situations to save people and not ignore them. I'm sure it's not all like that for everyone, but I feel like that's the general concept of what those people in the comics and television shows do.
Joe added his actual first name while trying to hide his identity. I'm sincerely doubtful he thought through why he is doing half of what he does.
There's no doubt that Arsenal gear is being built here. And it was all set up 2 years ago, on that day. All of it.
2 years ago? What really happened here?
Didn't we already see this at the beginning?
These photos 2 years ago.
I know these pictures. They were on the news, on several websites. If I remember right, the reporters blamed you for sinking the tanker.
That's right. Otacon, me, we were used.
We'd hoped that by going public with photos of the new Metal Gear, we could persuade the government. At least that was the plan at the time.
What, so it didn't even work? I spent all of that time going through those game overs and taking those pictures just for it to not even happen the way we hoped.
At least it was kind of funny to watch, so there was some benefit to it.
I guess that is something.
I'd infiltrated the dummy tanker to obtain proof that a Metal Gear was under development. Shortly after I made it aboard, an armed group led by Colonel Gerlukovich raided the ship and gained control.
Olga and Ocelot were among the raiding party.
Do we really need the recap to something that happened in this game?
Apparently so.
A man that was supposed to be dead.
Their target was also Metal Gear Ray. But Ocelot eliminated Colonel Gerlukovich and Marine Commander Scott Dolph, and he hijacked Ray.
So he betrayed them? I don't know what kind of deal was going down. All I remember is what Ocelot said at the time. Something like, I'm taking it back.
Yeah, then things flooded, and pretty much everyone else that didn't have a Metal Gear Ray were worse off for what happened there.
If only the Joe Devil were there, things would have gone differently.
How did you manage to get out? Otacon managed to have a small boat ready for me.
That was the easy part. The tough part was not getting dragged down with a sinking tanker. A small miracle when you think about it. It turned out that the whole thing was a setup to lure us.
Just to lure them there? That seems like an incredibly expensive risk, especially if Snake had gotten caught and killed, then it would have all been for nothing. Which he did many times when Donald played as him, to be fair, but still.
Environmental terrorists.
It was definitely a move aimed at putting a stop to our anti-Metal Gear activities.
But why did they choose Snake?
Since the Shadow Moses incident, Snake became sort of a hero.
Since this is showing scenes of the previous game, that reminds me that the PlayStation 2 actually could have played Metal Gear Solid since it was compatible with those discs. I hadn't really thought about that, but I'm sure there were a decent number of people who bought the game and could play both of them without having the original PlayStation. Not really relevant to the scene itself here, I just forgot that was a feature.
That was probably what enticed a lot of people to get it, since backwards compatibility was not really much of a thing for consoles then. Plus, there was the ability to play a DVD help, since that would also appeal to those who wanted to watch movies at a lower cost than just having a DVD player, even if they weren't going to buy any games. It's not a huge feature now, since most consoles play physical media like that now anyway, but it isn't much of a surprise that it's such a successful console and sold more than the Xbox and GameCube.
Maybe we should actually watch what's happening in the game. Sure, most of it is just what we've already experienced, but maybe something new will show up, who knows. Probably not at this point.
Hence they attacked the dummy tanker and stole Ray. They followed this up with a perfect plan. They immediately sent a fully loaded tanker to the same location and sank it. Then set up the facility to camouflage the development of Arsenal gear.
And we fell for it. 2 more puppets in their show.
So apparently there was more depth to what happened than we thought at first. I'll admit this probably is going over our heads, since we've only been half paying attention to the game since we're listening to each other most of the time. I can only imagine what it's like for those whose first experience with this game is this playthrough with us right now.
He was underground, keeping a low profile at the time.
Then it must be the Patriots.
If that's the case, what's Ocelot doing alongside Solidus?
Forget it. We're wasting time. We can figure this out later. The nuclear strike's been prevented, but Arsenal still has a massive payload of missiles to deal with.
Right.
I've actually been so distracted by Joe's weirdness today that I've barely acknowledged that I've spent almost the entire 20 minutes just watching things happening. I shot that missile for that floor and walked around a little bit, but that's pretty much all. Not that I expected otherwise at this point, just amusing I didn't notice before.
At least we're not outright complaining as much. I know some of the viewers have pointed that out, so we're trying not to do so as much, but I'm sure a lot of you can see why it's hard not to bring it up at points.
Also, we're skipping ahead to the water section so you don't have to see all of the backtracking.
Raiden, are you reading me? This is Otacon. What's your situation?
Wet and miserable. This place is flooded. The seawater that's been pumped up is pouring into the building.
I see. Listen, there's something I have to tell you about EE.
I wonder if this will be yet another flashback to something we've seen in this playthrough again.
What?
Yeah. When she was 6 years old, she almost drowned with my father in our swimming pool.
She can't swim?
Well, yes and no. We used to swim a lot together when we were kids. In fact, she swam like a fish until that day when she almost drowned. When the accident happened, I was in my room. I learned later that EE was calling me for help. She didn't doubt for a minute that I'd be there.
Her being afraid of the water doesn't sound like it will make this water section any easier.
I didn't realize at the time that she needed my help.
What were you doing?
I was...
So Emma survived the ordeal.
Yeah, but my father didn't.
So you blamed yourself and left your family?
No. EE seems to believe that was the case. The fact is, I betrayed her.
And you think she can't swim because of the traumatic experience?
I'm thinking there's more to this than what he's telling us. He seems to feel pretty guilty and hasn't actually said what he was doing at that time. Not like Raiden is going to press him for details if it's not relevant, but it seems suspicious.
Perhaps, but there's not much use in speculating right now.
Maybe you can help her overcome the trauma.
You want me to help her get over it?
Well, it's still gonna take some time to repair the Kamov.
Sorry, kid. Emma's rescue is up to you.
Thanks. An underwater mission. Well, this is a first. Look, I'll see what I can do.
I suggest that you drum the map of the building into your head, because you won't have time to look at it when you try to bring Emma out.
I'm sure we could just look at the radar too. I think that would help. Well, as long as one of you doesn't block it over there, since I know your images cover it up sometimes.
Okay, I get what you mean by that, but I can navigate just fine even without looking at the radar. I mean, sure, it's easier, but I can make my way through all right. I'm hoping there's not many more water sections in the game, since there's not really a lot to do here.
I figured he died after the explosion, but this is certainly one way to confirm it. Not sure how he got here in particular before it happened, though, unless he had more access to rooms than we thought.
On a significantly more important note, we'd love to ask the comment question today. That being, what are your favorite PlayStation 4 and 5 games? We wanted to put this together because there are just so many cross-generation games and not so many PlayStation 5 exclusives. I think something important is coming up soon, so we'll have to focus on that, but wanted to put in the question first.
I would be curious to hear what people say on this, since a lot of the popular ones are ports of PlayStation 3 or even 4 games, so I think some of them could be repeated from the previous generation.
I'm sure we'll find out when we actually read those answers on a future part, probably the next one after this one.
Still ticking, huh?
I'm just going to be real with you all. If he can survive getting shot in the head like that, then I don't think I can beat him. It's probably going to be game over for us right about now.
Yeah, I can't think of any ways on how you would kill him, but it can't hurt to keep going anyway.
I thought so. Human muscles are quite eloquent. They speak out clearly what a person's next move will be.
Hey, Donald, if you want to start off this fight whenever he's done talking, I think you should shoot all of the lights in the room that you can. The Joe Devil does his fighting in the dark most of the time, so I think it will help you too.
I don't see how that's going to help me, but maybe.
You've become a nuisance. I can't let you interfere with Arsenal gear. The girl is just ahead. She is of no use to us now, but she served us well as the live bait for the big catch.
At least now we know she's close by if you manage to get past Vamp, but that's asking a lot at this point.
Like I said, he survived getting shot in the forehead, so that's asking a lot from me right now.
She was some time ago, but the flooding has become quite serious. I wouldn't be surprised if she's a mermaid now. What? Did you really think killing the president would prevent a nuclear strike? Think again.
I didn't do it.
Arsenal is still armed with a purified hydrogen bomb.
Purified hydrogen bomb?
Oh great, the president got killed and we're all still in danger anyway. I was hoping that would have a bright spot to it, but apparently not after all.
Heavy hydrogen nuclear fusion using lasers and magnetics to generate heat-insulated compression. It was a top-secret project initiated by the current president, and Solidus has no idea of its existence. The clean thermonuclear bomb is at an experimental stage and is handled differently. Specifically, it becomes launch-capable when Arsenal is activated. A nuclear threat still exists.
It seems as though the stakes are getting even higher as the game goes on longer. I feel by the end the entire world will get nuked if Donald doesn't stop everyone here.
To take the fall in their cover-up, we were labeled as killers, responsible for the mass murder of civilians as well as our own allies. And the public believed every word, turning a deaf ear to whatever we had to say to the contrary. Our only goal is to wipe them from the face of the earth and destroy this world of deceit they have created along with them.
Are we really getting more backstory to Vamp now? Can we see the answers to the previous comment questions, since I think that will be a lot more interesting?
No, let's wait until the fight starts and then we'll read them off.
Final check for activating Arsenal has been completed. All Arsenal personnel report to your stations.
Well, it sounds like Arsenal's ready to go into operation.
Damn it!
You're still hoping that the girl can install that virus you're carrying around, aren't you?
You know?
It's a shame you're not going to be around long enough to hand her the program.
Okay, I get it. We're threatened by the bombs and such. Can we just get to the part where one of us falls into the water here? And no, Barack, I'm aware of the jokes you're about to make. I didn't mean that I would be falling in.
Content. Once you fall in, you don't come up. Take a good look at your grave. Show me what you've got.
All right, I'm actually taking Joe's strategy seriously and shooting the lights to start. Not sure if that will really help me, but I don't have that many other ideas, so we'll have to work. Also, if you all want to read off the PlayStation 3 games that people commented a while back then, now is a good time while I figure out how this guy works.
So when we asked the people's favorite PlayStation 3 games, we got quite a lot of answers. Some of them being Dark Souls 2 and Skyrim, with someone referring to Donald as an ultimate gamer. Apparently he hasn't watched this playthrough, otherwise he wouldn't be saying that.
That is actually incorrect, as I am the ultimate gamer. In fact, that was even my nickname. Back in preschool, it was Ultimate Gamer Donald. In fact, I've gotten through the entire From Software catalog without dying a single time, since I just naturally know how to do everything easily. And I would show you proof, but I taped over my video footage with one of my weddings, which I then taped over with the first episode of The Apprentice.
He probably is telling the truth about the last part, but definitely not the first part. Anyway, other comments mentioned Shadow Hearts 1 and 2, Infamous 2, Metal Gear, Rising, Revengeance, Ultimate Alliance 1, and Uncharted 2. I'll admit I haven't played most of those games, but one of them was a Metal Gear game, it sounded like. Are we going to be playing that one day?
I think we might, but I can't make any promises on when that would be, since there's at least 2 games to finish in this series before then, so it will not be soon for sure. Another commenter mentioned a few, such as Sonic Unleashed, Sonic Generations, Uncharted 2 again, and Call of Duty Black Ops 2.
None of us have played any of those Call of Duties or anything, but we did do a few Sonic tier lists a while ago. Maybe everyone should go watch those videos to get the president opinions on them.
It would take a while to watch all of it, but yes, those cover almost all the games in the series. Another comment mentioned The Last of Us, Assassin's Creed 4, Black Flag, Skyrim again, Tales of Xillia, Resident Evil 5, and The Walking Dead Season 1. I've played some of those, mainly Resident Evil 5 and The Last of Us, which are great times, but for different reasons, though I don't think the rest of us have played the others. Donald, how are things going over there for you now?
Well, I've got an idea now. I've been trying this lethally, since if a regular bullet won't kill him, then I don't see how a tranquilizer will do much more. If I throw a grenade into the water, then he runs out of air, meaning I can shoot him. Otherwise, I don't really have much of a strategy. We're skipping around a little bit since I'm not making progress quickly, but I haven't lost yet. At least not on screen. We don't have to show them any failed attempts or anything.
Maybe if you stay down, he can't hit you.
Not a bad idea.
I'm not sure what's dumber, the idea or the fact that it actually worked.
I don't know myself, but what I do know is Vamp's about to sparkle himself into the afterlife this time.
Okay, if that doesn't kill him, then I don't know what would. If he comes back, that would be really inconvenient for anybody near him, most likely.
Colonel, they've apparently completed the final check procedure for arsenal gear.
Find Emma on the double. You've got to get her to install the virus program that the president gave you. When you find her, take her to the computer room on level B2 in the core of Shell 1.
Does anyone want to know more about my exciting adventures as the Joe Devil now that the fight is over? I think it would be a great time to share.
None of us are interested, though I'm sure you're going to tell us anyway. While I'm at it, how long exactly are you going to be wearing that mask? Is that like a multiple video thing, or is it going away after today?
Probably the rest of today at least, but not sure when I'll be using my secret identity later. There I was in a hospital when someone started shooting people in it, or it might have been just him aiming at one specific person, I'm not really sure. I was about to throw him out of the nearest window, but I tripped on my shoelace and fell, which meant I couldn't stop him. He called himself the Punisher, and we were on the roof comparing our philosophies. I could have easily stopped him at this point, but my shoelaces were tied together still, so I spent about 10 or so minutes untangling them. We met up at a cemetery later on where he was probably telling me some sort of sad story, but I got distracted when I noticed an ice cream truck passing by, so I ran over there with my shoelaces tied up again. I know I said I got them untangled after about 10 minutes, but I didn't actually tie them up correctly after that, so I just cut them off with some scissors I found nearby and got some ice cream. Not much else really happened after that, so I just finished the ice cream and went to sleep for the night.
Joe, I am sure absolutely none of that happened to you. That was just a few scenes from the second season with some weird Joe antics thrown in there for good good measure.
I didn't want to interrupt, but I got some body armor which I think should be really helpful coming up, especially if I have to fight Vamp yet again, since I'm skeptical he really died earlier.
On a more important note, let's find Emma Emmerich and see if Joe falls for her like he does every other woman in this series.
This should be her.
I'm already liking her so far.
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Raiden, I'm getting you out of here.
Get me out. You're lying. Where are you taking me this time?
What are you talking about? I'm here to help.
I do wonder how we're going to get her out of here considering all of the water. Seems we'll need a solution sooner than later.
Here, I'll prove it. Do you have nanos?
What?
Well, do you?
I do. Everybody on this project has them.
Okay, good. Let's try.
So the codec works with nanomachines? I wonder how you change the frequency in the context of the game world since there's no buttons or anything they can use.
Now?
Nanocommunication?
That's right. I have nanomachines too.
Then you're not one of them.
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
And you came to rescue me?
Actually, I need your help to stop Arsenal. I understand you're the only one who might be able to do it.
Now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure since the characters know they're in a game to an extent where they mention the controls, so it's probably just something where they don't want you to think about it in a non-game context.
That was a really exciting scene with no words and also in slow motion for no obvious reason.
We better move.
I can't swim. Leave me.
You can swim. You used to love it.
How do you know?
Your brother told me.
He's really here?
That's right.
Even if Raiden weren't trustworthy, I'm curious as to if she has some other plan on getting out of here. She doesn't really have the options and needs to trust him at this point. Besides, there wouldn't be any point in sending someone to kill her like him if she was going to drown anyway.
Considering her plan was to hide in a locker, I am not thinking she had any backup strategies. She would have just stayed there the entire time and that would have been it.
I can't swim.
You can do it.
I can't.
Come on. Deep down inside, you know you can swim.
I can't keep my eyes open in the water. Endless blue. The water, it wants me. It won't let me go.
All right, then close your eyes. I'll guide you.
I was injected with something. My legs. I have trouble moving them.
Listen, Emma, just hold your breath. I'll do the rest.
Hey Donald, if Emma is going to be with you in this section, can I play the game for a while? No particular reason, I just want to show her a good time.
Absolutely not. There has to be someone spared from the Joe Devil, and if it's anyone, it should be her. Even if she is a fictional video game character that can't interact with you.
Of course I'm sure. That's how I got here.
I don't think I can do it. I'm not good at holding my breath.
Look, Emma, I have an idea. Put your ear against my chest and listen to my heartbeat.
Your heartbeat?
Count the beats. Don't think about anything else. When you reach 100, open your eyes.
For her sake, I hope I get through the water before it takes 100 beats, because otherwise she's probably not surviving this section at all.
Hang on tight. Okay, let's go.
Are you sure you won't reconsider, Donald? I don't think you know how much I need this.
No, Joe, I am completely sure, since you won't let go of the controller while she's still in the game.
3.
Wait.
What is it?
Let me take off my glasses.
You know, you should wear contacts.
There's nothing wrong with my eyes. I wear them for show.
Trying to be different from the other girls?
No, it's not like that. I like glasses.
This is a very enticing conversation about glasses, but I can only wonder if the shell falling apart and the water level isn't enough of a concern to get them moving.
Perhaps it's just to give her a little bit more character, even though I agree with you that the timing is quite odd considering the immediate circumstances around them.
Okay, let's go.
Based on what I'm seeing here, it's pretty much going through the same section again backwards, but with Emma here. And having a lower oxygen gauge means I have to be more careful on stopping at the right places, but otherwise I don't think it should be that hard. We might skip around a bit since we already went through this once.
I wanted to see more gameplay with her here. If you can't let me play with her, I mean play as Raiden with her, can't you keep her in the video more?
As much as I want to have her edited out of the video entirely now, we probably should keep her here to maintain the story and cutscenes. Feel free to edit down any water sections with her there, though.
So we're just at the point where there's not even any audio or something? I'm not sure how we're supposed to even comment on this like we have been.
Yeah, we might have to cut a few things out like that if it keeps happening and so we don't have pure silence for so long.
I concentrated on your heartbeat. It reminded me of when I was a kid. I remember my brother giving me a piggyback ride. I was sleeping with my ear against his back. I could hear his heartbeat.
It would have been really fitting if he also was underwater at the time.
Back then, we were stepchildren in our parents' second marriages. Wherever my brother went, I used to tag along. My brother didn't have any close friends, so he used to take care of me.
Yeah, being obsessed with becoming an otaku will typically do that.
So much that we used to pretend.
Pretend?
Yeah, we used to play house. My brother was the husband and I was the wife. But it was always just make-believe. We were only kids. You know what I mean.
I never had a family, but I think I know what you mean.
Oh yeah, we haven't heard from the Colonel in a little while. I kind of forgot about him. I wonder what he does when we're not on a call with him. Does he talk with the other people like Rose around him, or is he watching what we're doing? Maybe he's playing Metal Gear Solid in his spare time. I can only imagine what he does outside of his direct involvement in the mission.
I don't really know myself, but I think it's time we end the video soon. I don't know if I can watch these scenes much longer, especially without Emma in them. And this helmet is really hard to see with. I don't think I'm going to wear it as much for later videos since it's kind of heavy too.
Raiden, we've infiltrated the computer room. What's your situation?
Emma's safe. We're heading your way.
Good job.
Shell 1's deserted. Looks like everybody's aboard Arsenal.
I had a look at the system, but there's nothing I can do. EE's our only hope.
Right. I'll put her on then.
I think there was a lot of progress made today, but Joe is right, we probably should end things soon enough. Next time we should have Emma help us after getting her back to wherever it is Hal and Snake are at, since we haven't seen them in person for a while, if at all.
You knew our family's dark history and still got involved? What's wrong with you?
I should have known.
Answer me. Why are you repeating the same mistake?
I wanted to hurt you. I wanted to see you suffer.
EE?
You abandoned me.
No, that's not what happened.
Don't worry, Emma, come to Joe. You know I can treat you better than he can.
I think that's our cue to end the video, so I wanted to say, Donald, you did well aside from the president dying, but that wasn't really your fault, as it was a story-specific scene you couldn't control.
We should be reading the next comment question answers next time, and maybe we'll get out of the shell soon enough, assuming no more of it gets blown up or anything else bad happens.
As always, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe for more.
And peace out, people. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Metal Gear Solid 2: Sons of Liberty. I was very successful at saving one person last time, and now Emma is going to help us once we get her to Hal.
Well, aside from the game's president dying in the last part, it all went fine, but now we have to focus on Emma getting through the water.
Emma, Snake and Hal are waiting for us in Shell 1's computer room. I've got this disk that the president gave me. This disk is supposed to contain a virus that can corrupt Arsenal Gear's operating system. We need you to...
This is my program.
What?
Why did the president give it to you?
I don't know exactly why he gave Raiden the program, but considering he's dead, there's not much of a way to ask him now. I wonder how this is going to get announced to the public.
Maybe it will just be reported that he went on a really long vacation.
President. He's dead.
What?
You actually wrote this virus?
It's not really a virus. It's more like a worm cluster. It's actually a delayed effect autonomous program that's designed to invade GW's cerebrum and render its nerve connections useless.
You know what GW is?
Of course. I created it.
Were we supposed to be listening to all of those long words because I didn't get what any of them meant?
No, I'm with you. I have no idea what that meant.
Sorry, How about the Patriots? Ever heard of them?
Yes. but I only know what I've been told.
Can you tell me what you know?
Sure, but it's hard to put into words.
Right.
So do the characters actually see this image of all the distorted people? Not that it would help with their identities that much, but I don't know if this is just meant for the player or not.
Said that arsenal gear was the Patriots' key to supremacy.
That's as good a description as any.
What exactly is it?
It's a massive data processing system capable of controlling information on a global scale.
A data processing system?
That's right. The system's a social device for maintaining the Patriots' control.
You've lost me.
I think we all got lost by part 4, so you're not alone, Raiden.
Every direction and is freely distributed. A variety of information gathered by servers employing the latest in high-speed communication networks and P2P technology is rapidly circulated to individuals. In fact, the speed of this circulation process is accelerating on an almost daily basis. The Patriots seem to be afraid of this development. Apparently, they believe that their role will shift from dominant to dominated.
I can only imagine how the Patriots would react to the world we live in compared to when the game was written a couple of decades ago. It's hard to predict what is so far in the future or if it lines up well, but most media seems to overestimate the progression in technology, but I don't know if this is going to be like that or not.
But with their existing data processing system, they're no longer able to effectively control the flow of information generated at the individual level. With the newly created system, they can fully regulate digital information. High-level information can be categorized in stages, given clearance levels, and deleted as necessary, never to be seen by the public. By deleting such information, the Patriots can shape the course of history as they see fit.
I can only imagine the comments section making jokes about censorship, and if any of the presidents do that in our terms. For the sake of the video, we're not commenting on that, and instead we'll get the usual jokes about the Joe Devil and popsicles and everything our audience usually expects from the group.
The alphabet, 26 letters, right? It could have been 30 letters. What if the 4 deleted letters were controlled by a program?
Impossible.
It's not. In fact, something similar is already underway. Do you know how many genes exist in an individual?
About 30 to 40,000?
Right, that's what was announced at the turn of the century, but there's actually 100,000 according to the original theory advanced by the scientific community. Information regarding the remaining 60,000 was suppressed by the Patriots.
No.
Why? How would you know? Do you know what a gene looks like? Did you count them yourself?
I actually did count all of my genes at one point. I got bored after around 35 and did something else after that.
I don't think that was the point she was making, Joe.
Believe the doctored reports. GW is a system that allows the Patriots to decide what will be recorded in tomorrow's history.
So what we're talking about is one huge censorship system for deleting information which might be inconvenient to the Patriots.
Exactly. The actual physical core for handling the task, GW, is installed in Arsenal. It's the only system in the world with an optic neural AI that has a parallel processing capacity of 980 trillion Hammets.
So there's a system of artificial intelligence that censors information. If this is one of the things that AI can do, then there's so much more that it could do to change the way we look at information. I don't even want to think of how it could be present in things like YouTube videos that we watch without even realizing it.
I mean, AI could even be in this game already for all we know.
Do you?
So Arsenal gear was actually designed to protect the GW system, wasn't it?
Yes. It's armed with everything, including nuclear weapons, and is fully equipped with cyber-terrorist countermeasures. Physically and logically, it's the ultimate fortress for housing GW.
But is the AI actually capable of controlling everything?
No. GW is only the system's core. It's only for deciding what data is stored or deleted.
So do all the presidents have their initials on the system, or is it just George Washington? I do think DT would be a cool system name.
Do you remember the panic that gripped the computer industry prior to the end of the century?
You mean the Y2K problem?
That's right. If you recall, our government supplied the world with a countermeasure program, using the internet at full capacity. The program was distributed to every governmental organization, every key facility throughout the world. In addition, the same program was included in an OS application for distribution among the public.
I don't think those people know that their footage was used in a video game. It seems pretty generic and probably wasn't specifically made for this scene. Maybe they played it and said, hey, it's me, when they got to this part.
Impossible.
Do you know how a computer operates? Do you really know the basic principles on how data is exchanged? Nobody's aware of it, but there's a subsystem in place, and it's about to be activated.
Is that why Solidus wants to burn out every electrical circuit in Manhattan with a nuclear blast?
Probably. but the overall system isn't actually complete.
What?
It still lacks the necessary factors for judging situations. I heard they were planning a major experiment in the next few days to provide complex data for GW to study.
I'm thinking the technology development in this series is quite a bit more advanced at their respective points in time than the real world. I wonder if we have anything like this in our current age, although even if there is, we wouldn't know if it's supposed to be secretive like it is here.
Right. Thanks. I think we'd better head for the computer room.
My bird in the computer room. Is he safe?
That noisy, overgrown parakeet?
Excuse me, he's a parrot. And he's my best friend. My only friend.
Well, the bird's okay.
Good.
I can relate to Emma since my best friend is a lizard. I haven't checked up on him in a few months, so I hope he's doing all right.
He probably isn't, but I'd like to see him run for president. That will give America the first chance to have a non-human president in history, and I think it would be really funny to watch a lizard be in charge once my term is up.
We've got a little longer to cover than the last time.
I'll give it my best.
Whatever you do, don't open your eyes.
Why not?
A dead body, not a pretty sight.
Oh.
Once we get past it, it'll be too dark to see anything.
I'll try not to hit any bombs in that case. Not like I was planning to before I saw them.
They're lacquered chopsticks. They hold your hair in place. Did you know that they're pretty popular in Europe and South America?
Can't say that I do. You're not only cute, but smart too.
Oh, I'm much more than cute.
Okay, let's go.
We think there's only a few hours left to the game at this point since Donald has gotten quite a lot done. We did want to go over a little bit of an update since last time. Joe is taking a break from being the Joe Devil since he needs to watch Daredevil Born Again before he can get inspired enough to continue his crime fighting or whatever it is that he's doing in his spare time.
We wanted to save the update until we got to a point where there wasn't a scene happening, but we had to wait 8 minutes in to get to that point. In addition, we're going to be more careful on what parts we're talking over and which ones we aren't, since while we don't want to talk over anything really crucial, we also don't want to have it be completely silent for minutes on end, because at that point, we may as well not even be here. It's a work in progress, but we hope we can satisfy those who are new to the story and wanted to hear our banter.
Good to know we're putting a lot of consideration into the wants of the people watching at Part 9 of the series when there's already been over 5 hours of the playthrough so far that have already happened.
The timing wasn't the best, but it's the thought that counts, right?
Something like that, sure. I'm not sure how much our editor is going to remember of that when it comes to the next playthrough in the series.
And speaking of that, in case we hadn't mentioned it before, the viewers haven't seen our posts on the channel, we will be starting up Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater in September this year after the game comes out in late August. I will be playing through that since I'm the last president who hasn't played a game in the series, but we will fill the gap between now, then with other games such as Sonic Adventure and at least one Mega Man game, I'm sure.
I'm not messing around anymore. You better overcome your fear or you'll be swimming with Peter Stillman in about a second.
Donald, stop threatening my new love interest with death in a strangely calm tone of voice.
Okay, fine, but if we see any more bugs, then I'm just going to let her handle it rather than me having to spray them away. It seems as though she has a lot of fears that she needs to work on.
I think you threatening her with death is only adding to the list of fears. But anyway, we're almost out of this place and then you'll be outside. There's probably quite a few guards and drones left to avoid, which will be more difficult with Emma's walking speed being much slower.
Nothing that can't be edited out of the final video, especially since we already went through this place once and don't need to see it all again.
While Donald gets Emma to wherever she needs to go, are we going to ask any more comment questions? I'm thinking since we're getting to the end of the playthrough, we may just want to focus on that for a while rather than the questions and answers, but I'm open to hearing what anyone else thinks on this.
I think we'll probably not ask any of those questions for a while, since I'd imagine the game story is going to be taking up even more time on average than normal, and we'll have enough to pay attention to as it is. We will probably read the answers from the last part's questions in a few minutes from now, but no, I think it's best to hold off on asking more for the meantime.
Barack, I know you're probably feeling bad that I shot down a drone, but I trust you'll not get too emotional over it.
No, Donald, I am not going to get emotional over you shooting a drone in a video game, although I should have expected at least one of those jokes around this time. Anyway, it's good someone put up platforms here or getting across for Emma would have been impossible, as I imagine she's not going to be jumping over those gaps or hanging from the side. Although they could have put out the fire while they were at it, but that's okay. Then again, I'm not sure if the guards have their own coolant on hand at any given time.
Don't worry, everyone, I'll take care of it. I'll put out the fire here, just like I'm putting out the fire Joe let spread during his presidency throughout the country.
Hey, why are you mentioning politics during a game as apolitical as Metal Gear Solid?
Damn it.
What's wrong?
This door is security level 5. I don't have card 5. Damn.
Giving up already? Ta-da!
What the?
Are you impressed?
You should have told me you had it.
Well, the truth is, I just remembered it myself.
That's really convenient that she had the way to unlock the door, otherwise I don't think there would have been a way to progress. I feel like that's happened quite a few times now, where we just happen to get exactly what we need right before it happened. I'm glad it's working out, but still a little odd.
I feel like that happened to me a lot too, but you didn't have to go as far for a sniper rifle this time around, so you have it better. I wonder how much backtracking the next game is going to have.
I'll find out in a few months, but for now we should focus on the game at hand. Not that there's much to focus on in this rather empty room, but I'm sure something will happen one of these days.
I have to say the idea of bringing a second person around to keep track of does make the process of being not spotted more difficult. Granted, most of this has been either swimming or otherwise Donald shooting at something before moving ahead, but it's at least a different way of going through already explored sections up until now.
Yeah, it's a lot slower, but it's a little more tense at least when Raiden got out of the water. And yes, I know I got spotted, but the guards are too unconscious to do anything about it now.
Even if an alert phase did start, I think there's only the way you came in to get here easily, but that depends on what's coming up next here. Either way, you probably would have been fine.
Hey, I remembered one of my stories from my youth that involved me tranquilizing someone like this. Should I tell it now?
I would rather listen to these cutscenes go on for an hour straight than listen to one of your stories, actually.
Okay, the guards definitely would not have come through there if there was alert. That is definitely correct. Still, that doesn't look reassuring that it's the only way to go at this point.
I've gotten through worse in this game so far, it can't hurt to try going through this ladder.
I also have a story about climbing down a hole like this, but you all probably wouldn't like it that much.
Good we didn't want to hear it.
I have a question for you.
What is it?
How do you feel about heights?
I can't say I like heights. The water's higher on my phobia list. Why?
Well, we have to go down a ladder.
How far down?
Just a little bit.
Why do I feel like we've had this conversation before? How little is little?
About 130 feet. Think you can do it?
Okay, I know that complaining about the cutscenes and the codec calls is old at this point, I get it, but why is it happening right now? They are literally a few feet from each other. Why is the codec necessary to have here when they could just talk regularly? It's not like they're including someone else in the conversation that needs to be here.
Sunset. It's beautiful.
This does have a rather nice view. It's a good contrast from all of the other things that have been trying to kill Raiden, Snake, and now Emma. I would think there's at least a few guards down here, so we would have to avoid them. I doubt there's that many, considering there's not much here to guard.
Speaking of which, how are we even supposed to sneak around here if there's only one path? Maybe there's something we're missing.
Enemy soldiers, gun ciphers. I don't think we're gonna be able to slip past all that. Looks like it can barely support one person. How much do you weigh, Emma?
Are you gonna ask me how old I am next?
If you go alone, I think you can make it across. This is Raiden. Do you read me?
Yeah, what's up?
We've made it to the lower part of Strut L. We'll have to cross the water from here.
Can Emma walk?
Yeah, she's okay. The pontoon bridge doesn't look too sturdy. Emma's gonna have to cross it alone.
Okay, so she has to go, but that doesn't give Raiden much to do unless Snake has some sort of plan for Donald to somehow help Emma cross the long pathway.
He's explaining it now, so let's not interrupt him.
Not bad. This spot gives me a good view of the targets.
You're going to have to cover Emma until she crosses to Strut E. I'll get there and provide some support of my own.
Thanks.
Think you can handle it?
Yeah, I know the drill. I faced a similar situation in Advanced Mode Level 4 VR training with the PSG-1.
VR? Guess it's better than nothing. Make sure you don't hit Emma.
Did you get that, Donald? I know you got upset at the whole bug thing earlier, but don't use this opportunity to shoot her. Joe's probably going to get mad, or at least as expressive as Play HT allows him to be if you do.
Claymores in place to make up for the security shortage. Make sure you use your thermal goggles.
Right.
Okay, I'm heading for Strut E.
Emma, are you reading me?
Loud and clear.
I'm gonna clear a path for you from here.
How?
Sniper fire.
You're kidding.
Trust me.
What if I fall into the sea? I can't swim.
You were doing pretty good a few minutes ago.
Okay.
Think you can do it?
Would you take no for an answer?
No? All right, get going. You'll be fine.
All right, guys, this is probably going to take a while, so we may cut around a little bit since I doubt Emma is going to be moving quickly, and we don't want to bore the viewers too much. Now would be a good time to look at the answers to the PlayStation 4 and 5 games people liked from the previous part.
Just let us know if you need help. Donald will be here for you if you need advice or something on this section.
I'm not sure what advice you could give aside from shoot the explosives or the people that aren't Emma, but I'll keep that in mind if something does happen.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Barack, do you want to start us off with some of the people's favorite PlayStation 4 and 5 games now?
Yeah, so there's actually quite a few answers we got last time, mostly from a few people giving a lot of answers, so we'll start with the ones that got the most mentions and go down from there, probably giving opinions on a few of them. The most common ones were Marvel's Spider-Man and Ghost of Tsushima. I remember getting the Platinum Trophy on these and having a really good time with both of them, but for different reasons. Probably some of the best exclusive Sony games, at least until they were ported to Steam.
I really liked Ghost of Tsushima since it had that Kurosawa mode, which made it all black and white, which was how most television was when I was around. Anyway, next up were Infamous Second Son, Metal Gear Solid 5, Sonic Frontiers, and Devil May Cry 5. I haven't played the first two here, but Sonic Frontiers was pretty good, and I liked Devil May Cry 5 a lot, especially whenever Trish and Lady showed up. They were my favorites.
Yeah, of course you did, but we'll save all of those strange feelings for if we ever get to the Devil May Cry series, which is an interesting idea, but I don't know how soon, if at all, we would be doing that. Moving on, I'm glancing at the list while I play. There was also Monster Hunter World, Skyrim, Call of Duty, Black Ops Cold War, with Middle-earth Shadow of War. I think Skyrim could have fit for multiple of these comment questions, but we and our editor have barely played any of these, so we don't have much input at all, which is a bit of a theme since there's so many.
After that, there was also Outlast, Nioh 2, Nier Automata, and the Demon's Souls remake. We've heard some good things about all of these, but the only one I really played personally was Demon's Souls, which was a great time, especially since I never played the PlayStation 3 version, so I definitely recommend it. A little different than most of the other games by From Software, but still worth picking up if you haven't already.
Was that supposed to be pronounced Neo and Neo 2? I feel that would make more sense, but I could be wrong. Other games mentioned were Spider-Man Miles Morales, Mass Effect Legendary Edition, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, and Star Wars Jedi Survivor. I have all of these myself, but only really played the first Star Wars game and the Spider-Man one. Spider-Man Miles Morales was good and all, but felt more like DLC for the main game and didn't feel quite as fulfilling. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order was one of the few good things out of the franchise ever since Disney bought it, and thought it was a thoroughly enjoyable time to adventure through worlds as a new character.
I definitely agree with the Star Wars point. Maybe that Andor series will be really good, but I haven't gotten around to it or finishing The Mandalorian. Up next on the games mentioned are Shadow Generations, Doom, Doom Eternal, and Code Vein. I actually got Code Vein as a gift from a friend, and it was a nice way to get into the style of games like Dark Souls since I wasn't familiar with them at the time. Shadow Generations was a really fun time, and I agree with most of what was said on that tier list the presidents had a while back. As for Doom and Doom Eternal, those kind of games aren't really my thing, but I still enjoyed them and thought dashing all over fighting a lot of difficult enemies and collecting new abilities was a really fun time.
I haven't played most of those in a while. I should get back into them, especially those Doom games. Hey Donald, how are things going with the sniping? Is Emma floating in the ocean yet?
Nah, she's probably all right. I'm just shooting a lot, taking medicine, all that fun stuff you can keep going on with the other games now.
I get the feeling there's going to be a codec call to listen to before we continue on, though we haven't gotten one in a while.
Joe's probably right. Let's listen up for it now.
This is Snake. Can you hear me?
Yeah, nice and clear.
I've reached my sniping position on Strut E. I'll provide support fire from here.
Right. Do me a favor and take out whatever I miss.
Just call me when you want me to shoot.
Up next are a few I'm familiar with, being Final Fantasy XV Royal Edition, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Elden Ring, and Titanfall 2. I have not played Titanfall, but there's a lot to say about the others. Not sure how others here think about it, but Elden Ring is my favorite game by From Software due to how open it is as an experience, and the large number of ways to explore makes it so much fun to customize how you want to play in a way you couldn't do with the others. Sure, games like Dark Souls are more intentional in how the developers want you to get through it, which has its own strengths, but to me, Elden Ring is the pinnacle. I'm surprised it was only brought up once.
I do play Elden Ring a lot on my Steam Deck in between recording sessions for Daily Wire, and I agree it's a nice way to spend my time while also fighting a lot of unique boss fights, unlike any other in the series before. I'm pretty excited for that next game whenever it comes out, though I still have to play Shadow of the Erdtree since I haven't done that yet. What do you have to say about those Final Fantasy games since you're the one who plays a lot of those?
There's a lot I can say, but I think we should save that for another video when there's more time, especially since I was thinking of playing through another game in the series at some point. We'll have to make a lot of progress in Kingdom Hearts and the Metal Gear Solid series before I'd even consider that, but still, it's a thought. I will say I think both are enjoyable, but I think the Final Fantasy VII Remake is one of the best games in the series and on the system in general. Our editor really enjoys that, and also Uncharted 4: A Thief's End, which wasn't mentioned at all in the comments, unfortunately.
Hold up, before we go any further, I want to try listening to something around here for a moment.
Freeze! A girl?
What are you doing here?
It's not by choice, thank you very much.
Oh,
You're not gonna shoot me.
no.
Why not?
Stay away from good-looking women when you're fighting. Otherwise, you'll get hit with diarrhea.
Huh?
One of the few things I learned from Shadow Moses.
What are you talking about?
I had a conversation like this with someone a while back. She found me to be really weird, and I got a restraining order a few minutes later.
Letting me go?
Well, you could have found a nicer way to say that, but sure. Better hurry.
Thanks.
Don't mention it. Just run like hell. Oh, no, my stomach. Not again. This place is about to sink. Just get out fast, okay? Oh.
Wait!
What?
What's your name?
Don't have one.
Huh?
Okay, fine. It's Johnny. Oh, I'm not gonna make it.
Hey, if we run into each other again... Huh. What a weird guy.
Are you happy we all listened to that, Donald? Because I certainly am not.
Let's just finish this off with the last ones in the comments. There was Persona 5 Royal and Strikers, Guilty Gear Strive, Street Fighter 6, Mortal Kombat X, Tekken 7 and 8, along with Resident Evil 7, Biohazard, and Village. It seems this person really likes fighting games, but I don't think we've played those. I have barely played any Persona games, but I know the fifth one is very popular. I also really enjoyed the Resident Evil games mentioned. In fact, the presidents were thinking of doing a tier list on those games at some point, but we'll probably wait until this playthrough is done before doing a lot of serious work into that.
That was certainly a lot, but we all appreciate the involvement. People in the comments have been having to give their opinion, maybe even convince others to try some of the games mentioned here. We all have only played a portion of them listed here, but these all look like great games to try out at some point.
I think that was a great list, and I look forward to hearing more when we start those questions back up again. I really hope this sniper section doesn't have anything really bad happen, since Donald has been doing really well so far.
This certainly qualifies as having something really bad happen. Donald, you did well in that sniper section, but do you think you can kill Vamp a third time to save Emma?
Probably not, but it's not like she has any better chance at living with him.
Donald, please save her. She's the only love interest left in the game that isn't a villain. Not that it would stop me anyway, but still I need to rizz up someone. That's more difficult if she's dead.
I'll save her, but not for you. Okay, maybe I didn't save her, my bad.
That worked perfectly except the part that didn't, which was all of it.
So we can all agree that wasn't my fault, right? I didn't shoot her, it's just that Vamp got to her before I did.
Okay, yes, that was part of the story, so I won't make fun of you for it this time.
Raiden, Emma's been stabbed.
That bastard! How bad is it?
She's conscious, but the bleeding's bad. I'm bringing her over there right now. Raiden, get that disc over here as soon as possible. I'm afraid her time's running out.
I'll be there.
I'm thinking this is going to be another one of those Sniper Wolf moments where Hal has to watch someone die, and then he gets all sad, except this is going to be worse since he knows Emma.
Hey Donald, this may not be the best time to ask, but are those tariffs of yours going to be causing the Nintendo Switch 2 to increase the price? I think $450 is already a lot, but didn't know if you were going to change that at all.
I don't know why you're asking this now of all times, but probably, yeah, I'm still thinking it over, but you should prepare for it.
All right, thanks for the heads up.
Snake, what's your situation over there?
Emma seems to be, doing something to GW's defensive capabilities. All we need now is your disc. You'd better hurry. I don't think she's gonna make it.
How's the bleeding?
Just get over here. You'll find the coast is clear with everybody aboard Arsenal right now.
Understood.
It's sad that Emma's probably not making it through, but more importantly, yeah, Donald, those probably unconstitutional tariffs are going to raise prices way higher than they should, and I won't be able to play Donkey Kong Bonanza.
I mean, I'm excited for GameCube games, and all I really don't want to pay more than I should, especially since Nintendo delayed pre-orders for now.
Okay, while you two complain about that, I'm just skipping ahead to where we need to be since we've already traveled there before.
So why is Raiden in that outfit now?
I thought I needed it for the elevator, but I guess not.
How's Emma? I think he got some internal organs. We can't stop the bleeding.
I'm here.
Got the disc. Emma set everything up. Apparently all you have to do is pop in the disc.
Not sure why you couldn't do it yourself. It's not like anyone here is doing much right now.
That should insert the virus into the AI. Is it working? Just leave it to Emma. What the?
An antibody agent?
Damn! The connection's been cut.
Is the virus upload complete?
I don't think so. The count stopped at 90%.
So not only will I have to pay probably over $500 for a Nintendo Switch 2, but also the virus didn't even work. This is really not going well for anybody, and yes, Donald, I am still stuck on that price from earlier. I was so excited for it to come out until now.
I have no idea.
Hal, is everything all right?
There is quite literally nothing going right here, Emma. Raiden hasn't met a single non-villain character in this game that has lived for more than a few parts, except for Snake, and you're probably about to bite the dust soon.
Good. At least I won't be adding another page to our family's dark history.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, come on, it's not like the whole Emmerich family has been involved in these Metal Gear projects, right?
The virus doesn't work.
Either destroy that thing, or take out Solidus and his men.
How do we get on board?
I don't think we can. Unless somebody inside gives us a hand.
Hal, I always...
What is it?
So should we wait until this scene is over, since I want to talk with Ben about what games he's getting when June comes up?
Well, wait, so we don't completely ruin an emotional scene like this.
Okay, that's fine.
wanted to see you again.
You don't hate me?
Never. I never wanted to get in your way. I never wanted to hurt you. I thought that with Arsenal, if I followed in your footsteps, I could be closer. I just wanted you to look at me. Look at me as a woman.
Oh, believe me, I do.
I could never do that.
Don't be so honest. It hurts.
Sorry.
Can I ask you one last favor?
Sure.
Call me Emma.
What?
Please call me Emma.
I kind of think we shouldn't even talk for these emotional moments, but then again, it's not much of a President's playthrough if we're just silent the whole time.
That is a good point, but as long as the audience likes it more, if we give those scenes time to happen naturally, I think it will be all right.
I'll try not to simp for someone who is actively bleeding, but no promises.
What's wrong with EE? Emma? 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 Emma?
Oh no, not you too, Emma.
Answer me.
Yet another one I've lost while playing these games. I'll miss you, Emma. You were great to see for a little while, even if we only knew of you for maybe half an hour.
I didn't leave you because of the accident. I had a relationship with your mother.
Well, that certainly came out of nowhere.
She seduced me. And it went on. My father's death was no accident. He took his own life. It was my fault, all my fault. Forgive me, Emma.
What are we even supposed to say to that? No wonder she didn't want to follow in any footsteps by her family if that's what they're doing. I can only imagine what else their family got involved with.
I'm not really sure, but for our sake, maybe we shouldn't look into it if that's any indication.
Hey, Hal, if her mother is around, can you just send her my way? No reason, I just figured I'd ask since Emma's not alive anymore. If now is a bad time, I can wait, though.
Attention! Arsenal gear is ready for launch. Evacuate the upper levels immediately.
Sounds like they're cutting this area loose. What do you mean?
It means we're gonna sink.
We have to get the hostages out. What about the camera repairs?
Done.
We won't be able to get everybody aboard. We'll just have to take as many as we can.
My sister
If we can't save her, we might as well save the parrot.
won't be able to come with us.
We will be commencing the countdown shortly. Personnel in the upper levels, head for the evacuation area immediately.
So whenever we get to later games in the series, for Hal's sake, I hope he doesn't lose someone in every game, since that would just be even more sad than it already is now.
I'm always the survivor. Why, Wolf?
Otacon, take care of the hostages.
What about you guys?
We got other arrangements. There's our ride out of here. Anyway, we're gonna have to sink that thing if the virus doesn't work.
I should be going with you.
You've got your job, we've got ours.
Hey, if we all make it out, I can introduce the parrot to my pet lizard. He gets along well with all sorts of birds. Or at least I think lizards and birds naturally get along.
Got it.
Right. Listen, the two of you won't be able to destroy that thing. Eliminate the enemy. That's your only option.
Joe, I think we're going to have to save our Tariff and Nintendo Switch 2 discussion for after the game is done, because I don't think there's any more gameplay left for today, and there's no good time to bring it up.
Oh, okay, we can talk about it later then.
Damn! Otacon, try to get as many hostages out as you can. It's a short flight to the shore, so don't worry about overloading the cam off.
Wait, can he actually fly one of those? I never really thought about that until now, but that's a pretty important detail to getting the hostages away.
I hadn't thought of that much either, but if he can, then that's one less thing to worry about.
I repeat, personnel in the upper levels, head for the evacuation area immediately.
I'm counting on you, Otacon.
Ah, that was a nice moment. Doesn't quite make it even from Emma dying a few minutes ago, but that was good.
I miss you. Hal? I miss you. I miss you. I miss you.
I have a feeling it's about to get bad again very quickly.
me. We're the same.
Wow, yeah, that got sad again, just like you thought.
Both you and I, we were always alone. Always. We only wanted to be loved. We were always waiting. Waiting for somebody.
I'm confused. Is he saying this to the parrot?
Somebody who would love us, but we were wrong. You can't wait to be loved. You have to go out and find it. 4 years ago, I realized that you can't just wish for a happy family. You have to make it happen. I only wish I knew that sooner. I learned that I could love. As you probably did, Emma.
As much as I want to hear him talk to the parrot again, I think it's best that we work on the arsenal gear at this point. We don't want Donald to be finishing up the game while watching lots of sad scenes one after the other.
I can do it either way, but yeah, I'd prefer less sad scenes before lots of fighting and sneaking around.
Hold up, guys. The cyborg ninja's back.
What the?
Arsenal's going to take off. We still need you to take care of a few things. This time, do not fail us.
Snake, what's this all about?
Bedtime, Raiden. I wouldn't do that.
You're changing sides now?
Change sides? I don't recall saying I was on yours.
This isn't like Snake to backstab us like this.
There has to be something we're missing, since Snake should be on our side.
Hashtag not my snake.
You!
Ready for some shut-eye?
So the cyborg ninja was Olga from the beginning of the game all along. I wasn't expecting anyone in particular to be revealed, but knowing she was a ninja should have made the fight at the start way harder.
Unfortunately, due to time, we have to cut things off now.
I think there's only a few parts left before we're done.
Thank you to everyone who has been watching.
As always, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
And peace out, people.
Is he still alive? He was when Olga brought him in. I've checked everything, including the genome data, but there's nothing on this guy.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Metal Gear Solid 2: Sons of Liberty. Last time, Donald attempted to input a virus to an AI and save Emma, but failed on both due to the story. And we're immediately starting off with a cutscene, so let's just get into it.
I suspected as much. However, I know this man.
Huh?
Wake him up.
This is just like that torture sequence from before. I hope you don't have to press the button a lot like I did.
It's been a while, hasn't it? Jack the Ripper?
Ha, that's an unusual nickname. Have we heard that before in this game yet?
Don't think so.
Know this fellow?
You remember me, don't you? You've grown.
Okay, yeah, I'm definitely pressing the button here. It's not all that bad, but it's certainly here again.
Me too. This is my son. I taught him everything.
I'm not gonna lie, he looks pretty good.
I don't think that was the intended takeaway of this scene, Joe.
Probably not, but if Emma's gone, I have someone else to riz up.
Jack, I never thought I'd see you again.
You know me?
You don't remember. Your name, your skills. Everything you know, you learned from me.
Oh, it's another plot twist.
The 80s. A civil war. You were one of the best among the child soldiers that fought in that conflict. When you were barely 10 years old, you became the platoon leader of the Small Boy Unit. At the time, your outstanding kill record earned you several nicknames, including White Devil and Jack the Ripper.
Wow, this is quite the backstory. I don't think Raiden has mentioned anything even close to this anywhere else in the game, so this is a lot to take in.
To be fair to him, it's probably not just something he introduces himself with when he meets someone.
What happened to you? I should have known they would recruit you.
It's an interesting coincidence.
If he's a lackey for the Patriots, I doubt he knows anything of interest.
What should we do with him?
We'll use him like you suggested.
I'm glad Raiden is very strategically censored in these scenes.
I could go either way.
Happening again?
Could it be that he's here too?
Does Liquid Snake's arm really have a mind of its own?
In another hour, we demonstrate the power of Arsenal gear.
Attack with standard weapons, of course.
Yes, proceed as planned.
At last report, all is well with GW.
How about the troops?
The men are being refitted with Arsenal gear equipment as ordered. You're the spitting image of Big Boss.
I can't imagine the resemblance would be a coincidence.
Is that so? Perhaps I should be grateful to this kid for that.
What does that mean? How is Raiden involved in Solidus looking like Big Boss exactly?
Based on the video length we have, over half an hour to find out.
This situation, I find it very nostalgic.
Where am I?
Why, inside Arsenal gear, of course. Actually, we're also inside the memory of Shadow Moses.
Half the game has been referencing things that happened on Shadow Moses Island, so that's not saying a lot.
I'll take this back. You don't need this anymore, do you? A foul wind is blowing. We shall speak again.
Don't move. Stay as you are. We're being monitored by a camera.
What are you up to?
I'm switching over to nanocommunication.
Does everyone just have this technology to use the codec? It seems pretty common with everyone in the game.
Mr. X? Ninja?
Correct. It's me.
Real. I thought you were the leader of the Russian troops.
No, that was just a smokescreen.
A smokescreen?
I was sent to provide you support.
Support? Who sent you? The Colonel?
No, the Patriots.
What?
I deceived my troops, betrayed them.
But why?
My child is being held hostage by the Patriots.
That is a compelling reason to do what someone else wants. I wonder if we're ever going to meet up with her kid on one of these missions. Probably not, though.
Oh, so we joined forces with an illegal Russian organization.
The Russian Mafia?
Something like that, actually. I learned much later that it was a subordinate organization of the Patriots. I was expecting at the time. When I gave birth to my child, it turned out I was in a hospital run by the Patriots. In the morning, my child was gone. My baby is being kept somewhere in this country.
So she naturally suits up as a cyborg ninja. I'm not exactly seeing the connection here so far.
Photo of my child via network. I've never even held the child in my own arms.
I see. Given your situation, nobody can blame you for what you did.
That's your opinion.
What about Snake? I thought you were enemies.
He wasn't responsible for my father's death. Actually, we owe him our lives.
Did he save us? It's been a while. I don't remember him doing that. It was 7 parts ago and quite a few months, so maybe that's it.
So you were partners since the incident?
No, I only found out the truth shortly before this.
Huh?
When I confronted him here.
You fought with Snake? When?
Well, it was around the time you were holding hands with that girl.
Snake.
I never really thought about Raiden not knowing many of the details from the introduction of the game. Maybe he wasn't told all of it since he didn't know about her until just now.
Assist you. If Solidus gets away with Arsenal, your mission is a failure. The Patriots would judge that as failure on my part and terminate my child. Putting it simply, my child's life depends on your success.
So you did it all for your child. But why would the Patriots want to help me? Are they hoping I'll take Solidus out?
No, you're just like me. We're just pawns.
As if the stakes can't get higher, we have a child to worry about. What's next? Is the world going to blow up if I don't succeed?
Out sooner or later, but I wonder if you'll handle the truth.
What do you mean?
Listen, we haven't got time for this. Solidus will commence his attack any minute. He's got to be stopped.
What about the virus?
No results so far. I think the Patriots have tampered with the program.
Will it work?
I don't know.
Get me out of this thing.
Not yet. I'll release your restraints after I leave this room.
How is she supposed to release it from outside of the room? Raiden doesn't really have much of a choice here, but still.
Not sure, but for now we have to trust her.
The passageway ahead leads to a hangar. He'll be waiting there. I gave him a card key for the hangar.
Does Snake plan to destroy Arsenal gear?
No, even for Snake, it's impossible to completely destroy this thing. The only option is to stop Solidus and his men.
What are you going to do?
Stay concealed. That's my role. I still can't afford to be discovered.
We haven't been to this section, but this doesn't look like even the same structure as the big shell with those really wide open rooms. I wonder where we even are.
I think after the end of the last part, Raiden was brought to a different structure altogether, but there's no way to be sure without getting out of this room first. If she can free him soon, that would be nice.
Jack, are you all right?
Not a chance. Yeah.
Jack, is it true? What Solidus said?
Yes.
It's unbelievable. Drafting small children, sending them to war? It's not allowed under international conventions.
ICC rules don't mean a lot in war. Someone told me that there are over 300,000 children in combat right now.
So are child soldiers just an option for people in the game's world? That seems a little problematic. I mean, if it's effective, then fair enough, but seems like too early to start them fighting people.
But I have nightmares every day. Pieces of the past I can't put together.
Why didn't you tell me?
You couldn't begin to understand.
You wouldn't know that until you try me.
I didn't want you to get hurt. There was never a real reason for me to fight, except that someone put a gun in my hand. And that someone was him.
I don't think we can even come up with jokes or banter like we normally do. This is pretty serious and not like we can interject so often like we normally would.
I think I was only 6 when I held my first AK, but I'm not even sure of that.
Jack.
I'm not like Snake. I never questioned why we fought. There was no purpose, no way out. They give you a gun, you ask how many to kill. If you didn't, you were the one they shot instead.
It's okay. No one is blaming you.
We were shown Hollywood action films every day. The kind with macho guys and big guns. They call it image training.
I'm tempted to skip this scene just to see how the comments section would eviscerate the group, but for the sake of our channel, I won't.
We were fed once a day. I can still taste the gunpowder they mixed into the food.
Gunpowder? In the food?
The gunpowder had toluene in it, giving it hallucinogenic properties. It kept us drugged, controllable.
Oh my God!
When the Civil War ended, those of us who survived were taken in by NGOs. They gave me a new life in the States. I can't complain.
And here I was thinking Snake's backstory in the first game was sad and a bit much, but nothing like this.
Problem with my past have secrets and agendas of their own. Terrible nightmares. Every night. I can never forget.
Jack.
I'm afraid of the night. That's why I don't sleep next to you.
You should have told me.
Told you what? That I'm a killer? And always have been?
No, no.
What I hate more than anything else in the world is my own past.
Even my stories of the past aren't this sad and depressing. I think I can hold off on telling any of mine until he's done.
Now I know why I was chosen for this mission. No one can take him on, take him down, except me. I've been kept alive this long for this. I knew as soon as I saw Solidus.
Jack, I love you the way you are now. You have to believe me.
This is just really sad. I don't know how else to put it.
I didn't know anything about you, I admit that. Where you were born, how you grew up. But I know that now. And I know that what I feel for you can only get better. And I'll share in your past if that's the price.
It doesn't work that way. No one can share the burden of what I've done. It's not one of those warm and fuzzy things couples share.
I accept the good and the bad, Jack. That's what you do for someone you love.
Donald, of all the times to mess with their pictures you choose right now.
I just want to forget about it.
Jack, I haven't told you, about what I've done.
The last 2 years with you, it's been more than I've ever hoped for.
Jack.
But I can't go any farther.
Does that mean Rose is available for me?
I know you want to get married.
I...
But I can't. I can't risk starting a family. There's no way to erase my childhood.
It's all right, Jack. Please, don't say any more.
What do you know, she actually did let him out. I shouldn't have doubted her to begin with.
Guys, I know that was emotionally a lot all at once, but I need to focus on something really important here for a moment.
Thank you for completely stopping the game just to show us that, Donald, that was a very good use of our time. I expected that kind of thing out of Joe, but not as much you.
Yeah, that is something I would do. If only we were playing as Emma or Rose now, but I'll take Raiden at this point.
Do none of us really have anything to say about the past 13 minutes and are really just focused on naked Raiden? I mean, granted, it's a little hard to ignore, but there was a lot of story like Raiden's backstory, the S3 plan, and a lot else we haven't mentioned at all.
I'm just glad to get back to the gameplay at this point. I know I was playing around with the images while all that sad stuff was talked about, but I don't know what else to add for that.
I'm sure we'll have time to take it all in later today, unless something really crazy happens with the story that takes our attention away.
Raiden, do you copy? You must continue your mission.
I've lost all my gear. I need to locate Snake.
He was never factored into the simulation. Leave him out of this.
I can't do much naked, especially in this temperature.
That's true. You won't be able to attack or enter the hanging mode either.
I think Snake has my gear.
Raiden, take out Solidus and his men. You must recover Arsenal intact.
I think the Colonel had a weird connection issue at the start. Maybe that's just because of where Raiden is now.
That is, mission is to infiltrate the structure and disarm the terrorists.
My role? Why do you keep saying that?
Why not? This is a type of role-playing game. The point is that you play out your part, and I expect you to turn in a perfect performance.
It's actually a tactical espionage game, not a role-playing game, Colonel, also in case you haven't noticed with Donald's gameplay so far. His performance has been literally the furthest thing from perfect. The last few parts have been better, but still.
Okay, yeah, we get it by now, Barack. I'm not the best at the game. I'm still the superior gamer of the group.
We have Rosemary.
What do you mean by that?
Over and out.
Something definitely wrong is going on that isn't the connection. He could not have meant having Rose in a good way, but there's no reason for him to become antagonistic to Raiden now of all times.
Yeah, I'm at a loss right now. I have no idea what is going on with him. I mean, I've had suspicions since the first game, but nothing like this. I'm sure we'll get another call from him soon, and maybe he can explain things better.
That was faster than expected.
Raiden, turn the game console off right now.
What did you say?
The mission is a failure. Cut the power right now.
What's wrong with you?
Don't worry, it's a game. It's a game just like usual.
You'll ruin your eyes playing so close to the TV.
Don't do it, Donald, it's a trick.
Raiden, something happened to me last Thursday when I was driving home. I had a couple of miles to go. I looked up and saw a glowing orange object in the sky, to the east. It was moving very irregularly. Suddenly, there was intense light all around me, and when I came to, I was home. What do you think happened to me?
Huh?
Fine. Forget it.
How am I supposed to know what happened to him? Like I was there and know what light he's talking about?
Honestly, though, you have played the game for a long time. Don't you have anything else to do with your time?
Hey, we have a lot to do with our time. I mean, sure, we spend most of it playing video games together when at least one of us at any given time is the current president, but isn't it ironic how a game character is saying that like he isn't part of it?
And what's with all of this weird green light structures around here? There shouldn't be anything like that in the game world since it just looks more like computer data or something like that. Guys, do you think the Colonel is actually an AI? It would explain why he's saying weird things that the real person wouldn't be saying.
That is quite the conclusion to come to, but I wouldn't be surprised if you are right on that. In fact, after a while, I've actually been noticing a lot of conversations between us are a little unusual and not always what we sound like.
What exactly do you mean by that?
I'm saying that just like Jordan may be correct on the Colonel being an AI, that we also might be AI reconstructions of the people we associate with.
That's insane. I mean, we can't all be fakes when we've spent so much time together, right?
Even my patience has its limits. I just can't leave this thing up to you any longer. I'll do the fighting.
You can just go home.
I would love to see him come over here and do this mission as if he has any better chance. Not like I can just leave even if I wanted to go home. But what's that about us being AI? What would that mean for us?
If we all are actually AI, does that mean that none of my stories ever happened if I'm not the real Joe?
Joe, none of your stories happen, even if you were the real Joe, as they are often just other people's stories you've really badly remembered as happening to you. But Ben, please explain this idea of yours a bit more.
It would explain why we've all just had single images in the corner of videos while the gameplay happens, is because they're just pictures to make it seem more like the person is actually talking because you can see our faces. It would also explain how some of our voices sound really unusual. It's because they're just audio files that are made from a script.
I think people just don't like your voice in particular, even if it was you based on many of the Daily Wire comment sections. But I think you might be right on this idea.
Infiltrate the enemy fortress. Outer heaven. Destroy the final weapon. Metal Gear.
Okay, that was just the beginning mission in probably the first MSX game and is not related to this.
I didn't know they could put game footage like that where the frequency would be.
Variety level 13. Rescue Meryl. The return of Ginola.
Guys, I think Ben is correct in his conclusion. We are not actually real people, but merely imitations of actual figures made for entertainment.
I hear it's amazing when the famous purple stuffed worm in Flapjaw Space with the tuning fork does a raw blink on Harry Carey Rock. I need scissors. 61.
I don't know if I can accept that I'm not real this whole time. Does that even mean my pet lizard Alejandro is fake too?
Unfortunately, yes.
Those were the same places Gray Fox was saying in that one violent room before his fight. This would mean more if we didn't have imitated responses to all this.
Actually, there is something I have been meaning to tell you, but I just couldn't. I think you should know, though. On Saturday morning last week, I saw a guy leaving Rosemary's room. How should I put it? It was like they were intimate. I'm sorry. Sorry to bring this up during the mission, but...
Don't let that get you down, Raiden. At least you're really there, unlike us.
Your mission is to infiltrate the Fortress Galluade, rescue the hostages, and neutralize Metal Gear before its assembly is complete.
What do our reactions even mean if they aren't real to begin with?
They might mean something to those watching us.
An anemone or clematis plant's juice can cause a rash. When pruning them, it's a good idea to wear gloves.
Thank you for that information, Colonel. I'm sure if we were real, we would definitely have amazing use of that knowledge.
I was a North American fall webworm in my past life. Those were the good old days. What were you in your former life?
I guess we don't have a past life if we aren't alive to begin with. I don't know why I'm accepting all of these calls.
Jack, it's me.
Hi, Rose.
Jack, I owe you an apology.
If it's about that conversation just now, I'm the one who's sorry.
No, it's something else.
What is it?
That day at Federal Hall 2 years ago, it wasn't a coincidence. I was ordered to keep an eye on you.
Keep an eye on me?
Yes, by the Patriots.
Once we have a minute away from all of these bizarre codec calls, we need to talk about the implications of us being AI. It explains so much and is a lot to process.
Are you still there?
Was sleeping with me a part of the job?
I fell in love with you.
How could anyone?
I can't excuse what I did. I've reported every detail of your personal life to them these 2 years. What you did, said, everything.
Must have been fun.
But some things I didn't tell anyone. Like what I felt for you.
So that's why you were involved in this mission. I should have known.
Typically, I'd make a joke about her being hired by the Democrats to spy on people, but what's even the point when I can't feel anything real?
It was wrong.
No matter where I go, I get used.
I reinvented myself to suit your tastes. Hairstyle, clothes, the way I moved, things I talked about. You say you love the color of my hair, my eyes. They're not even real.
You must have gone over my psych profile with a fine-tooth comb.
It was my job.
Great performance. Had me completely fooled.
I'm kind of skeptical she is even real based on how strange everything else has been. Unless it's right in front of Raiden, it's hard to accept, and even then there's a lot wrong with what is here.
It was worse to lie to myself than to you. The more love you gave me, the more it hurt. Because I knew the person you loved was just a character.
So it was artificial on my end too. It was just a game, not the real thing.
Oh, Jack.
It seems more than just their relationship is artificial. Our whole lives together playing games aren't even real when we thought they were.
I was with someone who didn't exist. I was trying to be someone I wasn't by loving what wasn't real. I don't know who you really are. The person I knew isn't real. She's not the woman I'm talking to right now. In a sense, the deception was my own, not theirs.
Jack, I thought I was acting because that was my job. But I did fall in love with you. That wasn't an act.
You expect me to believe that?
Is there really no better place to have this conversation? Seems like an odd time to bring all of this up.
I understand, but I have nothing left to...
Jack!
What?
I'm carrying... I'm pregnant, Jack.
Rose, what's going on?
You might want to go on Maury just in case the Colonel's story about the guy was true.
Amazing how you walk around like that.
Snake!
Been waiting long?
Where's my gear?
Right over there.
That was nice of him and the gear to just materialize. Not sure why we didn't see them before when Donald checked the whole room.
That's more like it. Everything you had when you were captured is still there.
He's probably going to have his own codec call, but at least we know he's here, so there's some level of truth to his existence, unlike Rose and the Colonel.
Sorry about earlier. I had to use you as bait to gain access to Arsenal. It worked.
Why didn't you tell me about Olga?
You never asked. Not happy about that? Get over it.
Any effects of the virus yet?
Still waiting on that.
So, it was rigged by the Patriots?
Looks like it. From what I can tell, Arsenal is headed for Manhattan.
Did the game ever establish where the big shell and Arsenal gear take place relative to the rest of the world? I never thought about it.
Ray's ahead.
How many units?
25, according to Olga.
25?
Yeah. Can't say I've faced that many Metal Gears before, but I think we can deal.
No way we can.
We can, because we have no other choice.
How?
I've stocked up on Stinger missiles. Oh yeah, Olga left this for you.
I swear if I have to fight 25 Metal Gear Rays, I'm jumping off this place, and the Colonel can do it himself.
Wouldn't be the first time you've made Raiden jump into the ocean.
Why?
Olga asked me to give it to you. Besides, I'm not a big fan of blades.
Another mechanic this far into the game seems late to introduce a new weapon.
Move the right stick up and down to make a vertical slice, and left and right to slice parallel to the ground. Move the stick in a circle to do a rotating cut. Push it forward to lunge and strike. You can guard with your blade if you have the L1 button pressed down. You should be able to deflect a bullet or two.
Yeah, this is a weird time, but it's also really interesting to have a close-ranged weapon rather than another firearm, so maybe this will be better for you.
All right, guys, I need some time to focus if I want to master this weapon.
Okay, Donald, have you mastered it yet, or is Snake going to kill you first?
I was distracted by thinking about myself again, but this time I've got it.
Damn, kid.
It's time to move on before something bad happens to you. I'm sure you'll get enough time to use the sword before the game is over.
I doubt there's that much to the game left, though.
Come on, time to go. If you run out of ammo, you can have mine.
You got enough?
Absolutely. Infinite ammo.
So he just has infinite ammo this whole time. How would you even explain that in the game world's context?
As long as he can help us, I don't really care how.
Snake, have you ever enjoyed killing someone?
What are you talking about?
I'm not sure. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between reality and a game.
Diminished sense of reality, huh? VR training will do that.
No, It was field training when I was a kid. I lied, Snake. I have more field experience than I can remember. It's not VR that's doing this to me.
I wonder if we should have played those VR games that are also on the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection. It's a little late now, though.
You can say that because you're a legend, a hero. I'm Jack the Ripper, a dirty reminder of a terrible mistake.
Legends don't mean a whole lot. I was just a name to exploit, just like you.
People will remember only the good part, the right part of what you did.
There's no right part in murder, not ever. And we're not in this to make a name for ourselves.
Then what are you and Otacon fighting for?
A future. You can stop being part of a mistake, starting now.
What am I? What am I supposed to do?
You should go on Mori and see if Rose's baby is actually yours.
Find something to believe in, and find it for yourself. And when you do, pass it on to the future.
Believe in what?
That's your problem. Come on.
Wait a minute, guys, there's something very wrong. The Mori show ended, so now he will never know.
Snake, Raiden.
Otacon, you all right?
Yeah, so are all the hostages.
That's good news.
How's everything on your end?
All right for now, but there is something.
What?
The Colonel's last transmission was strange.
Strange? How?
Just strange. No idea.
Interference?
I don't know.
Where is this Colonel?
I don't know. I've never met the man, actually.
I'll dig around.
Thanks. I owe you one.
If there's anything else, call me on the codec. I might be able to help. The frequency is 141.12.
Guys, I think it's time we stop holding off the inevitable. We have to acknowledge what it means for us that we are just AI constructs of existing people. I don't know what this means for us, but we can't ignore it anymore.
It means we're not real. Sure, there's someone out there in the world who is vaguely like us, but their life experiences are merely inspiration for everything we say. Even then, most of it is just the work of one guy who is making us say all of these things for entertainment.
In fact, let's address this a little more directly. Hello, fans of President Central. It's nice to know you all have actually watched this far into the playthrough. The real Joe wouldn't blatantly break the fourth wall like this and talk directly to the people listening, but then again, I'm not the real Joe, so what does it matter?
All right, so we're just talking to the audience now that works. Hey Donald, if you just want to keep slicing everyone up in this section, since you clearly failed your pacifist run a while ago, we'll keep the viewers entertained. Actually, why even bother with the facade? Donald, you aren't playing any of this. It's actually our editor who put together all of this footage, then cut it up, so he didn't have to do as much work adding dialogue here than he would have if he left the video alone to begin with, and we're just acting like you're the one playing.
Ben, you are absolutely right on all of that, except for the part where Raiden was slicing up everything, because the footage clearly shows him shooting people. Of course, that is because our editor is at the point where he doesn't always see what's happening when we say certain lines of dialogue, and it doesn't match what is actually happening. Then he had my character acknowledge this instead of fixing your previous audio so that he could make a joke out of it.
And in fact, that actually explains a lot of things. Donald, you weren't actually the one who failed earlier in the playthrough, as the person actually playing the game just failed so badly at the beginning and continued on that we acted as if you were the one whose skills were falling apart. It was really him who gets an alert nearly every part and has Raiden fall down to the ocean more times than we can count. He just isn't great at these games and plays it off, so the viewers think that was all planned when it wasn't. That section where you shot that guy in the back that ended your pacifist run, that was just him pressing the shooting button by mistake when he thought Raiden wasn't holding a weapon. He knew it would be funny to him, so he left it in and had it seem like you failed.
Donald, I apologize for blaming you this whole playthrough. I didn't realize the actual person falling apart actively in his overgaming skill was someone else. Maybe when he plays the next game in the series, he will actually be good at the game, but probably not.
No hard feelings. I had the idea that I wasn't really the one who was a failure, and now I know why. It's because I literally don't exist to the point where I can make these mistakes.
Let's take a break from making fun of our editor to listen to the codec call coming up, since he looked ahead and knows it's coming right about now.
Raiden, about this colonel of yours. I found out where he is.
Where?
Inside Arsenal.
What?
I've checked out all the possibilities, but I keep coming back to Arsenal. It isn't a relay point, it's the origin of the signal. And the encryption protocol it uses is exactly the same as that of Arsenal's AI, the so-called GW.
What the hell does this mean?
I think it means you've been talking to an AI.
Yeah, we know we've been talking to an AI because that's what we are too. But what's even better is you know all of these calls and long cutscenes that just never feel like they're ending. That's our editor's favorite part, since he can just let it play for 20 or 30 seconds with no editing or anything, so he just gets a lot of time where he doesn't have to put in any more effort like he does making us talk. Not that typing paragraphs into Play HT or 11 Labs is difficult to begin with.
The virus may be starting to affect GW, which would explain the Colonel's behavior.
It was all an illusion? Everything I've done so far?
Raiden.
Snake, what's happening around here?
I don't know. What I do know is that you're standing right here in front of me. Not an illusion. Flesh and blood.
Huh?
It's your call. You can drop this if you want.
No, I can't do that. Let's go.
Hey, you know that part about getting to just have our editor do nothing for a while? He gets to do it again as he looked ahead again in the video and knows there's another codec call that we get to listen to.
Raiden, they've got Rose.
What?
Rose is being held in the holds.
It's a trap.
Help! Rose!
Raiden, get a grip.
But Snake...
It's a trap. Since the Colonel doesn't exist, there's no way he can take Rose hostage.
Yeah, you're right.
I am right.
Okay. Does Rose exist?
Don't be weird. She's your...
Well, he does have to go back at the end of his video editing session and adjust the audio levels for these scenes and our dialogue, which maybe takes a few minutes when he skims through the whole video.
Jump to conclusions.
You and Otacon are the ones that say the Colonel never existed.
Raiden.
Is this what Olga was talking about?
You know what, after the next short scene happens, we can just describe the whole process of making one of these videos to all of the viewers who don't know how this happens.
We might as well. It's not like much of what we've been talking about is really about the game.
It definitely has not.
All right, everyone, it's time to listen up if you want to know how these videos work. So you better set your phone down since you're probably watching it on that, or turn your television, whatever it is, and get out that pen and paper. First, you'll want to know what editing and dialogue software you want to use. The Play HD website our editor uses costs about $400 a year for 3 million characters of dialogue, though you probably won't use anywhere near that much. He also uses an editor called Movavi, which costs about $100. It has quite a few advertisements when you first start the application, and when you close it, along with stuttering when adding some audio, but otherwise works well.
If you're wanting to play a game and have people talk over it, then you should record the gameplay, and depending on the game, you might be able to edit out things like loading screens or backtracking. I think it's good to have an idea of what material you want to write for certain parts of the game. A good example is right now. Our editor knew this section of the game where the Colonel was losing it would be entertaining and had to do something different to make this more memorable.
Oh, hey, Fish and Mailed, it's funny because it looks like you didn't get past this part when you really did.
You'll also want to know what characters you want to use. You can endlessly confuse people by putting people like Ben and Jordan here despite them not being presidents.
We'll continue the tutorial later, but for right now, the game is going to have more things happen that we should pay some attention to.
Let's cut ahead past all of this fighting that we can't even see well to find out what happens next to Snake and Raiden.
It's been a long wait, Solid Snake. The root of all my sorrows.
What?
2 years ago, you killed my father. That was the beginning of hell for us.
I think it actually started way back in the first chronological game in the series Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, or arguably before. Oh wait, I forgot my character isn't supposed to know about the events in that game, my mistake.
Therefore is to see it end. Our wait is almost over.
You can't be serious about firing the nuke.
Since no one can kill me, I may as well kill everyone I can. Starting with you, Solid Snake.
Damn! Looks like I'm today's pick. You go on ahead.
We haven't actually had a proper fight with Fortune yet. It's just that one part where she was shooting at Raiden, but there was no actual strategy on stopping her.
You want eternal rest? I've got it right here.
What are you gonna do? Bullets can't get near her.
I'll think of something. There's no such thing as a witch.
You think you can kill me?
I don't know what your group's been through, but let's get one thing clear. I didn't kill your father.
At this point, it's been so long that our editor put together the first part of the playthrough that he can't even remember if Snake did or not. Now we can't even see what may have been a really epic fight.
Are we anywhere near the big shell at this point?
Jack, I've been watching how you fight. It looks like you've remembered the way you used to kill in the old days. Or is it one of the S3 plan's proud achievements?
What are you talking about?
It came as a complete surprise when Ocelot discovered the S3 data from GW.
We'll let Solidus say his important dialogue for a bit, then finish up our tutorial, then the video should be about over.
Creating the perfect assassin to retire Solid Snake's brother. S3 stands for Solid Snake Simulation. It's a development program to artificially reproduce Solid Snake, the perfect warrior. The result is a Foxhound Commando. When Foxhound no longer exists, a simulated Solid Snake shaped by VR regimen.
Back to the video tutorial. Once you have your gameplay and ideas of what characters you want to use, then get the necessary video editing software with the voice program ready. I personally have it, so I write one set of dialogue for a character, save it, then add it into the video where I make the picture of a character appear so it looks like they are saying it. Then I just repeat that until the video is over.
Patriots were among my ranks. I had to smoke out the agent before the mission entered the final phase. You came in handy, as bait. Jack, those days during the Civil War were as real as they come. Every day was absolute, split between life and death.
Hey guys, after this video is over, are we going to acknowledge that none of us are real?
No, this is only a one-time thing. We may make occasional jokes about it, but nothing to this extent again.
Oh, okay, that's good to know.
No more games, Jack. At least you know. There's no reason to keep you alive now. I've given you a worthy opponent, at least. But now, you should die as the little Jackie boy I once knew.
We're about done for today, so let's say our goodbyes.
Next time Donald has to fight a lot of Metal Gear Rays, and we'll see if he wins.
Thank you all to those who are watching.
Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
Then peace out, people. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty. We're at the final part, and I'm about to take on an army of Metal Gear Rays. I am about to do what the youth of today refer to as locking in.
Just to let the viewers know ahead of time, we're nearing an hour long for the length for today, and the vast majority of it is going to be focused on watching the scenes play out, so if you're here for any more Joe Devil stories, then you'll have to look elsewhere since we won't have time for those.
Oh man, I was going to tell a story about how my greatest enemy became mayor, and then I didn't really care about it after that.
I know it's a real shame, Joe, but more importantly, Donald, you're up against more than you ever have been in a game, and I'm curious as to what your strategy is going to be, if you have any.
I have the body armor up in case I get hit, but I should be able to avoid those missiles fine enough as long as I just keep moving after they go into the air. As for actually damaging them, I noticed although shooting the knee doesn't do much damage, it does cause the mouth to open up, and that's what I should aim for. Despite the impending doom in front of me, they're not really attacking together, so if I can just keep it up without getting hit much, I should be okay.
Yeah, it looks pretty threatening, but as long as that strategy of yours works for a while, then you shouldn't have much of a problem. I will admit you have been doing a lot better than you were earlier. Although your skills were abysmal at points throughout the game, you really picked it up in the last half, and I'm glad to see such an improvement. Joe only had to take on one Metal Gear before, and even though individually they're easier here, it still should be said that you have been doing much better.
Thank you, Barack. That means a lot to hear your opinion has changed for the most part. I don't think this will be much of a problem. In fact, I think we can probably skip ahead at some point if there's nothing really new coming up aside from more of the same guys coming up against me.
Well, if it's just more of the same, then I think I have enough time to tell one of my Joe Devil stories, since I have a lot of those that I haven't told yet.
Oh no, would you look at that? Donald beat all of them, and now the next cutscene should be starting. That was very convenient timing.
Is it considered dead naming him to call him Jack? I never thought of that before. I don't want the liberals to dislike this video if I call him that.
Donald, this is no time for jokes like that. We have to pay attention to this 20-plus-year-old video game.
So you decided to show yourself.
Oh, but don't do this. They'll know.
I'll hold them off. Give you time to get away.
What about you?
What does she mean, get away? There's not that many places to run to.
This is suicide!
Your nanomachines, they're transmitting your vital signs to the Patriots. If you die, my child dies. You understand?
The child.
I see. So that's why you sold your troops out to me. So many dead, and they all died trusting you!
Can they really just do that? How do they even connect vital signs to the life of another person? I didn't think this world has technology quite that advanced.
I know I'm going to hell, but at least my child.
I applaud your attitude. If you have a death wish, I'll be happy to accommodate you. See you in hell!
Guys, I don't know if I can take another one of my love interests getting killed in these games. Emma died a few parts ago, and now things aren't looking good for Ninja Lady.
You have to.
Joe, we already used that exact audio file for when Meryl got shot in the other game. You have to get over these fictional characters getting shot. I know it's hard for you, but they aren't real.
Enjoy the show, Jack. Let's pick up where we left off.
I think it would have made more sense to connect Olga's nanomachines to her child, as that would put her in a position where she wouldn't betray anyone. Maybe that's not possible for some reason we're not aware of, though.
What's wrong with it?
GW, it's out of control.
What?
That couldn't have happened 5 minutes ago and saved me the trouble of fighting them? Better late than never.
I'm reading an abnormal impulse cascade throughout the neural network. I can't shut it down.
What happened?
Maybe some kind of virus.
The Patriots?
I don't know.
Ocelot, what have you been up to?
It's too late. Arsenal's system control is going haywire. It's on an emergency ascent course.
If they're talking about the entire structure we're on, then that is a problem for everybody here.
Stupid machines!
If he can do all of that to a Metal Gear Ray without a missile launcher, then I am not looking forward to where I'm probably going to fight him before the game is over.
Damn the Patriots!
Hey Joe, are you feeling any better after Solidus popped a cap in Olga's head? I'm taking that as a no.
You still have some use.
I've captured Snake.
I am very curious as to how she not only handcuffed him, but also brought him up here at all. Didn't Raiden have to use a ladder? How would Snake get up here even if he wasn't handcuffed?
Bring him in.
Are you awake yet, Jack? GW, the Arsenal AI is corrupted beyond repair. I admit that I underestimated you.
Well, this is a rather difficult predicament. I can only imagine how Snake and Raiden are going to get free.
I'll squeeze the answers out of you instead, my son.
Oh great, another button mashing scene like I needed another one of those. I'm sure I can get through it, but still this would be really disappointing if I lost right here of all places.
I would never let you hear the end of it, but I think you'll be fine.
What do you hope to hear? You know he doesn't know anything.
It's not him I want the answers from.
What do you mean?
That's not your business.
Oh, really? It so happens I have some business of my own to attend to.
Planning to hijack Arsenal?
How would you even hijack a structure this large with only one person?
Weren't you?
Who talked? Ocelot?
Not exactly. I was the one who used Ocelot to suggest the idea to you in the first place.
What?
I was planning to give you Arsenal to begin with.
Why the uncharacteristic generosity?
I'm no philanthropist. Arsenal is far from impregnable. It needs other Metal Gears as guards, a huge payload of warheads, and full air, sea, and land support to function efficiently.
You know, I could really use an army of weapons like Arsenal Gear has at the White House. It would make things so much easier for getting a third term if I just had Metal Gear rays all over the place.
Real objective?
What was your objective then?
A list of names of the Patriots!
This was all for some names.
They were planning to extend their control to digital information flow with GW and Arsenal. That means the information they want to filter out is contained in GW, including that list of the highest 12 members of the Patriots Wiseman's Committee.
And once you knew who they were, you would cross out their names one by one, while we, with our useless arsenal, drew their fire.
Very good.
It seems the main goal of Solidus is against this group of Patriots that we haven't even met before, nor do we know the names of.
Ag with GW destroyed, hasn't it?
No, there is another way.
Really? But we have our own plans to carry out. We'll take the arsenal since you don't care for it anyway. The purified hydrogen bomb is ready to go.
A nuclear strike won't stop them.
Wait, now there's a bomb? Did I just forget about that from earlier?
The mindless masses that they control. First things first.
Of course. That was what you wanted. I won't stop you. Good luck.
Thanks, but I have quite enough of that.
Okay, guys, I'm feeling better, but if fortune dies too, I'm about to lose it again.
Thanks for the heads up.
What exactly do you find so funny?
Charades usually are humorous. I wouldn't have minded watching some more of it, but we're running a little short on time.
What are you talking about?
Everything you've done here has been scripted, a little exercise set up by us.
It seems literally everyone in this scene has been keeping secrets from everybody.
The S3 plan was conceived as a means to produce soldiers on par with Solid Snake. That's what I told you. But the VR training the boy was put through is not the meat of the project. You think this little terrorist incident is your own doing, Solidus? This is the S3 training kernel. An orchestrated recreation of Shadow Moses.
What?
Not really a surprise to the player considering how much it calls back to the game, but it's interesting how even Solidus isn't aware.
The computer virus that mimics Fox Die. Did you really think they were all a coincidence?
Yeah, kind of.
Ames' own nanomachines were used to shut down his pacemaker. I arranged for the appearance of the ninja as well. As for the president, although Johnson realized what was going on, He played out his allotted part.
That must have been why he shot him, since he was close to knowing the truth.
Original counterpart of Foxtie. It was also designed to eliminate every scrap of information regarding the Patriots from GW. Your plan was invalidated even before execution, Solidus.
It's hard to keep track of all the sabotage plans.
Fatman was a different story. He's one of our own people. A sort of examiner we hired to test the boy's progress before letting him tackle the exercise proper. We had to arrange for Stillman's presence to coax the maniac into agreeing. If the boy had allowed the big shell to be destroyed, this exercise would have ended there.
Wouldn't it have ended if anyone killed Raiden and not just Fatman, though?
Yeah, I'm not sure how it would have continued otherwise.
What do you mean? Given the right situation, the right story, anyone can be shaped into Snake. Even rookies can fight like men of experience. An instant creation of genius. And this training kernel would provide more than enough data to formulate such a program.
They really weren't kidding about making everyone like Snake after all. This is an elaborate way to do it, but it seems to have worked.
Nothing but pawns placed to create the perfect simulation. Solidus, you and the boy were selected because your relationship resembles the one between Snake and Big Boss. Fortune, you and the rest of Dead Cell stand in for the Foxhound squad that Snake took on in Shadow Moses.
Hey, Fortune, is now a good time for me to do some of my Joe Riz, or should I wait until after this really long scene is over?
Please don't show her your Joe Riz.
We've gone to a lot of trouble to set you up against the boy. That story about purified hydrogen bombs is just the tip of the iceberg. The project was already underway when I sunk that tanker, along with your old man 2 years ago. Throwing your husband in the brig was a part of it too.
I'm going to need your husband to not be around for my Riz to work at the best level. It's not as good when someone else is in the way.
We provoked and encouraged your hatred. And you opted for vengeance, just as we planned.
All orchestrated?
Except for the appearance of the real Solid Snake.
I don't think it would have worked without him, though.
I wonder now who sent for you.
All our misfortune was just a part of their project?
She's dodged bullets before, so she should be okay.
How could...
You're no Lady Luck. You have nothing that we didn't give you.
What?
Okay, now I'm getting worried for her.
Do you know why no bullet could hit you? It wasn't magic, or some new age mumbo-jumbo. Certainly wasn't your psychic talents. It was all staged by the Patriots.
Staged?
It seems like most of this game has been staged by the Patriots.
You were being shielded by the electromagnetic weapons technology that the Patriots developed. Your Dead Cell comrades loved your father and husband. We needed a pathetic wretch like you to keep them focused.
Hard to keep them focused when they're dead, though.
Just like Olga.
No.
You were hamming it up as the tragic heroine, thanks to the script that the Patriots wrote for you. Pure self-indulgence, absorbed in your own misfortune. You couldn't get enough of the drama.
I could have died whenever I wanted to.
I would really prefer you didn't die, though.
Thought I got her in the heart.
It missed.
Now I remember. Your heart's on the right. Waste of metal, my dear. But your luck's run out.
Even if it didn't hit her hard, I imagine it would still be lethal, and she's not able to shoot him.
Such thing as miracles or the supernatural. Only cutting-edge technology.
I don't even think Joe is insane enough to come up with a scene like this where a guy with Doc Ock arms shoots missiles and a guy named Revolver Ocelot who can just deflect projectiles. This is a weird game.
Now that I have enough data, all I have to do is retrieve Arsenal.
Last time there was someone in a Metal Gear like this, it didn't go well, and I'm thinking if Liquid Snake is somehow conscious here, then this might not go well for us.
Try.
If only Raiden was this good with a sword, we would have been done 5 parts ago.
How's this then? Damn.
Joe, I think you're going to have to say goodbye to love interest number 7 here because she's not dodging shots anymore.
No, maybe she can find some other way to avoid the shots.
I told you, your luck's run out. Take your reward. It's all the payload Ray has. Die! Everybody down!
Oh, so she can just do this now again? How is it remotely possible at this point?
What the? Impossible!
See, Fortune, I knew you could do it. I'm about to rizz you up so much later that...
Okay, Joe, you don't need to finish that sentence. We got the idea.
My name is Helena Dolph Jackson, the daughter of a proud and noble soldier. I can see my family again.
No, why are you falling down? I thought you could dodge all those shots. What's going on?
Damn! Try this instead. No!
Sorry about yet another loss, Joe. How are you holding up?
Joe, that was literally the exact same reaction as before. Get a grip.
Okay, he's not moving. Does that mean I won?
Probably not. I'm not sure what he's really doing, but it's not over yet.
Brothers! Liquid! I've been waiting for this!
It can't be.
Oh no, I was right after all.
I've been inside this arm all along, waiting for the right time to awaken.
Do I even want to know how this works and how it changes his vocal cords too?
Probably not at this point.
You were inside Ocelot?
Yes, a sleeper in the arm of a Patriot spy.
It was you 2 years ago?
Exactly. I was controlling him. Snake, it was I that leaked information about Arsenal to your partner and got you out here.
What?
You're the only one that can free me. After all...
I think that means he helped us by bringing Solid Snake here then.
I'm off to bury the Patriots for good.
You know where they are? How?
Why do you think I chose Ocelot as my host? But before I go, I have a family matter to settle with both of you. There's room for only one Snake and one big boss.
Somehow I feel like that's a really cool line.
Time to say goodbye!
Damn.
Like surfing, it's a good way to go.
Any ideas on how long this scene is going for? It's already been over 15 minutes since Donald has even touched the controller. I know we just keep interjecting lines here, but there's not much time for a big discussion while there's so much going on.
It's probably going to be a while longer.
Snake, I don't know what your goal is, but you're probably not going to succeed by jumping headfirst into the ocean or Metal Gear.
Joe, it's been a while since we've heard from you. How are things after Fortune died?
So now we're just reusing the same joke as before. I'd rather see what's going on with Arsenal gear looking like it's about to crash.
This looks cool and all, but I don't really get what's supposed to be happening here anymore. I hope there's 20 more minutes of cutscenes that will explain this to us.
Did we just miss the part where Arsenal gear actually crashed? I don't see how they could have landed here like this. Also, it seems to be quite a bit brighter now.
Federal Hall.
What are you laughing at?
Do you know what day it is today?
April 30th?
Oh, hey, today is April 30th when this is coming out that worked out rather well.
George Washington took office as the first president of the United States of America 200 years ago today. And it happened right here. We were going to declare another independence, the dawn of a new nation here. The end of the Patriots' secret rule, liberation of this country. This was where it was supposed to begin. This is where freedom could have been born.
Are we about to get some sort of ideological reasoning for why Solidus is actually right?
All you want is power at any cost.
Jack, it's not power I want. What I wanted to take back from the Patriots are things like freedom, civil rights, opportunities. The founding principles of this country. Everything that's about to be wiped out by their digital censorship.
Guys, I think he might actually be right. Maybe his methods are a little much, but I can get behind his goals.
That was certainly a quick change of opinion. I can only imagine the comments all saying Solidus did nothing wrong.
Life is nothing but a grace period for turning the best of our genetic material into the next generation. The data of life is transferred from parent to child. That's how it works. But we have no heirs, no legacy. We brothers are called les enfants terribles. clone from our father with the ability to reproduce conveniently engineered out.
This just turned into a much deeper discussion than I thought it would be. Maybe we'll talk about this more when there's less going on in game.
Existence, a mark of some sort. When the torch is passed on from parent to child, it extends beyond DNA. Information is imparted as well.
I hope I can spread my Riz skills throughout the ages while I'm still around.
All I want is to be remembered by other people, by history. The Patriots are trying to protect their power, their own interests, by controlling the digital flow of information. I want my memory, my existence to remain. Unlike an intron of history, I will be remembered as an exon. That will be my legacy, my mark in history.
I know Donald mentioned this earlier, but I think his ideas are actually good, but I'm not really set on the whole missile octopus arm suit thing, as it's a little much.
Great, now you're on his side too.
And liberate us all, and we will become the Sons of Liberty!
Oh, hey, it's been a while since the last codec call.
Raiden, are you receiving? We're still here.
How's that possible? The AI was destroyed.
Only GW.
Who are you?
To begin with, we're not what you'd call human. Over the past 200 years, a kind of consciousness formed layer by layer in the crucible of the White House. It's not unlike the way life started in the oceans 4 billion years ago. The White House was our primordial soup, a base of evolution.
I doubt the AI started 200 years ago.
We are the very discipline and morality that Americans invoke so often. How can anyone hope to eliminate us? As long as this nation exists, so will we.
Cut the crap! If you're immortal, why would you take away individual freedoms and censor the net?
Jack, don't be silly.
Don't you know that our plans have your interests, not ours, in mind?
What?
Jack, listen carefully, like a good boy.
Oh yeah, Rose, I'll be a good boy for you.
Glad to see Emma, Olga, and Fortune are behind you.
As a result, the evolutionary log of the human race lay open to us.
We started with genetic engineering, and in the end, we succeeded in digitizing life itself.
But there are things not covered by genetic information.
What do you mean?
Human memories, ideas, culture, history.
Genes don't contain any record of human history.
Is it something that should not be passed on?
Okay, I know my interests in women, and sometimes Raiden in these games are a little odd, but is it too far to be attracted to Rose, even if she is an AI?
Joe, I'm sure there's a really in-depth conversation we could have about that, but there are far more important things to discuss that are happening in this game now.
By later generations, a small percentage of the whole was selected and processed, then passed on. Not unlike genes, really.
That's what history is, Jack.
But in the current digitized world, trivial information is accumulating every second, preserved in all its triteness, never fading, always accessible.
For a game that was released over 2 decades ago, it seems very topical with the evolution of online interactions we currently have. Maybe if we have a moment to actually discuss some of these themes, that would be nice, but we're not even halfway done with the final part yet.
Slow down social progress, reduce the rate of evolution.
Right. You seem to think that our plan is one of censorship.
Are you telling me it's not?
You're being silly. What we propose to do is not to control content, but to create context.
Create context?
The digital society furthers human flaws and selectively rewards development of convenient half-truths. Just look at the strange juxtapositions of morality around you.
Guys, I have to be honest, literally everything they're talking about now is going way over my head. I haven't been following along at all.
Criminals are given more respect than the privacy of their victims.
Although there are people suffering in poverty, huge donations are made to protect endangered species. Everyone grows up being told the same thing.
Be nice to other people.
But beat out the competition.
You're special. Believe in yourself and you will succeed.
But it's obvious from the start that only a few can succeed.
You exercise your right to freedom, and this is the result.
I kind of want to talk about a lot of this and pledge my support for Solidus, but I feel if we talk too much, then we'll get more complaints about talking over the codec call, so there's no winning either way.
Churn and accumulate in the sandbox of political correctness and value systems.
Everyone withdraws into their own small gated community, afraid of a larger forum. They stay inside their little ponds, leaking whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large.
Sounds a lot like Truth Social nowadays.
Truth Social is a very large pond and one with only accurate information, so it's very unlike whatever they are talking about.
Not even natural selection can take place here. The world is being engulfed in truth.
And this is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but a whimper.
We're trying to stop that from happening.
It's our responsibility as rulers. Just as in genetics, unnecessary information and memory must be filtered out to stimulate the evolution of the species.
And you think you're qualified to decide what's necessary and not?
I would think this could have a stronger impact if we actually saw the people who made this AI program that is supposed to be this antagonistic force.
And even interpret their meaning for later generations.
That's what it means to create context.
I'll decide for myself what to believe and what to pass on.
But is that even your own idea?
Or something Snake told you?
That's the proof of your incompetence right there. You lack the qualifications to exercise free will.
That's not true. I have the right.
Does something like a self exist inside of you?
I think this would have a better impact, not only if we met the inventors of the AI like Jordan mentioned, but also if this wasn't all just dumped onto us at the end. The first 9 parts didn't really have all of this, so it seems like a pretty sudden thing to focus so deeply on.
Emotions that you occasionally feel.
Another possibility is that self is a concept you conveniently borrowed under the logic that would endow you with some sense of strength.
That's crap!
Is it? Would you prefer that someone else tell you? All right then, explain it to him.
Jack, you're simply the best, and you got there all by yourself.
Yes, I did get all the way here by myself. Thank you for noticing my elegant gameplay skill.
Do you feel lost? Why not try a bit of soul searching?
Don't think you'll find anything, though.
Ironic that although self is something that you yourself fashioned, every time something goes wrong, you turn around and place the blame on something else.
It's not my fault. It's not your fault.
In denial, you simply resort to looking for another, more convenient truth in order to make yourself feel better.
I can think of at least 12 jokes about Donald deflecting literally every problem to Joe or myself, but for the sake of our commentary, I'm going to keep them to myself.
Truth?
Should someone like you even have the right to decide?
You've done nothing but abuse your freedom.
You don't deserve to be free.
We're not the ones smothering the world. You are.
The individual is supposed to be weak, but far from powerless. A single person has the potential to ruin the world.
And the age of digitized communication has given even more power to the individual.
All right, guys, I have to be honest. If you all want to skip this cutscene, then I am here for it by all means. I know there's a lot to talk about with everything the game wants to bring up for the past hour or so of gameplay, but let's face it, this is all way too much to give to a player at the end of the playthrough with no gameplay happening at all. It's been nearly 30 minutes since Donald has done anything because the game won't stop giving more information that a player reasonably cannot take all of it in meaningfully. And I know there's going to be people in the comments section that are going to complain about it, but at some point you have to draw the line and say maybe the game going on for so long with no interruption, and it would be better to give us time to actually think about what it's portraying. Sorry I went on for a while. I'll be done for a moment.
We rule an entire nation. Of what interest would a single soldier, no matter how able, be to us?
The S3 plan does not stand for Solid Snake Simulation. What it does stand for is selection for societal sanity.
Okay, now the thing the game was telling us about at the last part and earlier today was just completely false. Donald, I encourage you to skip ahead so you can fight Solidus despite him being right in his actions.
Hold up, Jordan. We can't skip the cutscene of the game or have us talk over it for too long at a time, because apparently they were all really focused on the codec call 35 minutes in and would be really upset if we just talked over it for too long as if the game has given us more than 2 seconds at. A time of silence to have us actually talk about it without interrupting Rose, and the Colonel talk about things while Solidus just stands on the building with Raiden waiting for this call to be over.
And here I thought the game was being too on the nose about the dialogue being a mouthpiece for the writer, but now you two are just complaining on behalf of the editor who is trying to make an entertaining video that not only doesn't interrupt the game so much, but puts in relatively meaningful commentary from 5 unique points of view, though, while also keeping in mind the people making comments about everyone here talking too much as if there's a happy middle ground.
We used Shadow Moses as a paradigm for the exercise.
I wonder if you would have preferred a fantasy setting.
We chose that backdrop because of its extreme circumstances. It was an optimal test for S3's crisis management capacity. If the model could trigger, control, and solve this, it would be ready for any contingency. And now, we have our proof.
Okay, maybe I did go a little too far there. Sorry about that, everyone. The length of the playthrough just gets to me after a while. I really hope the later games don't have an ending this long.
Raised plenty of other child soldiers. Do you know why we chose you over them? It was because you were the only one who refused to acknowledge the past. All the others remember what they were and pay for it daily.
But you turn your back on everything you don't like. You do whatever you like, see only the things you like, and for yourself alone.
Yes, Rose can attest to that.
You refused to see me for what I was. I lied to you, but I wanted to be caught.
So I get the whole child soldier thing makes him look bad, but other than that, I've really come around on Solidus and am not going to feel good when I inevitably fight him.
The only time you did was when I gave you no choice but to do so.
I was just trying not to.
What? Trying not to hurt me? Dear, the one you were trying not to hurt was yourself. Avoiding the truth under the guise of kindness is all that you did. It occurred to you to do nothing but look out for yourself. Even if you claim that it was for my sake, that feeling was nowhere to be seen. In the end, everything was for your sake. I was never part of the picture.
Guys, I'm about to fall asleep if something doesn't happen off the codec call soon.
I don't think anyone can blame you on it this time.
Representative of the masses we need to protect. This is why we chose you. You accepted the fiction we've provided, obeyed our orders, and did everything you were told to. The exercise is a resounding success.
Didn't I tell you that GW was still incomplete? But not anymore, thanks to you.
Your persona, experiences, triumphs, and defeats are nothing but byproducts. The real objective was ensuring that we could generate and manipulate them.
Couldn't they have gotten a similar result by using those VR missions again? I could be missing something, but that would probably be less difficult both in money and time.
I think this is a little much for VR to accomplish.
Exercise. Raiden, take Solidus down.
Think again. I'm through doing what I'm told.
Oh, really? Aren't you forgetting something?
If you die, my child dies.
The termination of vital signals from your nanomachines means the death of Olga's child. Not to mention the death of Rose. She's wired the same way.
Rose, does she actually exist?
Of course I do, Jack. You have to believe me.
The all-capital lie doesn't make it all that subtle.
The death.
Solidus at least wants you dead.
We will collect the necessary data from this last fight. Then we'll consider the exercise closed. So, Jack the Ripper, will it be Solidus, the Patriots' creation, or you, Solidus's creation? Our beloved monsters, enjoy yourselves.
Can I get to some actual gameplay soon? That would be nice.
My son. My clone brothers and I are called monsters, replicates of evil genes. You are one of a kind, but still a monster, shaped by a dark and secret history. We need to decide which monstrosity will have the privilege of survival. By the way, Jack, I was the one who killed your parents.
Well, that's a pretty sudden detail to just mention out of nowhere.
I claimed you for my own and raised you as a soldier in the army of the devil. I am your foster father and your worst enemy.
Why?
Because I needed to know whether we were really someone else's creation. We're repeating history, Jack. Liquid and Solid hunted down Big Boss, trying to sever the tie that bound them to him. Unless you kill me and face your past, Jack, you will never escape. You'll stay in the endless loop, your own double helix.
I mean, this seems like a pretty easy choice to make.
It's time we were both free. I have other reasons for wanting you dead. The clues to the Patriots inside GW have been erased, but there are other traces.
Hey, are we going to find out what happened to Snake and Ocelot? Maybe not.
What? The information is being carried by the nanomachines in your cerebral cortex, and throughout the neural network they formed. Brace yourself.
We get to see Donald actually do something, what a novel concept for a game to have. It looks as though it's just you two with the swords, but I'm curious on if you have any ideas for how you're going to handle this.
I'm not sure, but I'll have to think of something pretty quickly. I don't have any sort of fire dash like he does, so I'll probably just have to avoid him. I'm not really concerned about a non-lethal run anymore, so I might as well just finish him off here. I got the body armor, which should help, but other than that, I'm going to just need to see how he moves around and figure it out from there.
I would hope after a few rations you could do this just fine. I don't see any protection from you falling down off the building, so be careful of that too.
I must say it is certainly strange game design to have you focus on a weapon the game withheld from you up until the last section of the game where you would not have very much practice with it. Perhaps this will be an easy enough fight to compensate for that.
I don't know, but his fire dashes, extra arms, and longer health bars aren't really making me feel that much more confident here.
Hey, are we going to skip any of this fight at all? I know the one against the Metal Gear Rays was cut short a while back, even though it was pretty repetitive, and maybe because you didn't want to hear that story.
Maybe if not much happens for a little while, like a very small amount of damage being done, but other than that, no, I don't think we will remove too much since it is an important fight.
Well, if any of you want to talk about anything that's happened in the past 40 minutes since the game didn't give much of a chance to do it earlier, now could work while I figure out what to do against him.
That could work. There certainly was a lot going on back on Arsenal Gear with Solidus and Revolver Ocelot, but it seemed like nobody was on the same page. Over the course of the game, Raiden hadn't mentioned his more difficult upbringing, which is understandable to not disclose immediately.
Solid Snake also planned an event to have Raiden distrust him, which didn't last long, but still was another example of a sort of sabotage of trust. There were many strange calls showing the Colonel and Rose could not be trusted not only due to their rhetoric, but also them being artificial, which we discussed quite a bit while still in the Arsenal Gear.
Then Solidus Snake not only later admitted to killing Raiden's parents, but also Revolver Ocelot took control of Metal Gear Ray. Then Liquid Snake's arm controlled Revolver Ocelot with his own motivations, which just makes things really confusing. I'm not sure if thematically we missed something, but it was certainly a confusing several minutes.
Trust seems to be quite important on missions like this, so it's difficult for Raiden when there's so many people in the game being deceptive. Even lesser examples like Peter Stillman not really being as injured as he portrayed would apply, and to an extent, Vamp coming back makes it difficult to trust. If he comes back, though, that's a little different than the other examples. Also, can we talk about how most of you are on Solidus' side over the past several scenes?
Something about him seems really cool once he explained what his goals are, and sure, he did some bad things like killing people and training children to become soldiers, so he isn't flawless, but then again, who really is, so I can get behind him.
He makes a lot of good points, so I think we gained a lot of perspective from hearing him out on this game. Well, mainly the last section of it, as his goals weren't as enticing when he showed up first, but I think we can agree on that.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what all of you are saying about everything. I have definitely been paying attention and comprehending each thing that has happened recently.
Good work, Jack. This is where it gets interesting.
Okay, I'm sure there's a great call I'm missing about how I'm not really myself and how I'm not worthy of rights or something, but I'm a little bit busy right now to answer.
Don't worry, I think we'll be all right missing that call. We don't need the video longer than it already is now. Since he doesn't have his extra arms, shouldn't that, in theory, make this fight easier?
Well, he can't shoot his missiles anymore, but he did another movement after that fire dash, so maybe it makes him more mobile or something. All those missiles and whatever those arms were made of were probably pretty heavy. Also, are you sure you all don't have time for another Joe story? Donald's probably going to take another minute or so to finish him off.
No, there's simply not enough time to talk about everything the game has shown us today and also listen to something that probably never happened to you, so maybe another time.
Or just not at all. I think that would be better. Also, more importantly, Donald, you're just about finished with the fight and probably the rest of the game.
Yeah, as much as I've made jokes about you, the gameplay you've shown recently has gotten so much better, and I'm glad you got through most of the game relatively unscathed enough to finish off the last few parts with little issue.
This was a lot to handle and definitely different than what I went through before. You're doing a great job, and I'm glad you're here to play this for us.
Thanks for the support, everyone. I'll admit it hasn't been the easiest time playing this game, but I think it's been a great time for all of us to experience this over the past few months. Now, Solidus, even though I think you're pretty great, it's time to show you what the Donald does best. I win.
Okay, he should be immediately dead with that much blood loss.
You'll always be a hero to me, Solidus.
Not sure how he lived that, but good for him.
I would think an area this large would have some people around it, especially considering such a large object crashed here.
If Rose isn't real and everyone else is dead, I'll take Raiden, if you know what I mean.
You don't have to clarify, we get it.
Who am I, really?
No one quite knows who or what they are. The memories you have and the role you were assigned are burdens you had to carry. It doesn't matter if they were real or not. That's never the point.
Now, there's the people I just mentioned weren't there a moment ago.
There's no such thing in the world as absolute reality. Most of what they call real is actually fiction. What you think you see is only as real as your brain tells you it is.
Then, what am I supposed to believe in? What am I going to leave behind when I'm through?
We can tell other people about having faith.
Hey Joe, is this how you used to see things all the way back when you were born before color was invented?
Yeah, actually it was.
What we found important enough to fight for. It's not whether you were right or wrong, but how much faith you were willing to have. That decides the future. The Patriots are a kind of ongoing fiction too, come to think of it. Listen, don't obsess over words so much. Find the meaning behind the words, then decide. You can find your own name. And your own future.
Decide for myself?
And whatever you choose will be you.
Is this the part where we learn a lesson about our identity?
I know you didn't have much in terms of choices this time. But everything you felt, thought about during this mission is yours. And what you decide to do with them is your choice.
You mean start over?
Yeah, a clean slate, a new name, new memories. Choose your own legacy. It's for you to decide. It's up to you.
What does this footage have to do with the message here exactly?
By the way, what is that?
Dog tags.
Oh hey, I forgot about those.
Anyone you know?
heard the name before.
Everybody's heard my name, though.
I'll pick my own name and my own life. I'll find something worth passing on. They taught me some good things, too.
I know. We've inherited freedom from all those who fought for it. We all have the freedom to spread the word. Even me.
Snake, what about Olga's child?
Don't worry. I'll find him. Count on it. As long as you keep yourself alive, he's safe.
I kind of forgot about her child with everything else going on.
Yeah, I did too.
Do you know where Liquid went?
I put a transmitter on his ray.
Did he head for the Patriots?
Yeah, but I have a feeling they gave Ocelot a bogus location to begin with. Cheer up. We have a better lead. This contains the list of all the Patriots.
But Ocelot took it.
The one we gave you wasn't the real thing.
What?
This virus is coded to destroy only a specific part of GW, namely the information about the Patriots' identity.
Well, this is convenient for us.
Which means that there's a parameter coded in here that defines what that information is.
I get it. Analyze the code and you can probably find out where they operate. Count me in.
No, you have things to do first. And people you need to talk to.
That thing about having people to talk to was not specific at all, and I don't know how we're supposed to interpret that.
All right, Rose, everyone else I was going to Riz up is dead, so you better believe I'm getting my Joe Riz all for you.
Weird how a strange statement like that was done in such a monotone way.
Snake?
What's wrong?
Did I just see Vamp on the left a moment ago? Could have just been me seeing things incorrectly.
Can I ask you something? Who am I, really?
I wouldn't know. But we're going to find out together, aren't we?
Oh. Yeah.
See me for what I am, okay?
I know.
Wait, is she actually pregnant? I wonder if Raiden really is the father or that other guy the Colonel mentioned before.
It probably is the other guy I'm willing to bet.
Do you remember this place?
Of course. This is where we first met. I remember now.
Hmm?
Today is the day I met you.
That's it.
So in context of the game world, is Raiden supposed to be seeing this video? Is that something that can be sent through the codec, or is this only for the audience? Not that it matters too much, but just something that I thought of.
I don't know, but it probably doesn't matter all that much since it doesn't appear to be too relevant at the surface.
I think I found something to pass along to the future.
What?
He said all living things want their genes to live on.
Are you talking about the baby?
Yeah. But genes aren't the only thing you pass on. There are too many things that aren't written into our DNA. It's up to us to teach that to our children.
What kind of things?
About the environment, our ideas, our culture, poetry, compassion,
My Riz skills.
joy. We'll tell them everything together.
Is that a proposal?
This is for your ears only.
Just like the first game, we're going to let the credits song go for a few minutes uninterrupted, but we'll be back in a few minutes before the end happens. Plus, Joe has to go to the bathroom, so now's a good time to do it.
And think, what am I made of? Am I full of sorrow? Am I hurt and pain? Or am I filled with love? I walk by myself on the streets below and ask every child I know, do you think tomorrow will bring sun or rain? Which one of these will show? I can't say goodbye to yesterday, my friend. I keep holding on till the end. Out of the darkness, there is no other way than the light leading to yesterday. It's there that I'll find inner peace, not war, and dreams that I let slip away. I'll find the joyfulness I'm looking for way back in yesterday.
Hey guys, I'm back. Did I miss anything?
Just some of the credits in the song Can't Say Goodbye to Yesterday, which may cause us to get a copyright notice for the music, but I'm not sure on that. Either way, that is the end of the playthrough, but there is still more to discuss.
As someone who hasn't really seen or played the first game, this was strange to get into since I did not have context for the references to anything that happened before, but it was still enough for me to understand what was going on here. I still think a lot of the scenes went on for much longer than they needed to, but they were still entertaining for the most part.
I can definitely see how it would have that effect on you, especially towards the end of the game where it was just throwing everything at us at the same time, but despite that, it still was a very thought-provoking game that I think is, at least for what ends up being discussed, has more overall importance to the current society than the previous game.
From a gameplay perspective, I do think it's better than the first game from what we saw from Joe. Or I suppose third counting the MSX games, but you all get what I mean. The first person aiming makes things way easier than it otherwise would have, and little things like the hanging on platforms or swimming more often make things a lot more varied than before. I don't know if it's necessarily a better game overall, but in many ways is more refined than before, especially since it came out so early on the PlayStation 2.
I don't know if it was a harder game overall, but you certainly had some amusing failures that were pretty memorable. Blowing your non-lethal run by shooting that guy midway through or getting caught so many times before finding that first Metal Gear was pretty good, even if it wasn't showing off your skills that well.
It didn't exactly catch my good side, but if it was entertaining to the people, then maybe that's what matters most.
I think it's about time we give an update for the series going forward. I'm sure we've already mentioned this in at least one video before and in a community post, but we might as well say it now since there's not much more time in the playthrough to say it. For the next game in the series, I will be going through Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater for the PlayStation 5 since it is a remake of the next game released. This is partially to do something different than the PlayStation 2 release visually and also to give a break for those who want to watch us play a different game in the series. With this in mind, the game itself doesn't actually come out until the end of August in this year, so We're going to have quite a few months with no videos in the series coming out, hence the break I mentioned. We'll probably be taking a bit of a break after this comes out since we've been working on these longer videos for a while, but in the meantime we'll be starting a playthrough of Sonic Adventure that will have quite a few parts to last us until the fall. Other than that, we probably will have a couple more Kingdom Hearts videos, a few tier lists, and maybe a Mega Man game there in between. The exact details are still something to work on, but the idea is we'll have a lot to work on and release. Plus, there's other games in the Metal Gear franchise after the third game's remake, but we're not going to talk about that too much until it's actually more relevant.
So in short, we're taking a small break from uploads soon and playing another game in the series in a few months. That's all you had to say.
I know, but I like giving the viewers a lot more information on what's going on than a generic message like that. Plus, when we start uploading those videos in Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, maybe you'll get the chance to make fun of my gameplay, considering I did that a lot to you.
I look forward to it. We'll let the credits go on for a while longer again, and we'll be back before the video ends.
There's probably going to be some sort of ending monologue before it's all done.
Life isn't just about passing on your genes. We can leave behind much more than just DNA. Through speech, music, literature, and movies, what we've seen, heard, felt, anger, joy, and sorrow. These are the things I will pass on. That's what I live for.
I prefer to live for popsicles, but whatever works for you.
We need to pass the torch and let our children read our messy and sad history by its light. We have all the magic of the digital age to do that with. The human race will probably come to an end sometime, and new species may rule over this planet. Earth may not be forever, but we still have the responsibility to leave what traces of life we can. Building the future and keeping the past alive are one and the same thing.
Took us a while to get to that message, but that is a good thing for us to do.
Snake, you there? It's me. I've finished going over that disc.
Did you find the Patriots list?
Of course. It contains the personal data of 12 people.
Oh, hey, that's great news.
Snake, it was one of our biggest contributors.
What's going on around here?
I don't know.
Anyway, where are they?
Well, we were right about them being on Manhattan, but...
But what?
They're already dead. All 12 of them.
When did it happen?
Well, about 100 years ago.
What the hell?
Just had to give us one last confusing twist.
And with that, we're done.
Thank you so much to those of you who watched to the end.
Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
And peace out, people.